Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 Round 4 stages. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Fixes, Cass, as we take you through the English commentary for today. So, in round 4, we've pretty much concluded day 1 as well as day number 2. And then in between, we had a little bit of break here for those of you guys who are celebrating Holi in general. And happy Holi to you guys who are still celebrating thus far. Fixes, I'm glad you didn't bully me yesterday.
I'm really upset. You know what this guy did? He went for rock climbing. I knocked on his doors and I did not find Icy. The next moment I get to know he's taken Necros. So Necros also could not play Holi because of this guy.
Well, at the same time, of course, it is a very, very beautiful celebration. Unfortunately, I just didn't want to dirty myself in terms of covering my face with colors. I'm actually very, very afraid for that. But other than that, for these guys who are celebrating, please have fun. But ideally, you know, day 1 as well as day number 2, we've seen a lot of surprises as well. Some grind teams could not make it. And off stream as well, another team that is really kind of surprising that did not make the qualification in towards the quarterfinals is also Team Insane.
That's baffling actually. When we did have a look at the overall standings, and Insane could not make it. Out of 6 matches, they just got 18 points. It's a stark reminder that you have to be always on your toes. What makes it even more surprising is the fact that Team Insane, they dominated round 3. But barring that, we're almost through that halfway marker. We've got half of the group's matches already over. So we do have our teams that have already made it inside the quarterfinals. But again, alongside that, we've got a couple of undergods that have already made their mark.
Yep, a lot of undergods we've not really familiar with has kind of surprised us, especially during the round stages. So that's something that I'm curious to see a little bit more. Will we see a little bit of change here, especially for the year of 2025 for the competitive scene? But for you guys who are currently watching here, the competitive scene still goes on for the realme BGIS 2025, and that is going to be the overall prize pool that we have to talk about. All these teams are going to be fighting for.
2 crore rupees plus is what's on the line, and whoever wins this realme BGIS 25 takes the lion's share of 60 lakh rupees, and it keeps descending down. We've got a couple of individual accolades. We've got 3 lakh, I think the highest so far for the realme MVP. We've got a fan favorite team. We've got 2 lakhs for the best IGL, and it goes on. But how do you get there? You've got to make it inside the LAN, and you've got to earn a lot of points, I see.
Agreed. And during the point segment here, very, very simple. If you get the chicken dinner, you get 10 points. Second place, you get 6 points. And it goes down all the way to 8th place. So the top 8 in position points will get points. But whereas the rest of the world, 9 to 16, gets absolutely nothing. But most importantly, 1 point per finishes. And so far, teams who's gotten a lot of finishes are the teams that completely dominate the lobby. So now, up on screen here, we are going to be talking about the teams that are playing here today.
Indeed, and we start off with the winners of BGIS 23, God's Reign, making their mark once again. We've got T-Style TWOB, we've got SPA Esports, we've got DMG, ARC, then 4BR, Alibaba Raiders, Last Hope Esports. As we move on ahead, we've got another set of 8. I see.
Agreed. And before we talk about this 8 as well, the next 8 as well, this current 8, I feel like it is a pretty stacked lobby, right? We have teams coming from the Grind directly here, especially from God's Reign. We also teams who have played multiple games, such as TMG, from their bottom rounds until here itself. And joining that 8 in this lobby, we have Team Shockwave, Team Lowe's, Myth Official, Eye for an Eye, AIB Esports, Mayank, Gen X FM Esports, and Team BotX. So this is going to also kind of stacked as well. Like, the first 8 was kind of stacked. Now we have Team Lowe's and Eye for an Eye from the grind stages, as well as Shockwave's performance from the previous round. I'm curious to see how Group 3 is going to go. But all things considered, we are also going to be seeing Group 4 as well today. We have Wingard Esports, 4 Miracle Esports, Wowfangs, Blitz Gaming, SWGX FF Esports, NRI Esports, LOCX Die, and Dragon Esports.
That looks heavily loaded. So many big names. Of course, Blitz. We've been hearing a lot of stuff about them, especially Bro is Pro. Finally getting to see him in action once again. So as we move on ahead to the other 8, we do have in front of us Shadow Blitz. We've got Team ESG. We've got RES. We've got SO. We've got Neon X Officials. We've also got 4 Fraggers, we've got Genesis, and we've got Triple H Esports. So that's going to be very interesting to see, because from here we've got Wild Fangs. We've seen a lot of these teams actually playing in the previous rounds. Wild Fangs definitely have to talk a lot about them. We've got the likes of Wingod even making a comeback from playing Grind. So, and even for Medical Esports, who've had a change in their IGL. So would be lovely to see how that works out.
It is going to be interesting to see, considering the fact that we caught a couple of glimpses of Raka, SAS, Esports as well, which kind of struggled throughout their journeys during the round stages. But even the Grind, it seems to be a little bit struggle. But hopefully things will be for the better, because today's match is where things get very, very serious. Day number 3, we're going to start things off with group number 3 in the first map here with Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and then group 4, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel. So both groups will be playing the first half first, and then continue their journey in day number 4 to complete the total of 6 matches respectively, whether or not can they qualify into the quarterfinals. But now let's take a look at the casters' prediction here for group number 3.
Alright, so majority goes with God's Reign. We've got Engineer YT coming with Myth Esports. But I see you've gone for TWOB, so quite a believer there, as they've already got a change in the lineup. Spiro, he's gone... I think he's always the one who's the outlier, right? He picks up a team and suddenly they tend to perform. But honestly, it's mostly Anki who's been winning these predictions lately. He just fires an arrow in the dark and somehow it connects. So who knows? TFG, they've had a long run inside of realme BGIS. They've played 42 matches overall. So they've been grinding it out. I really hope that pays off.
Yeah, they've been very, very consistent, right? But at the same time, they have kind of struggled the way to actually almost qualify. Hopefully for round 4, it is going to be a little bit better, and can they fix a little bit more? But now, this upcoming one here, obviously, you know, the casters pretty much picked God's Reign. We have to talk about the trophy magnets themselves. God's Reign, we have Ninja Jot, Delta PG, Justin, and also Destro.
Another superstitious lineup. In fact, the most superstitious lineup. We have been talking about Destro and his 23 championship. That year was his. And even now in 25, they've already won a third-party lineup. Big one at that. And they looked ever so strong, especially with the addition of Ninja Jot. Just look at those fragging numbers. 36 finishes already. He's got one of the highest damage numbers. It's a powerhouse of a lineup. And what has really changed for God's Reign is the style of play. Now they're playing too much around the center. They are just not messing around. No monkey business at all. It's a textbook BGMI, and they're making it work.
See, that's the thing about this composition, right? Like, we talk about Ninja Jot being one of the mechanically skilled players, but when you put him in a lobby, same with Hero Extreme God, like, both him and Sim are still dominating the lobby regardless of whatever the situation was.
Yeah.
But I really want to see a little bit more coming from them. Will they be doing the same exact one again, considering that most of these teams are starting to adapt towards the new patch, and now coming to round 4, some of these teams have a little bit more experience compared to them.
They certainly do, because, you know, for God's Reign, they've been having quite a ball, but this time we do have sponsors with us. It is going to be realme. They have a very interesting message for you guys just about now.
There you have it, the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the segment's best performance phone, and also the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment, which is class-leading chipset performance and an AnTuTu score over 1.45 million, which doubles the score in its segment itself. This is going to be a benchmark that all of us are going to be looking forward to as well, because it is, after all, the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. I don't know. I feel like the realme P3 Ultra 5G now is going to give you guys that upper edge, because it is going to be launching very, very soon, which is on the 19th of March, which, again, all you guys got to do is just search realme P3 Ultra 5G on Google and stand a chance to win some amazing prizes.
You know, simply put, if you want a gaming beast in a budget, check this one out. I mean, the lights have not really dimmed out yet, but once it does, you can see that luminar display and kind of resembles with the moon. The texture, it's all there. It's a sexy phone. It is a beast. What are you waiting for? It's going to launch and might as well get your hands on this. But moving ahead, I wanted to ask you about TWOB because you seem to be quite a firm believer in them, considering the fact it's a completely different lineup into what TWOB placed in the BMPS.
See, that's the thing, right? They are considered a new roster, but I was able to be very, very lucky to play a couple of games with Jax.
Okay.
And I felt like he was very mechanically skilled. And I was very surprised. Why isn't he in the main roster? And apparently he told me that his playstyle doesn't fit with this original team. So I asked him a little bit more. TWOB, during the grind, you guys weren't doing really well. How's the condition like? He told me it was like, oh, it was doing pretty okay. They're pretty happy considering that, like you said, it is a very new team and they felt like they did quite okay. So with a duration from round 4 all the way to, during grind stages week for Group A until now, there was a very, very big gap. So maybe they are going to be able to improve a little bit more, and that's why I'm keeping my hopes up a little bit for TWOB.
You know, with TWOB, those first 3 games will pretty much set them in place. But, you know, let's talk about Group 3 right now. We start off with God's Train, T-Style TWOB, SBA Esports, TNG, Arc Knight, 4 Barriers Esports. This is a team that I'm really eyeing out for. We do have Alibaba Raiders, who also made a return, alongside Last Hope Esports.
Yep, and joining them here is going to be once again Shockwave, Team Lowe's, Myth Official, Eye for an Eye, AIB Esports, Team Mayank, Gen X FM Esports, and Team Bodex. And this lobby, like you said as well, it is going to be a very, very stacked one. And teams like TWOB, who are just coming back in towards the stages from the grind, and also God's Reign, they will have to have their work cut out a little bit more, because are they warmed up? Are they used to the current meta? It's going to be in question as well, considering that there was a huge gap in terms of duration coming from grind stages week 4 until now itself. And I feel like this is going to be a test for some of the teams, because in the previous round, and day 2 as well, we saw teams that has not played round 1, round 2, round 3, and then coming to here, it felt like they were struggling to adapt. And because of that, 6 games, they just could not find those times to pick themselves up.
You know, honestly speaking, I'm really excited to see SPA Esports in action once again, because when you look at this lineup, quite a lot of familiar names. Yes, this was the exact Phoenix Esports that we saw grace the land in the BMPS just recently held. And when you look at their stats, they have been gunning, they've been firing down everybody. Now, these players were the undergods in the previous BMPS. Now they are seasoned veterans. They've got a lot of game time. They've also played grind, and they've also played round 3. And they've got really good numbers there. So what do they put on the table when you've got such big names like God's Reign, you've got even TWOB? That's going to be really exciting.
I'm curious to see how they're going to be performing as well, because SBA Esports was playing in a very, very difficult lobby during grind stage as well. Cheyenne was stepping up big time as the playmaker alongside, if you want to compare as a benchmark here, like Ninja George, Sim, these are like the top tier fraggers in terms of the team. Cheyenne was exactly that in the entire lobby during grind stages. So I'm curious to see whether or not will that consistency continue here in round 4 itself.
Now, that's going to be a big question, because for SPA Esports, they've got a lot to prove. Yeah, it had been a turbulent time during the grind, but seems like they've got their head straight. But it's just not about SPA Esports. It's also about the 15 other teams that are inside the lobby, all of them trying to make their mark in the first game of Erangel, which will be on your screens just about now.
Well, to kick things off here in day number 3 of the realme BGIS 2024 round 4 stages. One more round before they make it to the quarterfinals. Can they go ahead? And this is going to be game 1 for group number 3. And the flight path is going to be starting from the northwest section of Shooting Race, and then directly traversing all the way down south towards Ferry Pier. So a pretty western flight path coming from this flight path. And will we see a little bit of a drop clash here, Fixes?
Very rare occurrences of that, but if that happens, would love to see that take place, because majority of the teams, we've already witnessed them in the broadcast stages. So if all these teams have done their homework right, I really assume that should not be an issue. But one gentle reminder for all you folks watching, the top 7 out of this group make it inside of the quarterfinals. As God's Rain, it's going to be interesting because what we know, they tend to drop at the Sosovka military base. It's going to be interesting if there is going to be any team really challenging them.
Now, speaking of challenging as well, I'm curious to see how the Undergod's going to be performing because a team that really shocked us here is going to be Team Shockwave because that was a team that no one kind of expected them to do a little bit more. But during all 6 games that when they played during round 3, it was very consistent and they were the most annoying team alongside K9 Esports. So I think that's something that I want to see as well. But now it seems like the circle is going to be shifting towards the east side. And we start to see a little bit of difference here. And interesting now, for these guys who do not know, this new patch is steadily in play. So technically, inside the map itself should have crossbows as well. A brand new explosive crossbows.
That's going to be fun. But I don't think a lot of these teams will be actually using that because you need to have that first-hand experience. You are going to utilize one of your weapon slots for that. So, you know, as time progresses, I'm pretty sure teams will adapt. But for now, I don't think they're going to take that risk. But you mentioned Shockwave Esports. Round 2, we did witness that's such a good outing, especially with how well adept they were with taking circles. But round 3 wasn't really a soft bed for them. They had to go through a lot of those treacherous waters and eventually have squeezed their way inside round 4. Now, the question here is, have they met their match? Because this lobby looks completely stacked up. If they can somehow take the center of the circle, which even God's Rain loves to do, it's going to be interesting.
Agreed. Now, on the screen, we have TMG as well, one of those teams that has been very consistent in every single round they've played here. They have struggled to actually find some sort of chicken dinners or high value points in terms of their group respectively in each round, but they have been consistent in terms of overall placement points. This is a team that prioritizes positioning over high finishes volumes as compared to the previous team just now we saw, Arknight, a team that is very aggressive, I would say. Any team they see in front of them, they will rush and just completely wipe the floor with them.
But you know, so far we haven't seen teams really going for those aggressive plays. It's all about the silence that has taken over. Everybody's just trying to get their loot done. Gives us enough time to talk about TWOB. Now, we did talk about the changes. As you might remember, 2 of the players from Sarkar Gaming. You've got Kanha, and then you've got another player, Anonymous, who's come in alongside 2 players from Raw Officials. Got Yashu and Superman. So 2 combined have come under TWOB. So it's going to be interesting. They've got some nice aggression under their banner. As to how they portray that or how they put forward will be the big ask.
Agreed. And now on stream we have Alibaba Raiders. We caught a glimpse of them during the grind stages as well on broadcast. And they have had a little bit of struggles here to actually conclude their fights here. Rio is pretty much the playmaker for the team. But so far, are they going to be able to perform a little bit different here, especially when the Undergods joined in the picture? Considering when during the grind stages, it felt like a very stacked lobby for them. And that's going to be something that I'm curious. Will they learn a little bit more? But considering that it's only been, what, 4 or 5 minutes into the game, they're already rotating in towards the middle stage of the zone itself. So that's a pretty early rotation coming in from Alibaba Raiders, whereas SBA, they're still taking their own sweet time in Rozhok.
Rightfully done, I must say, from Alibaba Raiders. They have done their homework. They've realized majority of these teams love taking those central areas. And this is what you would witness Shockwave also to be doing maybe once the second or third shift comes out. And that is where you have to put your A game. But if you want to have an advantage in trying to get your A game up, you need to check out this phone. The Realme P3 Ultra 5G houses the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra 5G chipset, which is giving you double the performance in its segment.
Exactly. It is also having the GT Boost, the most suitable optimization mode for gamers itself. So be sure to check it out because it is going to be launching on the 19th of March. Stand a chance to win some prizes by Googling Realme P3 Ultra 5G to check it out in general. But all things considered, God's Rain, one of the teams that really struggled during their grind stages as well. They barely qualified into the top upper echelon by towards the later stages of the grind itself because they had a lot of run-in with a rivalry between them and Team Jelly, which is still ongoing.
Yeah.
Well, it was 5-1 from Team Jelly being the victors in that fight. And God's Rain was struggling every single time just because they had very, very similar rotations with Team Jelly during the grind stages.
Doesn't matter whatever the case is, whatever the rivalry stands, God's reign, they are a force to be reckoned with. Every single time you somehow rule them out. Yeah, sure, 24 wasn't really the year for them. I've had a quick word with Destro recently in a LAN held in Delhi where he was like, you know what, fixes, this year is going to be ours. We just have one winning condition. Delta needs to perform. And he did that. In the grandest stage of it all, they somehow managed to conquer and win the first position.
I thought
of
he
the
was
champions.
superstitious.
They definitely are superstitious, but superstitions just take you that far, right? You actually need to put the performance in. And even talking about how they won, they did not win a single game of Erangel. In the final game, they managed to win that, and they won the tournament.
Oh, fair enough. But from the side Team Lowe's, no sign of Lowe's back into his roster once more. He was one of the star players during the grind stages. He was the playmaker for the team, and they were able to get a chicken dinner during the grind stages. But after him being subbed out, they have been going in with this roster here coming from Team Lowe's. It seems like they struggled in the earlier rounds, but over time, they got better. And I hope those kind of little improvements is going to progress them even further in towards round number 4 itself, especially when this lobby, like you said as well, there's God's Raid, there's SBA, there's DWOB, there's Arc Knight coming from the grind stages as well. We also have Shockwave to be worrying about.
When you talk about Team LOLs, this is a team that barely made it. And when you look at how they performed in the previous round, I think it was that game of Miramar that sort of kept their heads above the water. As we take a look at the circle, you can see majority of teams are eyeing out for the center. Eye for eye. They've also taken over those central areas. They are completely surrounded. You've got Gen X FM. We've also got Shogun, a former member of GDR, was one of those players who had the best rookie year in 23. After that, a lot of pundits do consider that he's hit his esports ceiling. So he's here once again to prove his mettle. But right behind them, we've also got Team Arc.
Oof, Arc. That's going to be a little bit interesting one. But we saw a couple of shots here coming from SBA. They are going to be giving a little bit of love taps here, expecting that the circle may be traversing into the apartments area, maybe even school. Majority of teams are already taking center circle, but guess what? The circle shifts out of there. We're going to be expecting the Medusa's intersection being occupied, potentially an open field terrain here, especially teams who do not know how to play vehicle warfare. They're going to be in some serious heavy fire.
Just look at this migration coming from the western side. Sort of opens the path of at least for GDR. They're going to take that entire eastern side to themselves as SBA Esports. They've gotten back to their fighting ways, spotting out the players of 4BR. Fearless being heavily rattled upon, but no damage done so far. So for 4BR, this is one of those teams I'm yet to see a lot from. A lot of good things about them. This is also an aggressive lineup. But they haven't really started off. But look at this. Demigod in the middle of nowhere as Snowjot decides to go for the slam in. And look at that confidence. SBA Esports, they will get that first strike. And E4E, they've got no interest to re-engage in this fight.
Well, eye for eye. Seems like they are going to a little bit of struggle there. Ooh. But the SBA, look at the confidence,
look
man.
At Myth.
Immediately seeing one guy out of position, they are going to back off. But guess what? As they are trying to find a little bit of bunker, you can see based on the terrains itself, it is one of those zones that is very, very difficult to play. It's open areas all the way through. You need to find those bunkers, or in this case, cover places to work with. You've seen teams prioritizing and taking shelter as one of the easiest way to actually buy time. But once you get in, it's so hard to get out.
At this point, majority of these teams are kind of unaware. The eastern areas are still up for grabs. You've got the entirety of prison. You've got the top prison hill. This is also a good halting point.
Yeah, I'm surprised, right? Like considering that you talked about the forest areas south of prison as well, the lumberjack hills. It's very, very good for cover, finding cover as well. So I'm a little bit surprised that no one is opting to go for those facilities. Everybody is kind of expecting it to be somewhere around shelter, somewhere around Miltar as well. A lot of teams are prioritizing center zone over strategic or maybe even good hiding spots instead, which is weird.
I mean, we've seen this happen even in those initial games of round 4. We did cast.
Nope.
They were slower games, but Gen X of Fem, This is what I get worried about when you have a complete team that's always going aggressive. When I'm talking about SBA Esports, a couple of moments ago, they got a first knock, but now look at them, the numbers starting to dwindle down. But still, we'll find some vengeance. Getting a player down of Alibaba Raiders. Maybe Rio could be next as he gets burnt alive. As SBA Esports, they start on increasing their tally, but at the cost of what I see.
Well, what a crash into a shelter in vicinity. Seems like SBA Esports will have to continue this journey without Cheyenne right from the get-go. They lose a star player. Not looking good, but seems like I was right. Circle is going to be put an open field one as they are going to be pushing all the way to the north side. As you can see, TML is already inside the warehouse, one of the strongest compounds to actually have, especially in this kind of zone. Not just because it's center, but it does provide a lot of cover because it makes it very difficult for teams trying to crash their way into the zone itself.
All they got to do is just hold on to their dear lives at this point. Just need to somehow hold down the fort as for Team LOLs. We witness Sai. He really gets himself into the midst of action. The young Gans who has performed really well lately. And look at Joyesh. Opens it up. Ryken already down on his knees. So, eye for eye, they have already lost out on 2 of their players. Their early endeavors was to somehow secure those central spots. But these hard shifts have constantly been haunting them. Forced to change positions, as a result of which, they're starting to lose out on numbers.
Yeah, indeed. But speaking of numbers here, I'm curious to see what they're going to do because the majority, it seems, is going to be focusing on the southwest section of the circle. And inside shelter itself, look at this crash. Another entrance being covered here from side TMG. We have SBA on the other side of the shelter itself here. It's just complete pandemonium to try and hold down all these bunkers. And interesting now, TMG, they are going to be setting one, just the buggy itself, to prevent people from flanking from the other entrance itself.
Are they going to blast open this buggy is the big question. But if you want to have an explosive BGMI gameplay, might as well check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G. We did talk about it housing the world's first Dimensity 8350 chipset. As for now, we've got God's Rain already eyeing out the players of AIB. Slur circling around them, and Destro does not even budge, does not even fumble, gets that first knock. Will instantly wipe him off as he now seeks some cover. He's getting shot at though, I see. As GDR, they're still scrambling for safety. Not out of harm's way yet.
I like what GDR is doing as well. They're trying to protect that hovercraft for the longest of time. They need those bunkers as much as they can, knowing for a fact that those hovercraft is going to provide some kind of protection if the circle shifts into the open area as well. We do see the monster trucks also being used. Not exactly the greatest for cover, but it does give you that slight elevation to have information to pick out on potential snakes from afar. And AIB, they're going to be playing in prison, so it is a pretty safe place to be at, except for the fact that if any teams are looking on top of that cove terrain, it is going to be a death sentence to them.
Yeah, I mean, for AIB, they were quite unprepared, unguarded, eventually 2 players getting taken down. But when you look at the circle, Mansion still not occupied, Stunt area just recently occupied, so many teams lurking out in the open, and now with the circle shifting, you still have TML having a really good position. As of now, we've got Botex also losing out on their numbers. Myth officials, they've lost out on Aiden. So all these teams have had those individual losses. But for 4BR, this game could be set up for them. Even the likes of TMG and Alibaba Raiders quite in close contention to each other. With SBA constantly breathing under their necks, it's going to be an interesting affair as to who makes it out alive. For GDR though, it's going to be a smooth sail. They know they've got AIB to deal with, but they've got so much playing areas around that eastern side. Might as well can play from the northern side, but for that to happen, they'll have to deal with 2 teams, Genex
so
FM and TGL.
It's
tough,
really, really tough. Considering
but a good position there. You've got some slopes.
Yeah, it is some slopes, but considering the volume that is happening on the west side, it's just absolute pandemonium. But speaking of pandemonium, look at this. Myth going up against Bot X here. Bot X was one of the latest rotating from outside the zone, and now they're going to get completely clashed on. Myth now going for a couple of nades. Spear at Rarex. Gets a little bit of a clip, but guess what? Kunal from the side is able to find an opening against Myth, and that's going to be Myth down to his 2 players left as they continue their journey. But this crash is getting third party and supervised by the rest of the world. But what a spray from Spear RX! The UMP run and gun finds two in the back, and just like that, Bot X, they lose two players.
Just thrusting it into perfection will be Spear, living up to his name, but for Myth officials, it's not looking good. Down to their final two, and for Vortex, even worse. Not even a single finish on the board, and that will be one game getting over. Really needed to have a good head start, build up that momentum, but look at this. Last Hope Esports out in the open, and Abhi has spotted them out. The big question I see is, has Myth Esports also done the same? They've got no covers.
I don't think they can even get out as well. It's such a death sentence there in that vicinity. But guess what, Team Lowe's, they find a little bit of compound here. On top of them is going to be Gen X FM. Is going to be looking to try and threaten this compound. And fortunately to say, Gen X FM, they are right at the edge of the zone. But it is a pretty steep one where a lot of teams from afar can shoot them. Whereas Team Lowe's, they have a decent amount of cover. But seems like the call has been made. Gen X FM, they are going to go in for the crash.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. Shogun already denied that entry as Joyish makes good work of him. And now follows it up with Evil also getting taken down, which leaves Vishu and Dhruv, two players working in tandem. But now, Team LOL's in complete control over this fight. Nades already pinned out, will be propped. And there you have it. Two players almost getting down there. Yes, that's a confirmation as Team LOL's without a hiccup. Of course, Kunal is down on his knees as dead player from the backlines. He also makes an entry.
Eye for an eye. Here's all this commotion. They're going to be third party in this. But Joyesh, that nade was perfect. And right now, that player seems like eye for an eye. They have to back off. They don't have the numbers. They're looking to get a little bit of third party action. But unfortunately to say, they just don't have the numbers to fight this.
Yeah,
they're pretty spread off. Team Lowe's a little bit paranoid. Whether or not it is a full squad, but they are going to be able to get the reset. However, let's talk about the zone. Guess what? The zone is going to close up. And where is it going to go? It's going to go into that vicinity. And guess what? Team Lowe's, they still have the compound for themselves.
How? That's a big question. How are they still there? Still inside the zone. But look at this. TMG, they're going to do this. They're going to burst that buggy and somehow nauseate Chris, who's still inside the bunker. It's going to be an interesting affair. GDR still playing around those eastern peripheries. They're still eyeing out for avenues to enter in. Slope, the dish that I was talking, it is right smack at the center, but still quite exposed. So all these teams, they'll have to play their cards right. As of for BR, I still believe they've got such a nice footing.
Agreed. But here is going to be the biggest question here from teams coming from the shelter, right?
Alibaba just chilling. Just waiting for a fight to happen.
They're going to be trading against the zone here, hoping to try and third-party somebody, but no noise has been made just because in the shelter vicinity there is 3 teams. Alibaba Raiders inside shelter, pretty much stuck in between SBA and TMG, whereas TMG and SBA has to push in the zone, which unfortunately say it is going to be a very difficult circle to actually push in, considering that there is that warehouse which is so annoying and so hard to actually push into. And GDR, they're trailing by, and guess what? The scouter members coming from Eye for an Eye, but doesn't really want to take the risk to be caught out in the open just to get one player.
Yeah, that's really smart from GDR. Did not really go for the pursuit, rather decided to hold on to the position. They know that even if somebody needs to come out, they will be out in the open, but Ninja, he gets chipped and lasered down from the players of TWOB. Surely did not see that coming. As for TMG, it has finally come into fruition, a fight against SBA. As Goku, he has to come in aid for his teammates. Arthur and Devil still out in the open. Franklin just playing around the bunkers. Flex shot down on his knees as Chris, he even falls. Alibaba Raider still into the mix as Goku gets clipped off. And there you have it. TMG live to fight another day.
What a play coming from TMG. They realize there's just too many people. They have to take this fight. They've got 5 finishes, but guess what? They have to make a run for it as well. The hovercraft's getting shot from left, right, front, and center. Can they keep it alive? But unfortunately to say, they have to get out right at the shack. Can they survive? No, they cannot. Arthur gets picked off. It's only Devil Levin. He's also going to get down. And he is going to get taken down as well because 4BR is right there to shoot him from afar. But while they are shooting, guess what? Arc Knight finds the perfect opportunity to strike. And guess what? They are going to be able to find another one. Joel is able to clean out another player, and 4BR is only down towards the last player as Arc Knight finds the perfect moment to strike.
Unnecessary movements being the cause of demise for the players of 4BR. completely lost inside that fight as Zeus. He's also been snuffed out. And now Arknights know exactly what needs to be done as TWOB go for the march in. It is going to be Justin that has to deal with two players in front of him. Will eventually fall as TWOB just sweep the floor as God's Reign. They bow out of the first game without a lot of finishes.
Wow, TWOB making a statement here, but interesting enough, guess what? It's stage 6 in the zone, a pretty open field, and there's still 10 teams alive in this zone. One of the most difficult zones to play, but surprise, surprise, Kenna! He got picked off. Where did that guy come from? Eye for an eye.
I mean, he's making so much out of that situation. Eye for Eye did suffer some early casualties. Despite that, they're quite relentless. Have been such a pain for the others to deal with as the last player. I think he gets dealt with. Yes, Visual OP. He gets blown off into smithereens as TWOB. Unwanted losses over there, but still 6 finishes to latch on as now we've got Team Mayank making a rotation. They want those central areas for themselves. As for Team LoLs, they've notched down on the aggression a little bit, I see, as they have somehow made it inside the top 9.
Agreed, but at the same time, look at Team Shockwave as well inside the minimap. They're doing Team Shockwave things once more.
Yeah.
They're always the reason why everybody is on the outside. And guess what? The Western Shoreline, look at this. It's just an absolute pandemonium. Everyone is just congested here. Everybody just doesn't know what to do. And even for Last Hope, they have 3 men. And guess what? They spotted a player inside the shack. And here comes the rush. He wasn't prepared. And RB, from the side of Bot X, is the last man standing, was able to hold down this shack. And guess what? Hovercraft delivered in his presence.
Yeah, a gift. Unwanted one at that, as Frankie, pretty sure he's going to get the best out of Maxioso. He's been dealt with. That being said, Myth officials, they depart from this game. As for now, Bot X, and for Robbie, he's yet to secure that finish. So nothing happens until and unless he goes out in the open or lets Flame just fall to his own miseries. As for Frankie, he needs to try and get the revive. They need to fight for it. But the moment they do that, you've got Team LoLs waiting for them with bated breaths. As Shockwave, they've got the perfect bridge to play around. Now going after the players of Arknights. Joel also dealt Trigger. He's got to make a run for his life. Arknights, they are starting to fall.
This is the classic Shockwave gameplay. They send waves towards everyone, and now even the Shocks as well. They find Trigger. Everyone from the south side has been cleaned out by Team Shockwave. And they are going to move ahead as we're down towards the next final 6 teams. And 16 players remaining. Arknight being eliminated from this game. And Team Lowe's, now, they are going to be in the crosshairs. And guess what? They are getting shot from afar. As they need to go for the resets. Kunal going for a 1 versus 1 against Last Hope. But somehow, he's going to bleed. He actually kamikazed himself. What?
Yeah, it's fine. We've got to move on. So much action's happening right now in front of our screen. We've also got Team Mayank finally trying to get some footing, finally trying to get a couple of finishes to their names. Look at Anonymous and Superman. Superman already stealthy, just kind of sneaking his way, whilst Anonymous just drawing all that attention. And just to add a bonus, he gets a knock. And this is where Superman, he has to step out of his hiding. He knows that Blazy is inside that smoke. And now he needs to secure that finish. He gets that done as TWOB. Already 7 finishes secured, but now have to find means of entering inside the zone.
This is a clutch coming from Superman as well. He was just pressuring and make sure that Anonymous is going to be A-okay. But Mayank now in a little bit of trouble. Anonymous is going to go for the drone and gun, but he's going to get shot. Oh, the timing could not be better. And now only Superman remains from beside TWOB. Final 4 teams, but they do have 7 finishes. Mayank, the center inside the warehouse now, surviving as much as they can, but Shockwave heard all this commotion, and they are gonna throw a couple of nades over to try and pressure them.
Yeah, complete miscommunication taking over TWOB. No help provided by Superman there. Could have ended differently, but now Shockwave, like you said, they've got such a nice high ground vision. They've already got the players of Team Mayank and TWOB pinned down to a corner. You've got Madman readying up his grenade. He'll toss it out. Pretty much enough to take down. Arvin barely survived by the skin of his teeth. Still needs to reorient, reposition himself. But this time, won't be spared as Madman gets that connection, and I'm pretty sure Shockwave would want to double down on it.
Yeah, they really do as well, but guess what, Team Mayang, they're just completely blinded as well. They're pinned between TWOB and also Shockwave, and you can see the hesitation from Shockwave to commit just because Team Lowe's may be sneaking around, but somehow Team Lowe's, they're able to cross the road. They're keeping left unchecked, and this is going to be the four-way showdown. Everybody's close and personal, but guess what, Lowe's, they also want a third party on TM.
Oh, this is looking really exciting. Team Lols, they've made it inside the zone, and now they can take down the players of Team Mayang and also could deal with the players of Shockwave. Of course, that smoke obscuring their vision there, but the moment it dissipates, it's going to be all out in the open. As for now, Team Mayang, they need some breathing space here. They want Team Lols and Shockwave to fight it out amongst each other. Blazy, he's all coiled up. So is Aryan. But the moment Madman just takes a little bit of a peekaboo there, he's going to be spotted out, and that won't end well.
Look at the space that Team Lowe's have right now.
Look at Sai.
They have so much space control. But the problem with this space is that if anyone gets taken out, in this case, Siam, ooh, if he gets taken out, Team Lowe's lose all control of this fight. Whereas Shockwave and TM still finding that opening, and Madman is able to find that pick. They know exactly where TM is. The sprays come through. Madman still has 2 first aid kits. They're going to try and wrap up this fight before they continue the journey. And guess what? Even Team Lowe's is going to say hello to TM.
Oh, almost had him. Aryan, he needs to reply back. Still just hiding around that buggy. Wants to explode it. Will be Kunal. Does have those 2 Molotovs. When on earth is he going to use that? Realizes that smokes are important as Aryan. He gets finished off. As for Team Lols, look at this. This is the aggression that Team Lols wanted to showcase in round 3. But come with round 4, they already have 11 to their names. And Joyesh, he's stepping up big time.
This is a big run from Team Lowe's. This is an absolute domination from them. The first time we've seen them have so much confidence. And the one stopping them in this track from taking the chicken dinner now is going to be Shockwave. Also a commendable undergods coming from the round stages itself. And now as the smoke setup comes through, you can see Shockwave, they're so hesitant just because Siam is still alive across the world. It is a 4v3, or in this case, in favor of Shockwave, having the numbers advantage. But as the circle closes, they need to get that opening, and Shockwave is still so afraid, unaware where Siam's position is. They know roughly where he is, but as long as he survives, it is so hard to push into his Joyesh.
They know exactly where he is. Look at that smoke. Just gave his position away. But what Team Lols need to do is a little bit of that bait and switch. Have Sai move in whilst the players are shooting at him. Fire back. This should be what Team Lols should be doing right now. Because now we are down to that final circle. It is a 4-on-3 collision. And Team Lols, they do not have the numbers to back up with. Of course, Sai, look at all those amounts of grenades, all those Molotovs being forced at him. But now is the moment where he has to make a run. And this is where Joyesh, he needs to strike, I see.
This is smart of Joyesh as well. He's faking the smokes here, expecting Shockwave to take the bait, assuming that Team Lowe's has gone for the flank. And because of that smoke, that momentary smokes played, Siam's able to cross over. Extrovert not able to pick him off. And Team Lowe's, now they're going to be grouped up. And Shockwave, they're unaware where they could be, but all they know is that they are all right at the edge, and Shockwave's able to find a pick as well. Astrowood cuts the crosshair, but he gets traded off.
Yeah, but look at Sai. He does find that trade, and now Shockwave, they want to march in for that final finish. They will eventually get it. And what a way to kick things off in round 4. Especially when you Shockwave, when you did not have a great time around, but this time, making no mistakes, getting your basics right is going to be enough. And shockwaves throughout the lobby. Whilst we were all anticipating, I see it could be GTR, it could be TWOB, but look at that. Team Lols and Shockwaves, 2 of these teams who have been through the gauntlet, and they are the ones who thrive and get the chicken dinner and the 2nd position respectively.
Exactly, and guess what? There was a little bit of surprises here coming in round 4, especially for Group 3 itself, because TWOB stepped up very, very well as well. Yes, they were taken out on 4th place, but considering their performances coming from Grind and now, I would say it was a very, very big improvement coming from them. GDR seems like it's a little bit slow start coming from them. SBA also struggled a little bit, but like you said, Team Lowe's and also Shockwave was a very, very surprising game coming from them. But Shockwave, I'm surprised that they're able to do their shenanigans again from the group stages, and then now here, doing the same thing against the top contenders.
You know, there have been quite a few tweaks that they've made. This time they're not playing around the center, I see. If you've noticed, they're playing around the edges because they knew in this circle, playing from the center is pretty much a bane for you. You cannot use that to your advantage. All those teams that were vying for the center were the ones getting eliminated. So they were the cunning ones. They let the others fight it out. The best thing they did was to keep their numbers alive. They had all 4 of their players, whilst for Team LOLs, they had been gunning their way, had almost around 11 to 12 finishes to keep their tally up. But that's good, especially when you talk about Team LOLs and even for Shockwave. Both these teams had a really rough time. They barely just managed to qualify inside of round 4. But that is going to ease the nerves. They're going to have a much better time as the games goes on.
I think to add on to your point on what you said as well, I kind of disagree that Shockwave doesn't play center. It's more like during the early stages, they still play center, but right towards round 4, round 5 onwards, they prioritize on edge quadrants rather than center to actually kind of zone people off. Because in that final moment, I think, yes, they were right at the edge. It was like round 5, but that was the stage where, you know what, I'm in a position to just gatekeep everyone. And one thing I've realized about Shockwave is that they are one of the teams that are so good at gatekeeping people, even from the previous rounds until now.
You know, honestly speaking, in Erangel, it would be a different case. Because when you talk about where they drop around the western Georgies. So from there, it's very difficult to actually take center right from the start. I mean, I could take this argument if it comes in a game like Sanhok or even Miramar, where they tend to go there. And this is yet to be discovered out of Team Shockwave. But, you know, these minor tweaks that they've been making, you know, this time they were a little upfront as well. At Shockwave, usually we've seen them, they prioritize heavily on their positioning. But this time we could see Madman, he was actually getting aggressive. And even for Team LOLs, Joyish, he's been such a breath of fresh air, because when you talk about this team in whole, it's usually Sai or if it's Crimson who steps up. But this time, for Joyish to be getting, what, 6 to 7 finishes to his name, I think Team LOLs, they look very prepared.
I agree. Even Team LOLs as well. It felt like there was a lot of brilliance coming from their usual formation in the final zone as well. It felt like there was a moment where they were trying to shadow copy K9's esports playstyle, with Sion being the solo player. It almost paid off, but he just couldn't find the opening. And it's just a little bit unfortunate, just because that small little ridge terrain on towards Shockwave's force side is the reason why Sion couldn't find an opening. Like, if that was a flat ground, I'm pretty sure it was be happy pickings coming from Sion.
You know, we're going to talk about that because we'll have a better picture. The highlights do show up. I really felt, I see that, you know, they could have used Sai as a scapegoat. I really wanted them not to drop those smokes and obscure the vision, because there was no point in getting Sai unified with his team there whilst they were unable to do anything. Instead, use him as a bait, have all those shots fired at his direction. Somebody like a Joyish or maybe Crimson could have fired back. At least a couple of knocks, there would have been a fighting chance, because eventually what Team LOLs did was just dig their own graves. They were stuck. There was no room for cover. They could not get out. You know, so much could have been done in that situation.
I really like this play coming from Team LOLs. The idea is good. It's just that Shockwave didn't take the bait, because initially Joyev was pushing all the way to the side. They dropped a lot of smokes on towards the other terrain, hoping to bait Shockwave to think that, hey, there's a potential snake there. But because of the overall flank on the sides, they already had perfect angles on every one of the sides, which did not make the fake work in favor of Team LOLs at all. I like the idea, but again, Shockwave just had more numbers in terms of vision as well.
Yeah, still, you know, when you look at the bigger picture, both these teams performed really well. As we take a look at the top 5 players, we've got Team LOLs, Kunal, Joyish, both of them making their mark. We've got Superman from TWOB. There was a little bit of a miscommunication towards the end. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But then again, when we take a look at the reality check, the point standings, Shockwave 19 points, Team LOL 17 points. What a way to start off their journey.
Agreed. And of course, even TWOB with 11 points as well. I would say a pretty good run for them, considering that they had a decent amount of position. But Mayang was a very, very surprising one, because they had one of the strongest compounds in the warehouse itself, inside that circle itself. But they did not get enough of finish points. Unfortunately to say, they only have 2 finish points despite being in a position where everybody is dodging you.
You know, they had the best position inside the game throughout, like right around the center. But This is something that is very difficult for us to digest. God's Reign, SPA Esports. Now, SPA Esports was quite aggressive. They need to notch it down. They need to take a little bit of a chill pill. For Genix FM, not the best of starts, but eye for eye. I think that was that one player, dead player, who was such a nuisance inside the lobby. He might not have gotten a lot of finishes, but constantly poking. Initially started off trying to take the players off God's Reign, then eventually third-partied a lot of fights. But for Team LoLs, what I loved was how they dealt with Genix FM, if you remember, right? Joyish with that grenade towards the end. It was looking flawless.
Yeah, it was indeed flawless as well, because there was a play where I think Genix FM was a little bit hesitant, realizing that based on their position, they're like, if we try to stay on this hill, we are going to get taken out. And finally make the call to actually rush in was a smart call. But you can see that Team LoLs was already prepared for that. And because of that small indifference, which resulted in Loon getting taken out, it's just unfortunate.
No, they pushed in without a single knock. What were you expecting to happen? Really fell flat, but they do need to bounce back, because next up is going to be Miramar. Before that, a short little break, folks, as you guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
बैड स्क्वाड तो बची नहीं, क्या हुआ? कमबैक नहीं हो रहा क्या?
प्रो स्क्वाड जो मैप खेले उसे मीरामार कहते हैं, और उसी स्क्वाड को जो बिना स्कोप के निपटा दे उसे विक्टर कुमार कहते हैं। तेरे बैग में इतना एमो नहीं होगा जितना विक्टर कुमार एक स्प्रे में उड़ा देता है।
विक्टर, कहाँ है तू?
जिन हॉट ड्रॉप पे तुम जैसों के खोपड़े उड़ जाया करते हैं, वहां पे हम अपने एक्स सूट सुखाया करते हैं।
विक्टर, बाहर आ!
ताजमहल की कसम, इस तंदूरी नाइट में एक चिकन डिनर तो बनता है। दीवान, कम टू माय मैदान।
बैडएस बनने के लिए सिर्फ स्वैग नहीं, स्किल्स भी इंपॉर्टेंट है।
डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सब सही स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओह यस।
Alright, boys, we are back with Realme BGIS 25 as we've got Baby Necros with us on the desk. As now, it is something that I'm really trying to comprehend or get my minds around. GDR Necros really dropped the ball in that one.
Yeah, pretty much. I really felt like that was a little unfortunate situation for them, because I mean they were having a very clean rotation from the eastern side, no teams around, playing it slow and steady, trying to find a sweet spot for themselves. But I mean, I even did not see that coming from the side of TWOB, but they played exceptionally out there. And God's Reign, again, I feel like this was just a first match. They still have a lot more to come up with.
They still have a lot more to come up with, and our sponsors for this event have come up with yet another very good smartphone. I'm talking about the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Houses the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra 5G chipset. We've been talking about the features. It gives you double the performance in its segment. Now we've been talking about the Antutu benchmark scores also over 1.45 million plus. That's quite impressive.
Also with the 6000 mAh battery, you can just play for
Ages.
hours and hours, again charge it, again play it, and again the design coming in, the lunatic soil texture. It gives you that premium feeling once you just kind of get it on your hands and like you play the games, like, okay, I've bought something which is worth the money.
And we, by mistakenly did a little bit of a drop test and it survived that as well. So can vouch for this phone. But as we move on ahead, we have to talk about the games that have already happened. Like in round 4, we've seen one half of the games done and dusted. The other groups, the results are out there. But looking at this group, we really thought, some teams to really shine out, but a couple of underdogs really stepped up. I'm talking about Team Mayank. They might not have gotten a lot of finishes, Necro, but they were definitely bang on with their positioning.
Completely. I mean, they were playing very slow, very calmly. That's one of the most important points that I feel we need to kind of highlight, because for the teams, those who are coming up from the previous rounds, playing those in-game qualifiers, not playing those grind matches, there are a lot of teams in this group that have played grind, but there are still a lot of those who haven't. So for those teams coming into this round 4 itself, and again playing against so many big teams, so many experienced teams, to keep themselves calm down, okay, it's fine, we are in the final circle, we can get it done, we can get the points. I feel like Team Mayank has done an exceptional job in the very first map of Erangel, but what needs to be done more is what I feel, they need to keep this composure till the very end. The first 3 games definitely are going to be important, but also they will have 3 more games tomorrow as well.
There certainly will be. So the target has to be somewhere getting around 22 to 25 points so that they make the cutoff.
I feel like 40.
I mean, from the first
3 games, yeah. I still feel like if they can keep this kind of average, I feel like 30 points is what they're going to finish by the end of day 1.
Going by the flow of it, they need to start racking up a couple of finishes, maybe get one chicken dinner. But, just swaying away from Team Mayank, we have to talk about SBA. Now, for SBA Esports, when we looked at their stats, they were fantastic. This is a team that knows to play aggressive. This is a team that has graced the land during the BMPS. They were from the lineup of Phoenix Esports. But this time, they were quite over-aggressive, eventually leading to their own demise.
I feel like they want to play similar like what K9 did in their own groups.
Yeah.
I mean, K9 went just too much bonkers. But still, I mean, a team who had scored 90 points in the previous round 3 itself, they have dominated their own group. They're playing confidently, and that's what matters the most. I feel like SBA has some similar plans like K9. They want to go aggressive. They want to show the lobby, we have the gun power, guys. So if you want to come up against us, you better be prepared. But it's fine. Again, first match, they have shown their class. Second match, Miramar is going to be that testament for themselves.
This is the problem, right? When you want to show your skills with your firepower, might as well play from the edges. Why play from the center?
I feel like
they got third party there.
Yeah, I feel like they wanted to try something different maybe for the very first map. Again, it's Erangel, so they want to take a chance, and maybe 1 or 2 maps you can take it, but it's just better not to sometimes.
Listen, man, I mean, as much as I would want to agree with you with 6 matches to be played in totality, I don't think you can rest easy or breathe easy. You need to get those average points, but still, 4 points is nothing to scoff at, but hoping that they make a comeback whilst a lot of these teams. Before we head into Miramar, any quick predictions you've got?
I feel like Shockwave is going to do something different.
All right, Shockwave once again, something different means no chicken dinner for them, but we set sail into Miramar.
It's time for the map of Golden Sand, and as we speak, all the 16 teams, they're all prepped up, all set up to find something from this particular map of Miramar. A lot of teams are still in a need where they want to get some points for themselves, get a good game, while some of them, those who have already backed up good amount of points from the first map of Erangel, will be looking forward to continue their domination in the map of Miramar. The flight path starts from Puerto Paracillo in the southeast and ends in the southwestern side of El Pozo. So it's a southwestern side oriented flight path that we see right as of now, and teams slowly and gradually going towards their respective drop location. You do see God's Rain going towards Impala. There's going to be 4BR out there in Puerto Parecio. Not as many drop clashes, I kind of anticipate, but we need to kind of wait and see where are the teams heading. Because, again, this is the first Miramar of this particular group. The teams, they have done their homework for sure. They don't want to collide against each other in those early fights and losing their comrades, which will affect their end game. So all the teams are all set as of now. We are not seeing any kind of drop clashes. We do see Genesis going to Picado, SBA towards the La Bendita split, Los Leones all to the name of Team LOLs. Arc Knights going towards the direction, having a southern end split for themselves down of Los Leones. So a lot of compounds for Arc Knights to play along with. Alibaba Raiders also going, my bad, it's going to be AIB Sports going towards Partona. But the circle comes in that central western side of the entire map. You do see TWOB having a huge split. I'm not quite sure. Anonymous just went way too far from his team. The entire team of TWOB, they are there in the areas of Monte Nuevo, but Anonymous just went to Power Grid. That's a huge split that has been adapted from their end, but we do see Myth Official as well as TMG in that close proximity of El Pozo on the northern side. We also see Last Hope as well. So a lot of teams around in the northwestern side of the map and the circle, also keeping some of the teams out there in the areas of ruins. But we were talking about SB a few moments ago, Fixes, and right as of now it seems like they're collecting vehicles to reach their drop location.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, for SBA Esports, as long as they can play it a little slow and steady. But my eye still fixated at those crater fields, El Pozo area. You've got 3 teams in the mix. We've got Last Hope, we've got Myth Officials, we've also got TMG. Now, TMG is a team that has been through the gauntlet, have played 42 matches. Those are some incredible numbers, and they know what needs to be done. What I love about TMG is the fact that they do not shy away from fights. Now, this is, again, another one of those returning names that have made it back. But Gen X FM, Necros, this time, they cannot be pushing like that. They'll have to be more alert. They'll have to be more, more cautious with how they want to pick their fights. Because if they do what they did earlier, they're going to fall down really hard.
That is really problematic for them. And having some experienced players out there, we know Madrek, Dhruv, Vishu, they have been there for a long time. A newer addition, Shogun, coming in. I really felt like the gunpowder is going to evolve. It's going to be better because Shogun, we know his performance. We have seen his past. So, alright, as of now, it hasn't been like that in the first map of Erangel. We do tend to see what happens in the map of Miramar, as you mentioned. They need to be a little bit cautious. They need to get a little bit more information about the compound that they're trying to push, which might just help them.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Gen X FM, you've got some seasoned veterans inside the lineup. And you did mention about Shogun, Rookie of the Year in 2023, comes in the official circuit and wins it all. So, goes on to show he's got so much to prove once again. As of now, we've got GDR placed around Impala. The usual dropping grounds. They're going to sit back, relax. You know, what I think that GDR made a mistake with was in them going in for the center a little too early. You could see they wanted to chase down one of the players of Eye and eventually caught between the fire from multiple teams. Had they delayed it a little bit longer, had they moved with the circle, they would have had a much better outing in the previous game.
Completely agreed. I mean, they could have prevented the fights coming from TWOB. They could have done the similar thing to TWOB rather than being one of the praise to them. So, yep, a little bit of a mistake coming up from the side of God's Reign in the very first map. But again, it's a new map. It's a new storyline for the likes of God's Reign. But for you, if you're looking forward for a new device, definitely check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is launching on 19th of March. And again, we are telling you that if you go to the Google and search Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you can stand a chance to win some exclusive rewards.
Yeah, freebies. Who does not love that? And the worst part is we're not allowed to participate. So that sort of increases your chances because Necro has been meaning to get a new device. So, get it before it's gone. It's going to release pretty soon, 19th of March. Just in the next couple of days. But now, getting back, TWOB. Now, they've had a really good start into game one, if you ask me, because, yeah, there were those few errors where they did lose out on few of the players, but still, despite that, they had decent finishes too for themselves, right? And this is what is needed, right? You did not have to get a chicken dinner. You need to have that average of 7 to 8 points, which I believe they got for themselves.
And they have to continue in this map of Miramar as well. So one good match, it's fine. You got a good start. You are in a comfortable spot for sure. Again, if you want to be there for a longer period of time, you need to kind of play along with the flow, what is happening. Like, go with the flow. That's what we say. So, for now, yes, TWOB, they are having a good time, but also Team LOLs. I mean, I'm really impressed by the performance that they came up with. The nades were right, but the last decision, that one last decision that could have kind of given them the game, Sai, he could have stayed a little bit in a different area, and then it would have been a different story for Team LOLs.
Yeah, I mean, that moment has passed. I think for Team LOL, still sitting at around, what, 17 points? I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty impressed, especially with how much they've improved from round 3 to round 4. If you remember, Necros, those games of Erangels were pretty scrappy for Team LOLs. They used to go out hunting like headless chickens, eventually to get caught off. But look at this. Anonymous, he's got so much vision on the players of Alibaba Raiders. Maxis already snuffed out. Just waiting for Chris to be out in the open. So I'm pretty sure it's not going to be about them taking shots. It's all about collecting and gathering that information. They still want to keep that stealth going on, at least till the next circle, or when Alibaba Raiders are pretty much out in the open. When they're vulnerable, that's when they strike.
Anonymous was a little bit quicker, you know, Fixes, when we were seeing the teams taking their respective drop location. 3 of the players of TWB went in the areas of Montenegro. Anonymous was the only person out there in Power Grid. I was a little surprised. Why is this guy so far from his team? But now I understand the kind of play. There was a quick rotation coming in from the other 3 teammates, and right now they are sitting in a very comfortable spot with having a good topographic advantage all to themselves, which again gives them a lot of information around their surroundings. And again, they are in a position that they can collect a lot of finishes.
You know, what surprises me is nobody has taken over Power Grid. Because ideally, we've seen these circles, right? Eventually end around those Picado Hills. And Gen X FM, they've done their bidding. And it also seems like TWOB is heading towards Power Grid. It's a moment of truth where we get to see that hard shift, and look at this, going all the way down south. So eye for eye, really have a chance to go big in this game. But with Team LOLs just beside them, and even GDR inching in close. And let's not forget SBA. So the eastern side is going to witness a lot of fireworks. As for TMG, they've spotted a team out. It's going to be Team Mayank. Almost one of those players dropped pretty low, and for Blazy, his vehicle almost in fumes, and there you have it, looping, being dealt with. And for TMG, this is the aggression, Necros, that we've been loving so far.
This is the golden opportunity. That's the green signal, and you do see the cars already on a roll. They want to get those early finishes. Not quite sure whether that one player is going to get the revival or not, because there are no such chances. You do see all the players in a split area might just try to backfire the players of TMG. But not a great spot if you ask me. Yes, that finish will be confirmed. That's the first one for TMG. But right as of now, Team Mayank, they had a really good start in the map of Erangel. Not the quite one that they wanted in this map of Miramar, but they have to move forward. They have to make some quicker decisions. If they stay right here in the open, that can be problematic.
And meanwhile, Joyce is out of the server already, so not the best of news, at least for Team LOLs. And this is the inconsistency that even IC was upset about. There are games where Team LOLs, they really impress us, and right off the bat, losing one of your star players, it's not the ideal way you want to kick things off. But look at this, even Shockwave, they've lost out on Shroud. Still not confirmed though. Shockwave is going to do everything that needs to be done, trying to keep Shroud alive. But seems like he wants to cut on his losses. Now this does make sense, given the fact that if they want to get him back up, they will have to invest into a lot of resources. So Shroud dealt with. So 2 teams that performed really well in the previous game are now off to a really rough start.
But some of the good starts for Myth Official, you talk about them, then had a great start for the first map of Erangel. They did not bag up a lot of points for themselves, but yep, that one finish that they've got right as of now will give them that one kind of motivation boot. But oh my god, it's Team Shockwave. They're in some real trouble. You do see that one player is barely surviving on a pixel HP.
Yeah.
Not really sure how long he's going to survive, and he's not. Genesis, he doesn't want to they don't want to let them go away, and that is really problematic for Team Shockwave. Extrovert, he's all confined, and everybody knows about his position. Another of his teammate, he's there, and Team Shockwave, they have to take this fight.
Yeah, Genex FM this time. So they're in full control of this zone. And in fact, these compounds. And in this particular situation, now Extrovert, one player, and you've got 4 players bouncing in on him. But look at that from the far off fray. It's going to be Rio, who's just made things a little bit more exciting. As Shogun, he goes for the quick rev as Extrovert decides to step out of his hiding, eventually to be put down 6 feet under. So Extrovert out alongside that Shockwave. All that cushion from the previous game's chicken dinner has been taken away.
Not a kind of position, not a kind of start that they wanted for themselves, but definitely at this moment of time, you do see Dhruv getting knocked out, and he's way too in the open yards. The smokes have to be laid. It's going to be Myth Official around the corner. Genesis, they have to be really cautious. Even eye for eye, you do see them trying to take some dig in this entire fight. The shots being fired. Deadflare has been spotted, but that revival, it should be completed by Deadflare. Few more shots, and that man is going to get down.
Yeah, but he's still playing with fire. The only good thing is that he's got some cover to work things around. As Genex FM, they've got 3 finishes to themselves, but how much more can they gather as eye for eye? Inching in closer, Demigod right next to the players of Genex FM. He's got to deal with, in fact, 2 teams. Fights for GDR and SBA. I think we are anticipating a little bit of a showdown over here. Snowjot, he's got that higher ground. Destro, quite unaware. He's not looking at Snowjot's direction. And seems like GDR, they've got no idea. Finally they do. And suddenly we'll get back into their shell, all prepped up for a fight.
This was a little bit of a mistake. Snowjot wanted to take a chance, but he has compromised his position. And I really don't think that God's Reign, they will allow this player to just move freely around the corner. A lot of teams out there in the contention. We do talk about 4BR. They're in a distant area. They won't be looking forward to poke into this fight. But I'm really afraid of how SBA, they're going to take their move because, yes, they have to rotate at least in the most northeastern side from this particular compound because, once again, when you do look onto this kind of fights, going up against God's Reign is always a tough task.
Yeah, but if you want to make that task a little bit easier against the Titans, you have to check out this phone, the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. We've been talking about the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra 5G chipset in it. Gives you double that performance. You've got that stable 90 FPS gaming, especially going up against the big dogs. You're going to need that to your advantage. It's going to launch on the 19th of March. So might as well head towards Google and search for Realme P3 Ultra 5G to stand a chance to win some exclusive freebies.
On our screen comes up Team LOLs. Once again, they haven't had a great start. Joyce, one of the key players of Team LOLs, has been compromised already earlier in the game. And that's going to be a problematic situation. But in problems, it seems like SBA, they are into some contendership. And Goku, he falls down and gets completed off. Snowjot versus Oxen. It's going to be a 1v1 duel out there, but the backup arrives from Myth Official. And it seems like SBA, they might just lose more players one by one. But Snowjot finds a double in a single spray. Gets the third one almost in the cross line of fire. But that player survives, or it could have been fatal for the side of Myth Official. This is an opportunity for the likes of SBA to do something miraculous at this spot. But the players are coming in. Myth Official, they're into some real trouble. Oxen and Maxioso, they have to get this fight done and dusted. But this native Snowjot can be problematic, not in the right spot.
Yeah, not in the right spot. Missed his mark, and now Myth Official, they live to fight another day. Nothing yet secured, at least for SBA. Despite getting some good knocks, Azarian, he decides to dive in. Ashayan, he's going to be checking all these corners. SBA Esports, they do understand for a fact that this is one of those compounds very tricky to approach, especially if you are going to be the aggressors. So many hiding spots, so many crossfire setups. And now, Myth Official, they know Goku, he's been dealt with. It is a 4-on-3 situation as Aryan still outside the building. Aiden almost cornered out as Maxi also falls. This is the opening that Cheyenne was waiting for.
2 down already. SBA wants to go up close, but Cheyenne gets taken down instantly,
Nice.
gets traded off by SBA. They're looking forward to get this fight done and dusted. Oxen is still alive, a solo player standing for the likes of Myth Official. The nades is going to deal some hefty amount of damage on the players of SBA, but the way they have made this fight back possible, it seems interesting how he's going to take Oxen. He barely survives. Just showed his backs to his opponents, but got a breather. But I'm really not sure about why SBA, they're delaying the fight. It's a 1v3 situation, but that one S12K is
Yeah.
again a nightmare for all the teams.
Exactly. That's the reason. He's got 2 grenades to work with. 1 stun grenade, has to use it. Has overcooked that grenade. Does it make its mark? No. As SBA Esports, exercising extreme caution. They know exactly where Oxen is. It's just moments before they come into a push. And there you have it. Oxen dealing with Snowjord, and Aryan eventually comes closing in. Will get that final nail in the coffin, and SBA, yeah, they had to deal with Goku's early demise, but barring that, quite a nice clinical finish. 4 finishes completed, but somewhere down the line, SBA Esports, they need to calm down. That's too much aggression. This could have gone wrong in big, big ways.
Completely agreed with you, Fixes. It was a lot of time that was invested,
Oh.
but oh my god, it's not going to be that easy. Eye for Eye comes up from a long way back and gets Aryan down. Though he's going to be safe, he should get the revival. It should not be a problem, but for 4 barriers, they have already lost one of their players, and it seems like they are in a really doomed spot.
I mean, for SBA Esports, I don't know. It feels like they've woke up on the wrong side of the bed just after winning such a nice fight, eventually to have lost out on their players, and there you have it. Aryan even confirmed. As for now, 4 barriers. They've got Team AIB right in front of them. Zeus, he's all coiled up, ready to strike. Does have his UMP on his hands. Still not firing bullets though. Still trying to wait it out. He's got that 1 grenade, 1 Molotov to flush his enemy, but does nothing of that sorts as Zeus eventually gets taken down. 4 barriers. Where's the barrier? It's all broken.
Completely broken out there. AIB, this is the mark that they are looking forward. The kind of confidence that they're showing in front of 4 barriers, it's immensely huge. And as of now, Brahma, the nade being tossed up right into that smoke. Fearless, he is fearing the players of AIB Esports at this moment. He's just all alone. He's just playing through the utils, doesn't have anywhere to go, because if he just go out of the smoke, he's done. But that native Joker is right precise to get that final nail in the coffin. And that's it for them. But AIB Esports, 2 finishes backed up. Now they need to make sure that the southern corridor is cleared, because there is not only 1, but 3 teams out there.
They need to recuperate at this point. As for TMG, they're well aware of AIB. Spider Boy needs to get some boosters on. Joker needs to get his clips readied up. As for now, Vortex out in the middle of nowhere. Now TMG, this is hunting grounds for them. And just to make matters worse for Vortex, you've also got Arc Knights, another team that loves to push, that loves to get aggressive as the circle in front of us. GDR pretty much chilling. Quite a lot of traffic around those certain areas. Whilst for Last Hope, look at them. All hunkered up around the northern side. Finally, they're making their move inside the zone.
But in the meantime, SBA, that one last player who was surviving up north, got completely taken down and out, and that's going to be the end of SBA once again with only 4 finishes in their back. They were doing perfectly fine. But yep, we're going to talk about it later. Right as of now on our screen, it's going to be Arc Knights versus Bot X. Bot X hasn't been able to find some good spots, a good time for themselves, but it seems like TMG, they are in some real trouble. It's going to be AIB Esports from the backyards. Arthur has been taken down and out, but yes, there has been some trade fires being exchanged from both the ends, but FlexJod, he's way too much in the open. It's going to be problematic. Devil wants to get some cover fire. Franklin comes up with some more. Eventually saves the day. FlexJod, he's going to be kissing the stars for his luck, but eventually AIB Esports, they have to come up with a decision. They have to be a little bit quicker in terms of finishing this fight.
An absolute comedy of errors from TMG. No reason whatsoever to come out in the open like that. And getting a little ahead of themselves. Somehow managed to get that revive back up. But still, for AIB, now the odds have been evened. A 3-on-3 situation. Flex shot does have that one extra finish. But at this point, AMG, they need to somehow figure a way how to be there inside the next zone. Because after this circle shifts, it's going to go away from them. And AIB is keeping such a close watch on them. I'm rather interested, Necros, to see if they have any vehicles to work with. Because AIB, they have a lot.
And that's more than enough for them. TMG, they're in a position, if they go down, they might be getting thrashed from the side of Bot X, from the left, right. It's going to be AIP, but oh, Team Mayank, it's going to be TWB, and Kana has been taken down. Aryan coming with a beautiful nade. That Molotov was right on the spot, but not enough to get a knockout. Blazy, he has got some really big damage, and he's still getting from afar. He needs to be a little bit cautious out there. Kana's revival, it'd be a little bit dicey for TWOB, but right as of now, we do see Team Mayank pushing up close and personally. Yashu wants to delay the fight with the Molotov, taking the time. Yes, Kana's revival will be possible. TWOB back on their feet once again. But Team Mayank, they have to be cautious. They have delayed the fight a lot. But they have to get the openings once again, as 3 of the players are intact in one single position.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, TWOB, saving grace was that nobody was on their backlines. Or else it could have gone wrong in multiple proportions at this point. Just trying to chip through, just trying to breach through the compounds. As for now, Aryan needs to heal himself up once again. Has survived yet another grenade. But he's not going to make it out alive if one more comes in. So for Team Mayank, the distress call is out there. Aryan still getting out in the open, a little extra brave, but does pay off. Superman on his knees, and this is the time where Team Mayank need to act.
They know that Anonymous is behind, so they can't go from the right-hand side. They need to push from the left, and all the players of Team Mayank, they're advancing. This is the golden spot, but the Molotov to delay the fight a little bit more. Yashu wants to provide the cover fire. If Yashu goes down, that's going to be problematic. That man is barely surviving on a pixel HP. He has to go back, play through the smoke, and this is not the right spot. TWOB, they want to take the fight, they want to take the risk, but they're always being pushed back.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, TWOB, I do not know how are they still breathing, but this time, they want to fight back. They want to make sure that Team Mayank get their message. As is it going to be duly delivered? That's the big ask. As players have been traded off, as Anonymous, completely clueless, gets wiped off. As Yashu, he wants to fight back, and TWOB, by the skin of their teeth, they're still alive in this. Need to get those revives ASAP, because the circle is starting to close in.
Oh my god, what a play by TWOB, but right as of now, a lot of teams, their eyes on pin down in this particular position, getting the revivals, then entering the circle. It's going to be a very tough task, but at this moment, when you look onto the circle, the southern end, once again, so much clustered. AIB Esports, they have to do so much heavy lifting if they want to enter the circle, but the topographic advantage is what they should be playing along. Arc Knights on the left, right, it's going to be God's Reign. They're down the hill, but they're still taking the fights. The nade of Ninja Jord, it is slightly making the connection, but it's still not getting the opening that they want.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
God's Reign,
they're really playing with fire. Yeah, he does, though. But he knows that the moment he goes up once again, it's going to be the players of TMG hurting him. So GDR will have to be very careful with this approach, especially when you're on the foothills and trying to ascend. It's going to be quite difficult because Spider Boy needs to get a revive ASAP. Now for GDR, they have the circle now. They've got the smokes laid out. Ninja Jord, he needs to strike once again. With smoke though, where's the player hiding? This time does not make his mark. Misses, and that gives enough room for Spider Boy to be brought back to life.
it's also a problematic situation for God's Reign because eye for eye, they're also trying to get the players down. Yes, a little bit of ridge difficulties of the covers. It's providing God's Reign some room to play along, but they do know if they can find out the spot of AIB Esports for themselves, it's going to be a really good situation. But all the smoke guns being used, they want to push God's Reign. They have decided they want to ascend the hill and get these things done, but the circle has shifted away. This fight is really crucial for God's Reign, for Arc Knights as well.
It certainly is. AIB looking quite scared. Do they know it is going to be God's Reign right beside them? They still have a nice place. Not anymore. The circle has gone away from them. But Brahma, he decides to be a little brave. Did spot out the silhouette of Justin. Did take a couple of shots, nothing to eventually connect. And he backs off. And at this point, Ninja still out in the open. He finds an opener. Joker, he's been brought down. And this is the perfect cue that God's Reign were waiting for. Another nade being tossed out. Does it make its mark? Is going to be the big ask as AIB 3 players clumped up to 1 point as this nade might just make its mark. And no.
It is missing all those targets by a slight inch, but Ninja Jod, he barely survives the entire circle in the open lands. It's going to be a really tough task to take all the fights out there, but AIB Esports, they are making the move. They want to enter the circle. Always has all his eyes on the players of God's Reign. There are 3 players stuck in that one spot, and everybody needs to come from that direction only. But this man doesn't have any utils, no nades, no molotovs to play, but also Arc Knights coming up from the top, and that is really problematic. Always might just not survive, and he goes down. Trigger gets the opening. AIB Esports, you can't just stand there, man. That's not a good spot to hold.
Yeah, so much information for God's Reign to play with as Delta, he doubles down, gets those 2 players while Arc Knight will get that final one. And GDR somehow survive this scare, but they still know they're not out of the woods yet. They have to deal with Arc Knight, and we know Arc Knight, they love to fight. They love engaging in that as they've lost out. GDR on Destro, their IGL. They've got Dead Player right in front of him, and Delta at this point cannot afford to make any mistakes.
All the shots being fired, Delta PG knows what exactly to do. Eye for eye, they're playing through the smokes, but right on the opposite side, it's going to be Alibaba Raiders. They have been silent for a long time, but Kunal, I don't think he's going to survive for that long. It's a small shack, but then this fight between God's Reign as well as Eye for Eye, Demigods get taken down. So many exchanges of utilities, but still the knocks are happening on the end of Eye for Eye, where they have to back off, they have to push away. But in the meantime, Team LOLs, they end their run in this match.
Yeah, it's going to be Alibaba Raiders who annihilate them, who throw them out of the lobby, but for them, 6 finishes, really nice way to bounce back in inside of round 4, as now Alibaba Raiders focus their attention on the players of Arc Knights. As for Arc Knights, they have to find some means to get inside the zone, with even Eye for Eye having some area to play around. TWOB, Anonymous, Superman, really somehow bringing the team ever so close, have made it inside the top 5. But look at Anonymous, he's gone unchecked. Arc Knights have no clue. The moment they step out of their hiding, this is where Anonymous could strike. But no, he's holding on to his triggers. When does he let loose, Necros?
One last nade, it has been invested, it has to go to the right spot. Swan might just deal a lot of damage, but that's the fire coming from the end. Trigger gets taken down, Anonymous has to step up. He's already going up front, but this is not the result he wanted with Superman. He is still there, he's trying to fight it out, but no, it's not going to happen. Arc Knights, they survive, they are still in the game, but right now they have a Rich to play along. They are down 2 man, the revivals need to be completed. It's not an easy task for Arc Knights. They have 9 finishes in their bag, but right now it's going to be the time for the gods to reign supreme. Demigod has been taken down. That's the green signal for Ninja Jordan Company.
Yeah, but he's down to his last med. He needs to patch himself up and needs to get inside the midst of fight as Eye for Eye, they're also starting to get surrounded. So much on their plate right now. Alibaba Raiders making their lives hell already. And let's not forget Arc Knight. They've got so much going on for them as Dead Player gets taken down. Beam through from the far lines. It is going to be Justin, but look at that. Swan in his dying moments does find a knock onto its Ninja. 4 teams still alive, 12 players still breathing. For GDR at this point, they'll just have to hope that Arc Knights pick a fight against Alibaba Raiders and Eye for Eye get distracted.
Maxes is the first one going down. Arc Knights, they will be looking forward to engage Docs. He has gone up a little bit up front to take the battle, but this is a good situation for Arc Knights. They need to finish Alibaba Raiders to get some more breathing space inside the circle. Joel has been taken down, not a great sign. He will be confirmed. Justin doesn't show any mercy out there. The cover fires were on the way, but Justin, he's just too quick with his reflexes. Doesn't want to give any room, but Delta PG gets Dead Player. He has been annoyed as hell in this match.
Yeah, for God's Reign, they might have been cornered, but they still love to fight. Somehow still alive as Delta PG will confirm that finish onto its Dead Player. And this is where they finally make a move. This is where they finally decide to trample over the dreams of the players of Eye for Eye, as they have been exterminated from the lobby. Next up, it's going to be Alibaba Raiders right in front of them. GDR making good use of all that spaces. You've got Justin eyeing on the players of Arc Knights as they also decide to demolish the players of Alibaba Raiders. Eventually for Justin to find those frags. As of now, it is going to be a 3-on-2 situation.
Justin is there in the off angle. Ninja OP is still there. Maxis has been taken down 2 times. He's in the process of getting the revival. But God's Reign, what they missed out in the previous match of Erangel, they want to accomplish in this map of Miramar. Justin's area has been spotted
Wow.
before going down. Comes up Delta PG from another angle, gets another player down, but that's going to be Justin going down to a 1v2. Delta PG is just surviving alone. Alibaba Raiders, they are here to spoil the game for God's Rain, and they will do it for sure. That's going to be Alibaba Raiders to walk away with the winner chicken dinner.
That was such a close call for Alibaba Raiders. Went down to the wire, but Rio gets to be the hero. As Alibaba Raiders, they might have been newly formed once again, but I think they carry on the spirit of the old Alibaba Raiders. A beautiful chicken dinner against a so much in form GDR, who were looking almost unstoppable inside this game. Whew. This was an absolute thriller towards the end game. It really got exciting, really got spicy. So much was happening, Necros. You know, you had Arc Knights on one end and GDR. They were completely pinned down. Despite that, they fought their way, had a really good run in this one. But Alibaba Raiders, I mean, I have no words to say how they were surviving. It was a difficult game, and boy, oh boy, did they pull off.
I feel like there were a lot of mistakes from the side of Arc Knights. They had a really good situation when Maxus got taken down. I feel like that was the moment where Arc Knights should have kind of pushed towards Alibaba Raiders to get some more breathing space. But they refrained from doing so. They wanted to play a little bit more time, and that costed them because they had one vehicle and Docs went up front. The vehicle got damaged, and that was completely kind of visible by Justin, and he took that chance. But overall, I mean, Arc Knights also played a very good game. They had the circle advantage for a very longer period of time. But when we talk about God's Rain being pinned down, right, they were not pinned down just by one team. We have to give credits to iPhone and I, because the way they were pushing them away, even after getting Demigod, Deadplay getting knocked out several times, the way they hold on to their own grounds was really, really impressive.
Yeah, you know, at that point it was so difficult to say. It was everybody just going for each other's lives, nobody spared. So in that situation, I think God's Train really had one of the toughest paths. Whilst for Alibaba Raiders, it was a little bit of an easy sail in those initial few moments, which got really feisty towards the end. They took down LOLs, they had that little shack to themselves, and that is where they started building it up. Whilst you had Arc Knights fighting it out, you had TWOB almost making things a lot more interesting, because Arc Knight, they lost out on two of their big players, the ones that were actually performing, to the players of TWOB. As a result, could not do enough, and Rio, he played like a monster towards the end, because for a moment I felt like, you know, when you've got Alibaba Raiders and GDR, the odds will definitely favor GDR, and especially when Delta had an MG3, but Rio just did not care.
Yeah, that cover fire, that instant trade coming up from the side of Rio was really important. Just imagine if he didn't get Delta PG out there, things could have been completely different. But once again, all those knocks coming in, Justin getting taken down at first, a lot of things happened in that very final fight, and it was really not easy to sum up all the things that easily because it happened so quickly.
Yeah.
We do have the highlights to again get a rewind on that, but before that also, this was a really good game by Godstrain, a good comeback, I would say. The first game, 4 finishes. This time they had 9 to 10 finishes to deal with. Again, coming in top 2 will grant them 6 more placement points. So that's a good comeback also for Alibaba Raiders.
No, the playing field, I feel like, has been leveled up once again, because none of those teams that performed well in the previous game did have a decent outing in this one also. So you had Shockwave, one of the first teams to get eliminated. Team LOLs could not do a lot as well. So now this is where you're going to see that top 6 completely stacked up. So many new entrants inside of this, and this has made this particular group so much more exciting to watch.
I mean, we all anticipated that this group, by looking at the team names, you can just get an idea that this group is going to be really, really interesting. So many big names, so many teams out there with a lot of experience, and they are showcasing it completely in the match when it is coming down to the matches. But overall, there are a lot of teams as well, those who haven't been able to perform in both the matches. Erangel, Miramar, both went downhill.
Yeah, they are quite a lot, and we'll have a quick glimpse of them once we've got the highlights in front of us, folks. So for GDR, towards those end phases, I mean, I was really surprised that they were surviving for so long. Of course, Arc Knight did want to, pose a lot of threat, but that did not happen as they also got picked off. But this was a very important fight, and Justin and Delta, they played extremely well. Ninja Jod, he was the one taking all that risk, but look at Rio. Look at him pop off in those final phases.
That nade that completely changed the tide of the match. That one nade got Justin, again Ninja Jot getting taken down by Maxis. The revival was right on time, and the nades every time it came down, it gave damage. Delta PG dropped down to 1 HP. That didn't give him a lot of room to play along with. So a lot of things happened, and Maxis, I guess he would be the lucky man to get at least 3 revivals in that one shack. So yeah, he was a pretty lucky boy out there. But talking about the MVP, it is going to be Delta PG having 5 finishes, and his contribution is 56%.
GDR, I mean, they almost made the impossible happen, but missing shy a little bit from that chicken dinner. Still A-okay, as we have the top 5 players. This time, it's going to be a different storyline altogether. You've got Joel, you've got Trigger, 2 of those players who were a constant menace inside of the lobby. You add on to it, Maxis also did quite a lot of his bidding there. I mean, not get to see him a lot until towards the very end, but Delta and Maxis already tied up. Ninja Jod, however, I'm pretty sure he's got so many knocks, especially that one fight while he was trying to climb up the hills.
Oh, that was a really incredible job. But we quickly talk about the map standings, what we get to see in this particular map of Miramar. Alibaba Raiders having 22 points in their name. 12 finishes, 10 placement points. Followed by that, it's going to be God's Reign with 15, Arc Knights with 14, 8 all for I4I and TST Wilex TWOB. They're having some really close calls out there. Genex FM having 6 points for themselves, AIB Esports and SB Esports having 4 each. 4 finishes being backed up by SP Esports. I really feel very sad because that fight was really good by SB Esports, but what happened next is a complete mystery.
And they were the ones who caused it on themselves. I really feel like they need to calm down. They need to just slow down a little bit, play position to position. But here's a look. Team Shockwave, the winners of the previous game. I mean, somewhere down the line, your predictions have turned true. You wanted to see something different from Shockwave. And this is the different that Shockwave would not appreciate. But for Alibaba Raiders, that one chicken dinner earns them the first spot in the overall standings, as Shockwave still in it. Even Team LOL's not the best of outings, but still, they're still breathing as TWOB. This is one team that might not get those chicken dinners, but in terms of frags, they're in there, as a result of which they're still in the top 4.
From 2nd to the 6th spot, everybody has 19 points, and then we drop down to directly 9 points on I4I.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, it's fine. They haven't been doing that great. So you can kind of get an idea how the different 10-pointer difference. Again, Genex FM having only 8 points for themselves. This match was also not quite well. We didn't see them in the later half of the game. SBA Sports having 8 points out there. Team Mayang, TMG Gaming having 7 all for themselves. This was a very bad match for the side of Team Mayang. They could have done a little bit better. That's why we are seeing them in the second chart, followed by that. Team Vortex, Myth Official, 4 barriers having 6 points for themselves. Last OB Sports, AIB Sports having 4 all.
Yeah, I mean, for 4 barriers, they were barely providing any sort of resistance to their opponents. They were literally having their arms wide open, you know, come get us, is what the call was from their body language. But now that you've mentioned, I think there were so many teams, around 4 or 5, that were sitting at 19, and you must be wondering what could be that differentiating factor. So it is always the position points that are taken as priority when teams have their points equalized. So that is how, you know, we had the teams that had the most of the position points be up top. But that being said, what a game of Miramar it was, you know, just to get everything once down to level 0. I'm pretty sure Sanhok is going to be a lot of fun.
Definitely. The next map of Sanhok again will be a testament for the teams. Those are sitting in the second chart. Whether they can bounce back or not, we'll get to know. But right after this short break.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive-bys on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. The iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion. I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Two big maps are already done, and right as of now, we are back after a short break, and joining alongside me is going to be Icy Baby 1-2 with me. So yeah, both the babies out there. He's the bigger one, I'm the smaller one, but this is going to be the map of Sanhok that we're going to see right now.
Yes, it is going to be a little bit of a interesting one as well, considering that, you know, we started things off with a little bit of an upset here coming from Shockwave. But game 2, we do see a little bit of inconsistency coming from both Team Lows as well as Shockwave. But what's really surprising is that we did see a little bit of bounce back coming from GDR as well. Almost taking the chicken dinner, but still, you can still see the reactions that is coming in from GDR.
Yeah, I mean, they seem all pumped up and all set for the next map as of now. But I really want to see how things are going to turn up for the bottom teams. We were mentioning a lot of times that, okay, Team Mayank and all those teams can bounce back, but they haven't done so. But for you guys watching us live, you can get your hands on this beautiful device of Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is launching on 19th of March. And if you go to Google and search Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you can stand a chance to win some exclusive freebies. And, I mean, who doesn't love freebies, I see?
Exactly, and of course it is the world's first Dimensity 80,350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment itself. It also has the class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million, which doubles the score in its segments itself. So be sure to check it out when it is going to be launching. Once again, it is on the 19th of March. So search it on Google. Like I said, search it on Google. P3 Ultra 5G. So now, coming back to the conversation as well, when it comes to Miramar itself, it was a little bit interesting fact between some of these teams. The choices that they have made has put them into awkward situations. But one thing to consider is that this is one of the better performances coming from Alibaba Raiders since the grind and then their previous performance as well. I think this big win for Alibaba Raiders is a well-needed one for them, considering that they need those points in order to push in towards the next stages. And based on their track record as well, they always barely scrape by around the 40 to 50 points.
And I feel like when you're competing for the top 7 spot, you want to qualify for the quarterfinals, you do need performances like this often. So, I would say that this match was a little bit luckier for Alibaba Raiders, because I feel like Arc Knights, they had a really good shot against Alibaba Raiders, which they did not utilize properly. If they had done so, results would have been a little bit different for the likes of Alibaba Raiders. Maxis was also lucky as well. But you know what? The next map of Sanhok is where things are going to change drastically, because we might be expecting a lot of drop clashes coming in, those early casualties. So a lot of things will depend how things are going to form up.
See, when it comes to Erangel and Miramar, it's all about game sense, all about macro rotations, and a little bit of a micro, right? But when it comes to Sanhok, it is very dependent on your micro skills, and that's something that I think a little bit worried for some of the teams. But teams like GDR, I don't think it will be a big factor. But if two teams drop clashes, that's going to be a different question.
Yeah, completely. But right now, the Sanhok, the map is already ready, and we're going to dive into this third map for group number 3. All set for the third map of the day, and it is going to be the map of Sanhok. Group number 3, they have had a really 2 good matches out there. Erangel done, Miramar down. Now it's time for the map of Sanhok, where we do see an exactly central flight path which divides the map in 2 different hubs. Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere. Where you want to go, it's all free.
Exactly. It's a pretty balanced one. So everybody's going to be able to have a decent amount of time to actually rotate over here. So I wouldn't be expecting a lot of drop clashes. But one thing when it comes to Sanhok is that not a lot of teams do like to prioritize on those vehicles, just because vehicles traveling in those rocky terrains or mountain terrains can be very deadly, but it's very needed in certain circles where it's going to be open terrain. So it's a risk that some of these teams need to take. But of course, if you drive the wrong direction, a potential roadblock comes in, anybody driving those cars will pretty much get eliminated. So that's going to be something I'm worried about. AIB taking boot camp. Okay, AIB not contested for there. Paradise is going to be secured by Eye for Eye.
No.
But as soon as I say this, guess what? Gen X FM, they're going to get shot by 4BR.
Kaiser, look at those sprays getting connected. One of the players has been taken down. Iconic was ready, and that's it! That's going to be it for Gen X FM. They did not even get a single weapon to go along, and that's 4 barriers, starting things off perfectly. 3 finishes registered for Iconic, 1 for Kaiser. Oh, man.
So unlucky. And yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about as well, right? Like if you have a car, you know, you're driving out open, you are going to get sprayed down right from the get-go. I wouldn't say it's unlucky, but for Gen X FM, they just wasn't expecting company, and that's going to be their downfall. So mistakes has been made. Can they learn from it tomorrow is going to be a question here, because Gen X FM's journey for the first half is pretty much done and dusted, and we will see them tomorrow. Meanwhile, the remaining 15 teams will continue their journey. As you can see, the circle going to be heading into the north side. It is going to be outskirts of Tatmok and Kao. And interesting enough, in this group in particular, there are teams that prioritize on Mongnai and Kao. And we have Myth as well as TM going to be taking Mongnai and Kao, respectively.
So many teams on the northern side, and once again, they will be looking forward to hold on to their ground. God's Reign, one of the crucial teams out there, having the Paradise Resort all to themselves. But you do see the players, Kaiser. The thing he literally did to Genix FM can be done to him. Bodex, Hubby, OP, he's there, Hubby. Can he just get one knock? No, he just stays very calm and silent. He really thought that if Kaiser comes in a way too open yards, then he can just take a risk and get those shots up. But he didn't do so. So for now, Kaiser is going to be safe. But as you mentioned earlier, those boulders coming in, always creating those obstacles for the teams rotating with the vehicles. But the Painan will be all to themselves for 4 barriers.
Yeah, 4 barriers. Having a lot of space here. Interesting enough, Painan completely unoccupied, so that means they will have the drop spots. I mean, I would say the loots in general from Painan, and also a decent amount of vehicles. So I would say it's a still big win coming from them, but it is still outside the zone. But we are starting to see teams starting to rotate in the next phase as well. Alibaba Raiders could be one of those teams that has already made their way, but they are in between Paradise and as well as Bootcamp. And if they make the one wrong move, they might be shot. And that's something that God's Reign loves doing. That is shooting people whenever they're moving. They're not afraid to just give away position just to make sure that they are showing everyone that they are there.
God's Reign has always been like that, isn't it? So they love getting those finishes on the points. The first match was a little bit disappointing, but they bounced back pretty hard. Was almost the chicken dinner for themselves. But we talk about Team LOLs. Kunal was surviving till the very later half of the game in the previous map of Miramar. But right as now, again, Team LOLs, they have to do a lot of heavy lifting in order to get some more points. They need points, we know it. At first game was pretty fine. Second, I won't say it was that good. But when we talk about some good things, we have got the Realme P3 Ultra 5G for you guys, which is launching on 19th of March. Beautiful design. The design is like the lunatic soil texture, which again gives you a premium feeling once you hold on your hands.
Exactly. The segment's best performance phone, world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, which doubled the performance in its segment. And like we said as well, the lunar design, glow-in-the-dark feature in the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It is going to be launching on the 19th of March, so be sure to Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G to stand a chance to win some amazing prizes. Meanwhile, as we continue our journeys, God's Reign finally going to be coming out of their resort time. But the question is, no vehicles for them, and they're a little bit afraid of potential teams maybe gatekeeping them. They're leaving Ninja Jod outside to kind of look around and maybe hear some rotations coming from south. But aside from that, no major fights here. But SBA, look at this. They've made a little bit of mistake. They tried to cross the river from the Alpha Island itself, but somehow got their car stuck midway. And because of that, they lose 2 vehicles. And SBA, they have to lick this.
They chose the wrong road. I mean, there is a one position from where you can just literally cross a little bit. You can at least get closer to the boot camp area, but now SBA, they have to think, where are they going to rotate from? Because from the southern side of Alpha Island, yes, they have a little bit of space. They can go through boot camp from the southern end, might just face 4 barriers if they are way too late. But again, TWOB will be there up north. A lot of teams have already rotated, and in that one compound, in the outskirts of Tatmok, you do see Team Shockwave, Alibaba Raiders out there. The shots have been fired. Alibaba Raiders, they had a fantastic match in the previous one, but right as of now, they have Team Shockwave just opposite to that compound, but they will go down ridge. They don't want to hold up there because it might just backlash them in the further circle shifts.
Shockwave, interesting enough. They usually take that compound that Alibaba Raiders just passed by, but for them to actually give out their compound, Seems like Alibaba Raiders, they are trying to rotate the win and wait for the next phase of zone, but Shockwave, on the other hand, they are going to be split off. They're taking a lot of greed towards this compound. They're split off 3-1 formation. But Shockwave is alone by himself. He's hearing all these movements, but right now it's still too early to decide where to rotate. It's still stage 1. There's still a lot of uncertainties. But what does he know is that there's at least 2 teams just walked past him. So there is people inside the center. And if he hears gunshot, third party may be in play. Meanwhile, TWOB still in the Alpha Island. They're taking a little bit chill pill. They have the mountain terrains, hoping to catch people across, but I don't think the circle's going to go to Alpha Island at all, to be honest. I might be wrong, but if he goes there, TWOB's got to be the happiest team ever.
Yeah,
well, unfortunately, no happy face for TWOB.
They're just going to play a little bit more time. They want to take it slow and steady. But as we talk about the circle, it is so much clustered in the center. So many teams, they have went all deep inside the circle to find some good compounds to their name. They want those hard covers because we do know how much value does those real estates give you. But right as now, with official, it seems like they're interested in some fights in Alibaba Raiders. They might have lost one of their players. That's really problematic. And Maxis, once again, he survives on a very pixel HP. That man has been lucky from the past match.
Well, might be luck, might be skill. But as of yet, Myth, they are going to be in an awkward spot here. Taking a couple shots in, they are on the northern approach of Cow itself. They haven't had any kind of company heading towards the north side yet, but eventually teams will find a way to actually break past this. And the only other closest team next to them is going to be TM. In this case, Team Mayang. Will they actually go in for the head-to-head? It's going to be the question, while the rest of the world are still occupied whether or not if this circle is going to head down towards Paradise Resort, which God's Reign has not moved a single inch.
They have completely placed themselves like 4 turrets guarding the entire resort in 4 different directions. So God's Reign, at this point, they are like all set, all prepped up to welcome anybody. But for talking about the welcome party, it's going to be 4 barriers once again against SBA. This is a really important fight. Aryan has been dunked a little bit low. Fearless is just waiting. Iconic, he had a really great play, but the player has been spotted. Aryan's flank will be anticipated, but the SBA, the split that they're having, it's not quite right, but Iconic drops down to half of his HP. Why does he? Lying in the open lands, that's going to be a little bit problematic. My God.
Oh boy, at the same time as well, guess what? For BR, they lose a player. It isn't actually a third party from afar. It's actually Arknight that shots from afar. In this fight, if they go on a little bit more, it's going to go south. And guess what? SPA is going to take this opportunity to strike, and Iconic is going to get taken out. While the rest of the members coming for BR, they had to go for the reset. But what do? They're getting pinned by multiple teams as well. And Arknight, they just hit them from afar and just backed off. What?
That's the lack of confidence we do see from 4 barriers. They knew that this fight was really important, but they are going back in those hard compounds to play along with. But in the meantime, if I'm not wrong, Team LOLs, they have been completely decimated from a different perspective. It's going to be Shockwave. But right now, as we come back to this fight, SBA, they have the entire ridge for all to themselves, and now they do have an idea that one team that we were fighting against has gone back to the compounds and those hard covers, but Kaiser, he's being the cheeky guy. He is being that one-party spoiler for SBA. One player comes off guard and he will catch him.
Ooh, Aryan, I know he wants to shoot him, but it's so hard as well.
He's not being spotted.
Exactly, just because of that small little bush is giving him that sneaky snake blaze. But the moment Kaiser takes his shot, he's going to get completely rushed as well. But eventually, they will flush him out. Aryan is giving a lot of very, very good movements. And because of that, Kaiser's not going to be able to do too much. But Kaiser, he's picking himself up. He might get spotted. What? SBA? They really don't see him at all. Look at the bright yellow helmet, guys.
He dropped his all clothes out there, but all this fools played SBA. Oh my God, Snowshot, he's just on the right-hand side. You gotta look, you have to look, but Kaiser, he's living the moment. This is the chance. He will be striking when it will hurt the most to SBA because they are clueless where to go, and Goku gets taken down. It's gonna be Bodex from afar to do the third party in SBA. They didn't anticipate this to happen.
They're stuck. they're stuck. They have to push through the zone as well. They're all getting gatekeeped. There's so many teams right in front of them. And Kaiser, he's going to get spotted out. He's trying to make a run for it. Cheyenne getting a little bit low to get the reset in. But SBA, they're going to get a rush because now for BR, they have to make the play. Do they push or do they back out? But it looks like the shot comes through and Zeus is going to get taken out. SBA still somehow holds on. And for BR, Fearless, he's going to drive away. He's going to completely run away for his dear life.
Oh my god, this might be a bad decision coming from the side of 4 barriers. They had everything under their control. It could have been a win fight. Shine literally pushed entire team away. At least SBA, they're surviving, having lost Goku not on the right spot. But the circle is telling a different storyline. It has shifted towards the eastern side, still keeping the Paradise Resort inside the circle.
Exactly, GDR has not moved a single inch, but like I said as well, SBA, they have to push through so many people. There's 4BR just now. They have BotX is across the road. They've got AIB. They don't have vehicles. SBA, they're so panicking right now. And BotX continuing with their pressure on towards them. I don't know how SBA is going to survive this. Meanwhile, on the west side, we have TWOB also making an entry. They drove by Shockwave. They lose a couple players. But that should be all. They're still going to be A-okay. But eventually, everyone is going to be looking to try and crash into this Paradise.
This is going to be the entire western side swarming onto that one end. And Paradise Resort, I mean, I feel like God's Reign, they will be anticipating a lot of neighbors to come around, some guests to attend in the entire Paradise Resort. But still, everybody's playing it very slow and steady. TWOB having lost Kanha. They will not let Team Shockwave just rotate like that. I mean, one of their teammates got compromised, so they will look for that revenge and extra word. Team Shockwave, they do have the vehicles to play along.
Well, I don't know about compromise. It seems like revenge is in order. TWB, they're not going to let Shockwave come in for absolutely free. It's stage 3. Yes, it hurts in Sanhok, but look at this. They have the meds to actually hold down the fort. And the moment Shockwave drives up, you can expect the spray down.
My God.
You can even see Yashu as well. He knows exactly where it is. He's going to try and delay them, break some tires, and looks like he's not going to continue this path. They found a path inside as well. They're pretty split off at TWB. They've made their presence known. But Shockwave, look at this. They've only got 2 guys. They've got 5 finishes.
Alibaba Raid is also coming up from the western side, not allowing them at all. All the split being made once it was TWB. But Maxis gets taken down extra war. That's a really good opening. And Aryan, he's also getting taken down a different fight. Bodex was involving, but Shockwave, he's there afar. Extra war is here. Nobody can afford to get knocked out. That's not the right position. But Botex, they find one good finish out there in the open lands, and that's going to be one of the players of SPA getting taken down.
It is stage 4. Circle is going to hurt. Everybody outside the zone is going to feel the brunt. But as soon as I say this, we are expecting company on towards Paradise Resort. TWOB, they tried to make the push. They lose 1 player. And BotX, they know exactly where SBA is. They're outside the zone. If they don't have meds, they're done for. And guess what? They find a pick. And that's going to be Cheyenne trying to survive for his dear lives from the side of SBA. But BotX has got him completely locked down. He's running for his dear life through the zone. But eventually, he's going to run out of meds.
Oh, Bodex. Oh, Kunal is being spotted from a different area. And it's not going to be SBA Cheyenne taking up the shots, but he's been taken down. Kunal, he can't get compromised. Botex, they were in the driver's seat. They were looking forward to get that last finish, and they will get so. Kunal should be good to get the revival done, dusted. Eventually, this is, I mean, for Botex, they do have a lot of breathing space inside the circle to move up and find some sweet spot for just to get the healings done. But for now, we do see a lot of shots being fired on them.
Agreed. AIB has been listening to all those shots as well. They hurt every single team. But now back towards the screen, TWOB, they had the first run in with Shockwave. They've lost Kanha. And now they've lost Anonymous in towards God's Reigns vicinity. And only Yashu and Superman remains. And the only thing they can do is just be sneaky little snakes. Delta PG knows there is TWOB there. They have hurt AIB as well. But he just doesn't have the angles to try to pick this. It is Paradise. So hard to hold the compound as 4 men. But they have to go for this split. And this split is somewhat scaring people off from pushing in. Considering that it's still inside the zone in stage 4. Anything can happen.
One more thing is, this is going to be the slower end of the circle. So TWB, they do have some little bit of time. But Myth Official clearing those areas all by themselves, one after another, but these shots will be heard by the likes of God's Rain. Ninja Jord, he's there on the northern side, but the entire area will be smoked, and the circle shifts down southeast. So, last hope, they have a lot of hopes from this map of Sanhok.
Agreed, but look at GDR's formation. They've got the entire Paradise locked down, and despite locking down, they're able to find those cheeky angles, off angles that people did not expect. And because of this, everybody is pushed away. But as soon as this circle shift, look at TWOB, they're rushing up from north, but gunshots has been made from Myth.
Hoxin?
They are going to be gatekeeping from the south side. They are a two-man. And guess what? Podax going on the rush, but yeehaw. No yeehaw for you, because Ku now is going to be taken out on top of the road.
Myth official, they've got 2 openings, but Harry, he will be spotted as well. AIB from a different font. Not an ideal spot for Bot X to come in. Yes, Harry is still surviving. We do see Abhi still there out there in the open outside the circle. He needs to enter, but that entry might just get denied because on the other end, it's God's Rain completely wiping off the entirety of AIB from this match. My bad, there's still Joker still surviving out there. He's a solo player and he has to do a hefty job.
God's Rain just very happy that they have 4 men. Meanwhile, TWOB still running from edge to edge, trying to survive their way through. Superman getting picked off. TMG still holding down the fort from the north side. But I don't think they have time to actually pick this up. 50 seconds before the circle completely closes out on them as well. But TWOB, look at this. They're going to try to make a gamble. 2 seconds left. I don't think he's going to be able to pick him up. He's going to get re-knocked as well. But that's going to be the denial. And Yashu, he might actually die. Oh, okay. It's fine. But he's so close to God's Rain. He needs to make a run for it. He's looking in the circle. He's panicking his way through. He's got to do this solo. But TWOB is still currently 7th place with 7 teams, 20 people left alive. As soon as I say this, Superman bleeds out. That means 19 players alive. And Yashu! Yep. Ooh, what a shot from Justin. And he knows exactly where he is.
He was the Guardian Knight out there. Destinate should do the job. He's coming out in the open yard. There's nowhere he can escape. And that's going to be a 7th finish registered for God's Rain as they are having the driver's seat for now in the western side, northwestern side of this circle. And another shift is going to come in. And God's Rain, they are very close to the circle. The one problem or the one team that they need to take out, it's going to be TMG. And TMG, they are having a good split out there, playing through those compounds, some hard covers, some rock covers for themselves. While God's Rain, they do have some more hard covers and some little bit of height advantage through which they can get some more finishes. But look at Destro going all down south.
Yeah, they've heard so much gunshots from the south as well. It makes sense why they are a little bit focused on towards their neighbors. Meanwhile, Last Hope, they do have the best compound, but the only problem is they are going to be attacked by Eye for an Eye. And as soon as this fight breaks down, everybody's going to try and look towards the compounds. But as soon as they say this, guess what? Their player gets a couple shot in. He almost gets taken out himself. And Demigod losing a player, Eye for an Eye. They are going to go for the reset. 2 compounds shared between 2 teams. Or in this case, 3 compounds split between Last Hope and Eye for an Eye. They've got the better hand right now.
Utils being exchanged from both the ends. Last Hope, they know they need to defend this compound. But Frankie came way too in the open yards. It would have been a very close call, but that player, the damage that he has done was way too much for Demigod to get an opening against Frankie. That's one of the players down. A green signal, but TMG, they have heard all the sounds, and Flex Jod is just going to be in the nearby area. The sound has been heard, but Flex Jod is just trying to make a fallback from that position because that has been compromised, and staying there for a tiny bit long would be a real big problem for them.
Final 5 teams. Borax finally getting taken out. We're down towards the final 5 teams. And this is going to be a very brutal one. 14 players remaining. TMG going to be playing from the north side. They're still not inside the zone, and God's Rain is pushing from the west. But the problem is, how will they push? Because everyone is out in the open. Well, God's Rain is so afraid of the people in the compound. And they know there are potential snakes, or in this case, rats, from the side of the zone. Stage 7, 35 seconds left. Everything's going to completely break down. As the teams inside the compounds needs to get out as well. God's Rain looking for position. But TMG, like you said, they are going to try to take this fight.
Justin cooking up a nade. This is the right moment. Franklin, he's also cooking one for himself. But at this moment, all the utils being dumped onto that one spot. Godsray knows how important this fight is going to be for them. TMG on the northern end will be one of the most troublemakers for the likes of Godsrain, but slowly and gradually they're moving in. Ninja Jod has been taken down by Flex Jod. That's a really big opening. But Devil on the right spot gets taken down. Delta PG popping off really well, but come from behind. This is going to be another player, Franklin. He has to back out, but Delta PG, that would have been a very close call.
The aggression comes in. Look at Delta. He's so low and he knows exactly where he is. Can he place that nerf perfectly? But no, he doesn't get the knob. But guess what? He sees the members out in the open. Guess what? What is heals? Just shoot them. Delta PG. This guy's got ice in his veins. And now, finally healing himself up. He's going to continue his aggression, but he does have those vehicles. He's going to try and reposition with the rest of the team to try and find a little bit more cover. He knows TMG is weak, but his team is split off. And last hope, they're going to be on the last hope to try and push out for the compound.
Frankie has been taken down. That's the opening one. Again, a nade being cooked off. The position has been compromised. That's going to be it for Last Hopes. And right now, 10 finishes backed up for Godsrain. Down to a 2-fight. It's a 3v4 situation. Delta PG has been doing an exceptional job for his team. The first stage will be given away to Ninja Jod. The entire vest and the helmet has been damaged. TMG, they're confined in one good spot. Some artillery strike and they will be doomed from all the ends. And you can see all the nades and the molotovs being dumped onto that one spot. They are aggressing, they are closing in, but Destro gets taken down. That's an opening, that's a 3v3 fight. Ninja Jod, Delta PG all set. Flex Jod wants to change the tides, but Riders now. Ninja Jod goes up close, finds Stable. The molotov hits Franklin too much, and that's gonna be it in a blink of an eye. And finally, they reign supreme as Godsrain will walk away with the winner chicken dinner.
What a bounce back from Godsrain. Now, finally taking the winner chicken dinner. They started the day with a very slow start. Bounced back in game number 2, had a little bit of recovery, almost taking the chicken dinner, but now, finally taking the chicken.
They'll be happy.
2 big runs from Godsrain. What a start here from Godsrain coming in from the grind stages.
Definitely, and they were here to kind of put that pressure on all the other teams in the lobby, all the other 15 teams, and they've finally done so. At one point, I did feel like TMG, they were literally kind of pressing down the players of Godsrain. Destro got knocked out, but I really have to give credits to Delta PG, the kind of presence of mind, the kind of game sense that he had just to back off from that spot in the very right time. Just imagine one good nade, Delta PG got knocked out, the entire game could have turned in a different scenario for Godsrain.
Yeah, it could have, but Ninja Jod was also gatekeeping the sides as well. They were all looking in those compounds at 2 major fights between Last Hope as well as Eye for an Eye was a little bit of an awkward spot because that fight was so crucial between both of them because they need to wrap out that fight so that they can find a way to push into the compound. But the moment they couldn't and it took too long, everybody was getting those audio cues that, hey, those guys need to push out. And when they push out with without vehicles, they're pretty much out in the open. And Godsrain took advantage of that fact and just completely made sure that section was completely cleared out before taking this fight against TMG.
Yeah, and that is one of the most crucial decisions that we can talk about because for them it was all like free finishes running in the opens. You just need to have some sweet spot, a proper cover, and get those done. Get those finishes in your favor. But overall, when we talk about Godsrain's entire play, they have been playing around the paradise. They never left that location till the very end when the kind of circle forced them to move out, and they guarded their entire territory really well. Because when we talk about a team having a compound all to themselves or an urban area to themselves, it is sometimes difficult to defend against multiple teams. There were so many teams in the question. AIB Esports, TWOB came in, then TMG, and so many names came into the picture.
So what was really disgusting about what Godsrain did, and especially in Paradise, is that, like you said as well, you talk about urban compounds, right? Small little compounds, very easy to hold. Like 4 or 5 compounds, each person take one. It's still easy because anything happens, somebody can hold. But the way Godsrain played was that because it's so far apart and it's such a big city, they stood on positions with off angles, which normally you will get picked off. But because they know for a fact that they've gotten every single control and trusted each other, that their backs is no one there. Because if there's someone, they would call it out, right? Trusted that and then just held on those off angles, which just able to pick off any stray players who's rotating in. And because of all these little picks that they did, they were able to pick one guy from this team, one guy from this team, one guy from this team, one guy from this team. And because of all these small little pickings, every single team was just so hesitant to push into his paradise.
Exactly, and that was an entire trap being laid out there by God's Rain. But also, again, some shocker performances coming in. Team Shockwave couldn't stand up chance. Team LOL's getting an early elimination, not getting ample amount of points, where they are in a position where they do need the points. It was not like they are in a desperate need. They are way too below in the second shot. They were having 19 points just before this match, as far as I remember. But at least a decent points, 4-5 points, at least from the map of Sanhok is what we expected. But it has been a little bit hassle, right, for a lot of teams rotating from the Alpha Island. Again, some of them from coming up from the southern side as well. For Gen X FM, it was like a nightmare that they want to forget.
Yeah, I agree. It was a complete nightmare for Gen X FM. Right from the get-go, couldn't even play the game, which is very, very unfortunate. But we do see a little bit of a bounce backs coming from the Underworld Gods themselves. But before that's it, let's talk about this fight here between i4i and Last Hope. This was the fight we're talking about. The circle was still in their favor, but the moment they could not wrap out those fights, that was pretty much a downer for them. And even i4i, yes, they were supposed to have a head-to-head against Last Hope, but they were third-party by TMG, which is ironic because TMG has the perfect size on every single one of them, including God's Rain, which was the reason why every one of those compounds get completely shut down.
Delta PG's this position was really awesome out there. Needs were being tossed up, but I mean, at this point, Over didn't had anything to do, but still Devil was fighting back, and Devil was the one guy that I would mention several times because this one was popping off pretty well from the side of TMG, gaining those finishes, pushing them to their limits, and pushing for getting that chicken. The position was a little bit disadvantageous, but talking about the MVP right as of now, it's going to be Delta PG. There's no doubt about it. 5 finishes, 38% of contribution, and in-map impact, you see 9%.
I really like the confidence coming from Delta PG, knowing that there's sometimes in the terrain there's no angle, so you can't see anything. He made his own angle, which is repositioning his car to find an off angle and then punishing people. And all these small little things usually catch people off guard because people won't expect them in the final zone, especially in Sanhok, to move cars to get an upper hand. And GDR, they just played it really, really different. But all things considered, on the top 5 here, we have Trigger from the side of Arc9 with 4 finishes, Extrovert also having 4 finishes, Ninja John having 4 finishes, and Iconic from 4BR getting 3 finishes in total. So this is your top 5 players for this match itself. And I'm curious to see how the standings will affect the overall standings.
God's Rain having 23 points from this particular match, 13 finishes, followed by TMG Gaming having a 10-pointer game for themselves. And then we see Myth Official with 9, 8 for Last Hope Esports, 6 all for Team Bodex and Team Shockwave, 5 points for Arc Knights, 4 points for CFSXi4i. So somehow we can just say that Team Shockwave, yes, they are trying to make the average work out. 6 to 7 points for each game should be enough, but the way they started things off in this on the very first game of Erangel, they have to do some more.
Agreed. And in the second half as well, for Alibaba Raiders with 4 points, 4 Bears with 4 points. SBA Esports not having the great start today, has been consistently getting 3 to 4 points every single game. TWOB also having a little bit of run in this game with 2 points. AIB Esports 1 point, everybody else goes 1 point. But now, with that game coming from God's Rain here, they started their first game slow. But guess what? After 3 games and the chicken dinner, now they are the table toppers with 42 points in total.
Oh, that's a huge jump, and that's a kind of margin, a benchmark that God's Rain have set for themselves. But followed by that, Alibaba Raiders having 27 points, Shockwave having 25, in spite of not having a really couple of games for themselves. Arc Knights jumping on 24 points in the 4th spot. TWOB still being consistent, having 21 points, 24 Team LOLs. TMG having 17-15 for the last one. i4i, we move on to the second page, having 13 points, 12 all for Last Hope Esports and Team Botex. But SBA, I see, that's a big disappointment, having 11 points in 3 games.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Considering how SBA was during the grind stage, just placed somewhere in the top 5, but for them to actually just get only 11 finishes just off finish points out of 3 games is so unfortunate here for a grind team to be at the stage. But it is still not over yet. They still have 3 more games to go, which is going to be happening tomorrow. But I want to see if any of us got our predictions right, because this were the casters' prediction here. You went for GDR, Fixers went for GDR, that's a dub. TWOB got 5th place, dub. Myth, well, I don't know. Darshida, W. SBA, well, that's an L. TMG, I would say it's a dub. I think TMG is a kind of a dub for Anki.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, they haven't performed really bad. I mean, they got a lot of points. They're in the top 8 as well, top 7, top 8. So it's fine for TMG. They just need to be consistent, getting 7-8 points per game in the next 3 games that they will have tomorrow, and they should be good to go for the quarterfinals.
Yep, I agree. But all things considered, there was a great run here coming from group number 3 because that was something that I think none of us were expecting. But it felt like there is a split between certain teams. But God's Reign, obviously, they are the most consistent thus far out of all 3 games.
That is where we talk about the experience matters the most. They kind of showcased how you should play this game. Even if the first match was not quite well, only 4 points in terms of finishes, they know how to make the comeback possible. They know how to play through the circles. Miramar was a kind of big example. In spite of not having circle in their favor, they played really well and they got the win almost in the second spot for themselves. So I feel like the first 3 games of Group 3 was really great, but now we do have another group coming up next with another set of 3 maps, and I really don't want you guys to go anywhere. See you on the other side.
भाई ये देख नया फोन, इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप, इसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स।
बकवास है। अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है रे तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है। ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं। टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा। FPP। TPP। FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा।
कौन? लुंडरी? लुंडरी ना सर, विनर विनर चिकन डिनर। कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 round 4 stages. We are currently on day number 3 and the halfway mark for some of these teams. Earlier we did see the completion of Group 3's half run, and now we're going to be starting things off with a brand new group, and that's going to be Group number 4. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Fixes as we take you through the journeys for this remaining matches here on the English broadcast. And thanks enough. Guess what?
Yeah.
That was a very, very dominating run coming from God's Reign in the previous run.
And let's not forget, they completely dropped the ball in the first game just to recover.
What a bounce back.
And in the next 2 games, pretty much at the top, almost qualified. Like I think they just need
42 points.
Yeah, just couple of more points, and that would just you know, put an end mark on it. Like they have made it through. But now, you know, I think we need to somehow come back because we've got another group coming in play, and this time we've got such big hitters, I see.
Yeah, before we talk about the hitters here, guess what? Right now, it is going to be a little bit of a inside scoop for you, and that is going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is going to be launching on the 19th of March, which is the segment's best performance phone with the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, which doubles the performance in its segment itself. And on top of it all, it's not just good, it also has a very, very slick design, which is the lunar glow-in-the-dark feature, where when it goes completely dark, you have a very, very nice look of the moon itself on your phone.
I think we need to request the production to dim the lights one day where we can actually show this phone in all its might and glory. But I personally like this one. It's got a very nice feel to it, leathery texture. But now coming back to our conversation, so we've got Wild Fangs back again in action. We've got For Miracle, we've got Wind God, and there's been a new team that's creating a lot of buzz around them. That's Team Blitz. They've got a player called Provis Pro who apparently in round 2 secured 16 finishes in just one game.
In Sanhok as well.
Solo. Yeah.
Which is, I would say, I want to see whether or not can they do it a little bit more. But to give guys a little bit more insights on how Group 4 is going to be looking like here is going to be the rosters here. We are going to be starting things off with Wind God Esports, For Miracle Esports, Wild Fangs, Blitz Gaming, SWGX FF Esports, NRI Esports, LOCX Die, and Dragon Esports.
And then we've got, as we move along, so many other names that will come up on the other side of the page, but this one looks way too stacked, way too much fun. As we move on ahead, we've got Shadow Blitz, we've got ESG Esports, we've got Raka SAS Esports, we've got Ace Officials, we've got Neon X Esports, we've got 4 Fraggers, we've got Genesis Esports, and we've got Team Heads Held High. So HHH over there, but I'm starting to wonder what would be the casters' predictions, because I'm pretty sure we'll be having a lot of options this time around.
Yeah, and you know what I'm really looking forward to this team? It's got to be Triple H, man. If you know, guys. He's old, but he's still alive. Anyways, moving on, let's talk about the predictions here. Let's see what our casters from both Hindi and English think about this upcoming match. Who is going to be the table toppers here? And from the side of our keyboard, we have Wind God, we have Spiro with Blitz, we have Wild Fangs, Wild Fangs, Wild Fangs. We've got Wind God and Blitz. Pretty even, I would say.
Yeah, still, you know, Wild Fangs, they've got 3 casters. I mean, I see you being one of them, and I would want to know why. Is it just because of their raw aggression? They make things so much more entertaining for you, because you pretty easily get bored.
Yeah, I agree. And Wild Fangs, why it's the most entertaining team? Because they're the only team that has gotten so far without a single chicken dinner. Just absolute finish sprees after finish sprees after finish sprees. And you got Seth and Trace God just completely being the table toppers. Despite not having a chicken dinner, Trace God has been always most finishes in the entire group, regardless of what group they are played.
No, currently, I'm pretty sure if you have to ask me who the top 3 assaulters in the country are, Trace God would definitely have himself. And especially playing from a team like Wild Fangs, who've been having those nasty, rough times in other tournaments. This time, even in the grind, we did see them struggle, but they've been having a great journey thus far. But let's not also forget that Sensei and Scout, they have also been contributing. There was one game where Sensei got the MVP. He had 8 finishes to his name. But this group is so much more exciting. Why I see you've got Team Blitz coming into play. Now, we have not seen how they we did not see how they performed in round 3, but they still topped their group. So, this is also one of those teams that loves to take those fights. Would be fun.
Yeah, Blitz Gaming is one of the most consistent teams coming in as the undergods coming into this tournament itself, right? Like, no one expected Bro is Pro to go out of nowhere. Guess what? I've got 16 finishes all by himself. And I still remember that round because he had 16 finishes and the second place had only 4 or 5 finishes. Tops. And on average, he's always been like, what, 6-5, 6-5, 7, occasionally. Once in a blue moon, you see a 10, but this guy's got 16 on his own.
And it's going to be really fun because now we've also got some old dogs making their comeback. We've got Genesis Esports and quite a lot of former godlike members in that. You've got Shadow, you've got Apollo, you've got Max, so many. And it will all come down in the first game. It is going to be Sanhok, of course, ladies and gentlemen, which will be on your screens just about now.
All right, all right, all right. Let's kick things off here for group number 4. This is going to be their first match here in day number 3 here for the realme BGIS 2025. And we're going to be heading towards the land of Sanhok. And this flight path is not a balanced one compared to the previous Sanhok map. It is a southeastern start ending on towards the west side, southwest corner of Camp Alpha. So I would say in terms of hemisphere-wise, it is going to be favoring on towards the southwest corner of this entire 4x4 map in general. And will we see that potential drop clash fixes?
We're anticipating some turbulence, at least around bootcamp. We know lately Wildfangs have been taking that place, and seems like even Genesis are headed that way. And it's just not Genesis, we've got a couple of others. We've got NRI Esports, we've also got 4 Fraggers heading up north towards Paradise Resort. As for Wingod, they've got that Camp Alpha territory to themselves. But look at this, really interesting spread by Genesis actually. They've got both these islands covered. Look at Shadow.
Ooh, Shadow, what is he doing there? It's an interesting
Quarry.
split here, right? Like, considering that how Genesis is split up so far. But all things considered, they're going to be A-okay. Genesis, we do have LOC X Die, a very, very big split for them. But before we talk about the split, guess what? Triple H. They are going to be in a little bit of run in there with ESG, Esports. The team hits held high.
Yeah.
As the Friday Lord prayers are coming in, the needs comes through, he needs to back off.
He has to. At this point, both these teams did not really know that they would be locking horns. Now it has happened. Elsewhere, we got another fight breaking around the quarry region. LOC losing out on Hazard. At this point, Rudy starting to think, what's he going to do? He's got a nice angle though. But the moment somebody from ESG gets a flag, let's say Avery, just gets a little bit of a wrap around him, he's pretty much out in the open. So they need to act fast. There's nobody around them though to trouble them because SWG, they've got their own issues. But look at this circle. We've seen this in the past, I see. A quarry zone at that, and LOC, they would have been delighted had they not lost out on one of their players.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Drop clashes are kind of imminent, especially it's the first time playing in the lobby. For them to lose one player right from the get-go, very, very unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, Triple H still in this stalemate with ESG Esports. ESG having a majority of control of this compound. They have to somewhat back off. Look at Friday Lord, he's got so much ammunition for both his weapons, but the only thing that is missing is his helmet. And I hope he has it, because right now Avery going to be spotted out from across the broken walls. But aside from that, Triple H has got this entire compound surrounded. And I don't think they should be taking a fight this early. It's weird.
I'm still startled over the fact that all these players have so much ammunition to actually play with. Just for around these small, tiny little compounds. You've got Friday Lord. He's trying to be the one who wants to ignite this entire commotion. Avery.
He's making so much noise.
Yeah, he's trying to draw in that attention. It's fine. But I'm pretty sure Avery is well aware that he's playing around these walls. If there were any doubts, that's pretty much out in the open now. Avery is taking his chance. Seems to have not connected a single bullet as Nexus out in the open. But what makes this fight even more interesting, because LOC, they're around the hood, I see.
Oh boy, LOCXI, do they want to try and third party this? They're so far away from Quarry as well, and they've lost one player. I don't think they want to risk taking this fight, but this fight is taking a little bit too long. Triple H still trying to bait some sort of reaction, but you can see the hesitation coming through. But meanwhile, right now a different screen approaches. As SWG, they will lose a player. Ooh. Oh boy, NRI. They tried to go back off, but as soon as he overpeaks, he's going to get punished. And look at Soham. He's going to leave no man behind. Picks him on the horse and rides off to the horizon. Yeah. What a romantic guy.
You know, reminds you of those rodeo movies we used to have back in the days. But for now, you've got 4F against Team NRI. And this is where Hitman is taking quite some beating. He needs to be watchful, because look at this. The Fangs are also out on a hunt. They've heard all that commotion, I see. 4F have to see this through. They need to get those finishes. They need to engage in this fight. Otherwise, get the hell out of here, because there comes those shots coming in. You've got Wildfangs already starting to know or make their presence felt.
What?
As for NRI, look at them, all scared. all locked up inside their compounds.
Okay, Fang's taking a little bit of early rotations coming in, but a couple of shots has been blasted, but this doesn't want to risk pushing into this compound with no vehicles.
Yeah.
They did see a little bit of a glimpse coming from NRI safe. Let's have a very cheeky angle on this rock, but can he get the pixel headshot? This is going to be the question. Only headshots is Fang's gold. And this is the first time I'm seeing them actually back out of fight. I was expecting them to actually crash that.
Thank God. Thank God they backed off, because the position, it was way out in the open. They do have a little bit of vehicles though, but they realized that they want to play around the center. So it feels like finally Wildfangs, no, they've got their eyes clear, eyes on the prize. They want that chicken dinner, but before that, Sensei, he spots out another team right in front of him. It's going to be the players of 4 fraggers as LOC. They will benefit from this situation as Aditya, drones are both on their knees. As Punisher, he's got 2 players in front of him. All he's going to do is pop a couple of grenades.
Well, speaking of grenades, LOCX die. They're very happy about this, but they have to go in for the confirmation. It's across the wall, not an easy push as well. If they get out of those compounds, that means they are going to be succumbed to potential third parties. Like you said, on the horizon, look at this, SWG.
Oh,
XFF Esports. Yeah. Going to be looking to try and take this chance and jump on this. And despite all this jump, look at Wildfangs. They're also positioning themselves on top of the mountain to try and third-party this as well. You talked about this early on, Sensei. Was able to get a couple of nice sprays in, but he just couldn't get any kind of knocks or confirmations.
Yeah, lots of early action taking over in Sanhok. And this is what we wanted to see. Teams finally understanding how to play around these new zones. They want to clear a lot of those spaces as Birju Bawla out on 2 of his teammates. He and Sam, they have to piece this one out together. And he's now out of all sorts of grenades on him. Now he's going to go in for the 4. And whilst he does that, completely caught with his pants down as Sam gets taken down. It's all on Birju as he also gets wiped off as LOC. Despite having lost out on Hazard, they still have 4 finishes to their names. But does that open the floodgates for Wildfangs? Because I was anticipating that to happen. And now they're playing it quite smart. Yeah. Feels like they've got their hands full. NRI still around them.
Yeah, I think they have to put this on a standstill for now. Meanwhile, the previous fight, Triple H and also ESG finally broke out, but Triple H losing 3 players while ESG losing 1 themselves. But the circle seems to be going to be a quarry circle once more potentially. And it's going to be a little bit of an awkward spot, but now back to action. ESG, they had that run in with Triple H. They wiped them. But guess what? They are going to be expecting company. They took too long.
Yeah.
And guess what? His ace is able to get the shot in. Next going to be ace official. Getting a knock from Raj.
They also have Hyper down on his knees, almost on the verge of bleeding out. So they've got to make some quick maneuvers there. Need to get him back to life as ESG still trying to figure ways to how they can somehow get Avery back on his toes. At this point, ace official, so much commotion has happened. Quite an interesting start, I must say.
A very interesting split from ace as well.
Yeah.
Like they sent 2 guys ahead. Considering that they are coming from the outside zone, I don't think they want to take a fight as well. They made a couple of noise, but ESG, from start to end, they have been here. And unfortunately to say, there's no way out for them. They are kind of trapped on screen. We do see LOCX die. Was able to find pickoffs. And that's going to be another finish in the hand. Catalyst not going to be able to survive this unless, and I mean unless, Raka x SAS Esports decide to push this.
Yeah, and even for ESG, they're out of any sorts of resources. They've been in the thick and thin of fights right from minute 1, and they've completely depleted everything. And they need to loot some bodies. They need to find some loot that would be enough for them to sustain. As for Wingard, it's been a smooth sail so far. No trouble, no hindrance around that western side. Now they have squeezed in, still playing around the edges. If you want to play aggressive, you want to go all out, might want to check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Houses the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra 5G chipset. And I see you were talking about that luminous glow-in-the-dark display on the backside. So that's crazy. Want to search this on Google? All you've got to do is type Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's going to be launching on the 19th of March. But once you type that, you get a chance to win freebies.
Exactly.
Enjoy.
And now, on screen, for Miracle, we finally get a little bit glimpse onto his terms. Beard Baba going to be one of the hot topics coming from For Miracle as well, knowing for a fact that he's been bouncing off between multiple teams.
Yeah.
And now he's kind of settled down. They have a little bit of a good results coming in, but so far, For Miracle, they have not made their mark here yet.
I see. Hesperos is not a part of the playing four. That's interesting. He's been there with them ever since, and they've made two big changes, including Beard Baba and Reaper. So really, it's going to be an interesting case as to what happens next. But for Wildfangs and NRI, both these teams, really just sticking around these areas for NRI. They don't want to get out of this, but now they will have to. Out of options, they will have to squeeze themselves inside the circle. Whilst you've got SP from the backline. So the circle, like you predicted, it's around Quarry. It's going to be interesting if it goes inside of Quarry or if it is around the outer lands.
Agreed. Based on this circle as well, if the circle hedges into his Quarry as well, Dragon Esports does have one of the best high grounds to actually punish people from the east side.
Yeah.
While the west side, look at this. Genesis having a little bit of run in. They do scout out members coming from Wingard, who's inside those compound, but it's not inside the zone yet. And God, he's able to get a knock in. Shadow getting knocked off.
Yeah, we know Wingard's another young team. They carry a lot of potential, and you were talking about Dragon Esports enjoying that high ground advantage, having already taken down one player there. But for Wingard, they need to push in for more. They need to be careful. Sahil OP. He's been one of the recent findings. You've seen in the couple of past tournaments, he's been doing quite well individually. But Wingard, they've got to do a lot as a team together. They lack a little bit of experience, having just graced a land lately. But is that going to be enough?
Well, can they continue is going to be a question here, because Bro is Bro. He was actually knocked in from far. He talks about Dragon Esports. That was a, what, 300-meter shot, 200-meter shot? That's pretty far away for them to get the knock in. But the reset comes through. He's going to be alive. Bro is Bro. Going to be a hot topic when it comes to Blitz Gaming. He is the guy that's got 16 finishes in a single game in Sanhok.
Yep.
And so far, all the top contenders in this match, especially the top teams that we have mentioned so far, hasn't exactly gotten a lot of finishes, including Wildfangs, including Wingard, which is kind of surprising considering how slow the game has gotten. It's only stage 3, but you can see how tactical everyone is moving inch by inch.
Yeah, somehow teams are showing signs of taking fights, and somehow they hinder themselves from doing so. But look at this. This is a big knock. Trace got down on his knees, and NRI, if they want to enter in, somehow challenge Wildfangs, that's the right time. But Team SB, they're not making their lives easier. Constantly poking them, and now even Wingard, they'll be joining the fray. So Sev did the right decision there. Trace got their star player back to life. As for SBZ, it's just holding the gates. And now for Wingard, trying to inch in. Look at this. Wildfangs have gotten after Wingard. Sahil OP, and even now Scout, he gets another opener. Wingard, they were doing decent a couple of moments ago. Now in a world of trouble.
They were one of the furthest to enter, and now, God, he's going to be picked off. SB with a brush as well, and Shadow Blitz. They get another confirmation. Wingard in one fell swoop. They lose all 3, and only one player remains, and that's going to be LeBron. He's tanking the zone. He's gatekeeping them, but he's only one guy. He has the perfect nades, but he couldn't even cook it up because Sev is the one that denies it. Wingard gets completely shut down by Wildfangs.
Yeah, it was all a ruse. It felt like SB for them. It was Wildfangs getting so much done in that fight, and now they're hungry for more. Trey Scott just has one finish to his name. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be happy about it. We know when Wildfangs yet to get their chicken dinner so far in the realme BGIS as SBZ. Oh, they just take their final breath as the circle takes another shift. And look at this. For Miracle Esports, they find themselves in such a good spot.
Yep. At the same time, Circle is going to be inching outside of Quarry as well. Every single team is going to be rushing their way through. Wildfangs coming from the north side. Dragon has to get down from the mountain compounds on the east side to rotate on the west side. And everybody's going to be passing by Blitz Gaming, who has one of the strongest compound inside this zone as well. The gatekeepers on the north side. That's going to be quite worrisome because Bro is Pro is finally going to be appearing himself. Ooh. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Seth from the side of Wildfangs, he's going to get taken out mid-rotation.
Yeah, never a wise choice to be on the backseat of a buggy. Caught withered down there. As for now, Wildfangs trying to get in closer. Oh my god, one after the other. This time against the players of SWG. And just like that, the numbers start to fall. Almost down to their final man as SWG. They have somehow held on. As for now, I think Trey Scott, he's carrying Seth, who's knocked out inside the vehicle. Wildfangs, I do not know how are they still alive. Just a couple more shots, and they might be done.
Oh my goodness, it's all up to Trey Scott to save the day, but eventually he also gets taken down. And that's going to be Raka SAS Esports that finishes him. And that's going to be Wildfangs bowing out rather early, despite having 5 finishes. It's going to be a squad wipe coming in, and the remaining 11 teams will continue. Raka SAS Esports was the one that finishes Trey Scott. A big catch on top of that. But now another big one from the Caves region. Guess what? We finally see the first light of Neon X Esports, who's having a little bit of run-in with Ace, who tried to rotate in from the northeast, and now nowhere. They're right underneath them now.
Yeah.
For Miracle from afar is taking pot shots at them.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Neon. Especially completely surrounded. It's just not for Miracle. They also have to deal with the players of Ace. And if they somehow survive that, there's another team right in front of them. You've got ESG. As for Miracle Esports, they've got such a nice advantage. The high ground secured, nice tips. Nobody there to challenge them just yet, as look at Hope deciding to somehow pinch in through, eventually falls flat. And that is where, even for the players of Team Ace, they're racking up those finishes. 3 already to their names as Team Ace. Now they also have to get inside the zone, but you've got ESG looking out for them.
Oh, what a tough fight. What a tough fight. Everyone is struggling to push their way through. But that is going to be a little bit of an awkward spot because now on the finish feed as well, we do see SWG wiping out completely from this lobby as well. Unfortunately for them, there's so much thing that's actually happening as well. ESG still holding down the fort. They have 1 minute before the circle closes in. It is stage 5. It is a slow one, but the timing on Phantom opening the door. Nexus gets a freebie, but no confirmation for him.
Yeah, I mean, even at this point, ESG, they will have to be quite quick with their decision making. Just 2 players alive and cannot really go out of their way to just go in for the push. As for Team Ace, they decided to cut on their losses eventually for ESG to find some opener there. As for Reaper, trying to rip through the squads, but no success whatsoever as Tekken. Oh my god, his finish is getting stolen there. As of now, Takuroji out in the open, and Reaper, he's got his hand set there. He knows eyes pinned, but for now, Reaper has to be an extra little cautious there. As for ESG, they're also starting to lose out on numbers. It is absolute pandemonium, I see.
Oh my goodness, this pincer attack between both Miracle and Dragon Esports is the nail to the coffin for ESG. They're stuck outside the zone. Dragon Esports took the perfect time to kind of third party this. And another Dragon in the making for Miracle. They have 3 finishes, but the question is, do they want to try and fight Dragon head on? But eventually they have to, because Circle shifts into his Miracle's position, and Dragon Esports, they get the confirmation on the guys inside the shack. Dragon, they've only got 2 finishes. They have been very, very low key. They're checking every single corner, but they have to push up. And 4 Miracles are going to be the gatekeepers on the southeast corner inside this zone.
Finally, the dust has settled, I see. All these teams just wiped off just like that. As for Team Blitz, they reunite once again. Almost on the... They did a rendezvous there around that compound. You've got Genesis, who've been on the back foot. They have not been engaging in a lot of those fights. As for NRI Esports, they need to figure a way to squeeze in.
Well,
seems like that's not going to happen.
Not happening, bro.
Yeah, Soam has already gotten the job done. But this is going to be an interesting fight. 4M taking on Dragon.
Oh boy, this is a major fight as well. I want to see how it goes because Dragon, they're inching it bit by bit. They have a little bit of vehicle trying to provide a little bit of assistance, but Early on, they spot out NRI. But with now NRI getting confirmed, they have a little bit more room. But as soon as they say this, Quora, he is going to get knocked in. And the nades coming from Beard Baba is going to try to pressure them a little bit more as the zone inches through.
Yeah, look at Beard Baba. They've got absolute control of this fight for Miracle Esports. Nothing to really put them on the back seat. Couple more grenades. Unfortunately, Dragon does not have any. Had he had it, it would have been a different story altogether. But look at this. Even Genesis showing signs of interest in this particular fight. Well, now, for Miracle Esports, they have to be quite cautious with their approach. One bad move, and in the blink of an eye, they could get eliminated.
This might be the next gen coming in from Genesis, as they are now part of the top 4 with 13 left alive out of nowhere. Everyone has been whittled down. And currently, Genesis has one of the best positions possible. But Fury, look at Fury from Dragon. He gets the opening knock onto his 4 Miracle. He will get the confirmation as well. But as soon as he takes those shots, his position's exposed. Genesis, with 5 finishes, is going to try and pounce on them.
Yeah, look at them, Genesis. They were kind of slow to start, but now they're looking nigh unstoppable. 5 finishes secured, and now you've got Poco deciding to charge in on the players of Dragon Esports, who are working in tandem. But there you go, does not matter. They fall down. As for Miracle Esports, another casualty. Reaper down on his knees, as even Team Blitz, they decide to somehow contest them. But this is where Genesis Esports really needs to put their footing there. Really needs to capitalize on this situation, because for Miracle Esports, they're vulnerable right now, I see.
They are indeed. Blitz, however, having one of the best positioning so far. And guess what? Even the circle favoring them once more. They've got 5 finishes. And Pro has got 0 finishes, which is interesting. But down towards the final 3 team, Blitz Gaming with a very, very strong start for Miracle. Beard Baba, well, he's not having help because he's going to drive into his Genesis and he's going to get sprayed down. Oh, what happened? What were they thinking?
I have no clue on Earth, I see. That was a disaster and a half, but look at this. Reaper somehow making amends, somehow recuperating, recovering, but to be finally put down by the players of Team Blitz. As finally, we do have a 2-on-3 situation. Brewing up Team Blitz. They're on the low grounds, whilst Genesis, they enjoy the luxury of those hills. Now got a little bit of cover, but need to get Shadow back to life. Mac, he really has been pulling through, but look at this. Ayush getting a very important knock. And now it is all down to Mac in a 1v3 situation. The players of Team Blitz finally feeling themselves, finally starting to get a little bit more confident as they decide to push in through.
Well, they have the high ground, and Blitz, they have to push in. The nades looks through. They get the confirmation. It's only Mac left. 1 versus 3. Blitz, 10 finishes in total. Looking for the 11th, and the rush comes through. Can they get the pump?
Oh.
They get 1 knock in, but the confirmation goes through. Blitz Gaming takes the first chicken dinner. What a way to start things off.
Yeah, currently in the realme BGIS, if anybody's been creating so much of a buzz, has to be Blitz Gaming. And what a way to set their foot in round 4, getting a chicken dinner. Does not matter if Pro did not deliver. As long as your team is doing fine, this is all you need, right? Everybody finally doing their job, being a part of it, and them being very smart inside this entire matchup, because this was a very weirdly paced game, I see. We thought a lot of teams were initially showing signs of interest in engaging in fights, but suddenly found themselves in such awkward positions. I think that is where so many of those fights erupted, but eventually, I think Blitz Gaming, they kept their composure, as a result of which they were rewarded with this chicken dinner.
Exactly. In terms of track record as well, Blitz Gaming is the most consistent team as the undergods, as being one of the top performers of every round they have played here in the realme BGIS. And now in round 4, an opening statement coming from them with high finish volumes. I would say it's a big run here coming from Blitz Gaming. You talked about buzz, but so far, I felt like that was a strategically positional masterpiece coming from them.
Exactly. I think they did not make those unwanted moves. We've
Yeah.
seen so many of those teams, overstep or, making those moves. That is not really required. Blitz, they realized they had the lower ground. They did witness a lot of these teams on the exteriors were fighting it out. I mean, just do whatever you guys are doing. And I think in this game, for Miracle Esports stood such a good chance.
Yep.
Still, they sort of overstayed their welcome where they took fight on two different fronts. It was Genesis getting the better of those things, but Genesis, despite the fact that they were on a little bit of a backseat, still did have a really good outing in this one. I think Mac stepping up big time for his team.
I think it came down to situations on gatekeeping, right?
Yeah.
Who was able to wrap out their fights a little bit faster. Genesis was slightly faster compared to 4 Miracle. It took them a little bit of a longer approach because they weren't expecting Dragon Esports to be pinning the teams out in the houses themselves. And because of that, it took them quite the journey before they could actually do what they needed. So I would say these teams have done what they've done. From the side of Blitz Gaming, it was a little bit interesting because they prioritized on positioning and they even had the vehicle as a safety net in those warehouses. And from the start of the game, they were in the center of the zone. And all they did every single stage was just keep people at bay outside and then inch away. And that gave them very, very good positional advantages and also resources to go through the final fight. And before even the final fights, they only had like, 4 or 5 finishes. All they did was just cause a menace. They're just shooting people from afar, delay everybody on the edges, and then just take it all right from the get-go.
They were just around those, outskirts of Query compounds, so they had a really good positioning to themselves. But I felt like in that final circle, Genesis should have delayed a little bit because there was a point where the circle would have gone outside those warehouses. That is where Team Blitz would have come out in the open. Maybe they got a little bit more excited as a result of which exposed themselves, because had those two players not fallen down, I think things could have been so much easier for Mac to deal with because for God's sake, they had the high ground advantage. They could have utilized that and could have gotten this chicken dinner for themselves.
I like that you actually brought up about 4 Miracle. What do you think of Hesperus not playing about 4 Miracle now?
I am really surprised.
What do you think of their performance right now?
Position-wise, I can see improvements because just lately, Dragon took on the helms of being the IGL, and just in a recent tournament that I casted, they were going through such a bad run. And their journey from there inside the grind to round 4, this is just one game that we saw. Still looks pretty sound, but in terms of their fragging powers, Reaper makes sense. He was doing his job, but Beard Baba, he needs to pull through. He needs to get more, he needs to get himself involved a little bit more in his team, because for Miracle Esports, I feel like they could have avoided that pinch.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm curious to see how the highlights going through as well, because one of the teams that I felt wasn't part of the highlight, which I don't think they're going to be a part of the highlight here, is going to be WinGod. But before we talk a little bit more of WinGod, let's talk about the highlights here of the most recent matches coming in here in this map, Sanhok, because early on we saw this scuffle between ESG as well as Ace. ESG was stuck inside his compound for the longest of time with Triple H, but eventually was taken out by the rest of the world who's trying to rotate in.
Yeah, I mean, so many fights were just breaking down at the same time. It was so difficult for us to catch every single one of them, but for Dragon Esports, I think I feel like they made the most out of the situation. It was almost a lost battle, but this one was such a questionable move.
Yeah.
Could not really have my heads around what was the thought process there, just to slam in solo like that. But Apollo here, he should have had his guards up. He should not have been knocked down, because now look at that. I mean, for Mac, it was too much on his plate. He was dealing with two players on his side, eventually to get taken down from the player coming from the other area. So that is something that if Genesis can keep control on, but for Team Blitz, they carry on with their winning run. They've got 6 finishes for Ayush, who's the MVP this game.
They have one of the best performers in Sanhok in general when it comes to Blitz, right? Every single Sanhok game, for some reason, Blitz has able to find the secret sauce on how to win this game. And I'm curious to see whether or not is this going to be the recurring trend for the next few stages to come, because now they're just showcasing a masterclass performance in Sanhok every single run or every single time they appear on screen. But with that being said, Ayush, top 6, Mac, 5, Bandit was able to get 4, Saif with 3, and Avery with 3 in total. So these are your top 5 players in general for this match in group number 4. And with that being said, I want to see how it will affect the point standing.
Oh, look at this. 21 points for Blitz Gaming, almost halfway.
Wow.
Covered in just that one game. Genesis Esports, 13. Then you've got for Miracle and LOC on 10 each. As Dragon Esports, I think 8 points. All these teams have collected their bare minimum, an average point. But for Wildfangs, I think those 5 early frags really somehow keeping their heads above the water, because we were expecting them to finally get the chicken dinner, again denied.
You know, that's the thing, right? I was expecting, this is a little bit weird, like teams that has very, very high finish volumes here, kind of got taken out rather early. And for me, it felt a little bit weird that Wildfangs felt not their usual playstyle, but you can't really blame them considering it is number 1, Sanhok 2, Circle didn't exactly favor them. But in the second half, what surprises me is Wingard Esports has not been able to perform up to their standards from the grind until now, and it seems like the trend continues for them. This is not looking good for Wingard Esports right from the get-go.
They were caught in such a bad position in that particular fight. They got no room for movement. They were constantly fighting against the circle. There was not a point where I could say that, yes, finally Wingard looks very calm, they look sturdy, they're ready for a fight. So it was about them just trying to battle their way through the zones, and individually also the players need to step up. Now this is where I really want to even touch upon Wildfangs a little bit, because there were many points where we thought Wildfangs, they're going to make a move, because they had been the notorious ones. They were the ones causing so much ruckus. But in this game, you could see that little bit of that hesitancy coming out from their side. Whilst rotating, what are you expecting? The zone has just shifted away from you. You just go in like that, you're eventually going to get taken down.
I think we need to have a second interview between you and Sensei for this situation here. It is going to be a little bit interesting one here, but for those guys watching, if you know, you know, because that is going to be a very, very interesting one here coming from Group 4. I want to see if they can continue more their journeys, their remaining 2 games, because after this is going to be the map of Miramar. But before that, we are going to be taking a little bit of short break. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go!
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. Oh yes.
Welcome back once again, folks. You are watching the realme BGIS 25. We're ongoing with round 4. We do have group 4 matches going on right now. Game 1 already done and dusted. It was Sanhok. It was a beautiful affair. Team Blitz Gaming coming up top, getting 21 points. But for the second game, which is going to be played in Miramar, I've got Baby Necros with me on the desk. So Baby Necros was apparently quite unhappy with how teams are playing these circles. And could you go and elaborate what you were telling to me?
I mean, I was telling you that they should just go and take the fight rather than just like they're showing some interest to us that, yeah, we want to take a fight right now. But then they decide, okay, let's delay it. We can take some more time and then later on we can take the fight.
Now, considering we've been, we've introduced new zones and the new zone meta has come into play, it feels like teams aren't really playing around it. And as a result of which, we're seeing so many of those awkward fights taking place. And that isn't really faring well for all these teams. But, you do not want to, you want to avoid all that zone and all of that, blow away all that noise around you and just focus on your game. You might want to check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Houses the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, which is providing you double the power in its segment.
Again, it supports stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. So, I mean, if you are looking forward to upgrade your device, this is one of the best phones. And also, this white one.
Yeah.
I mean, I like this one because, again,
I like
it glows. Okay, so fixes.
I'm an oldie. I'm a zoomer.
This is why we match our vibes together. We have some different choice, and we don't.
I mean, I thought you had different interests and goes with me. And yeah. Me being a boomer, I like something that's classy, that's subtle. He likes something flashy. Of course, he goes to college. He's got to impress a lot of ladies. And if you want to do that as well, might check that phone out. It is launching on the 19th of March. But now, coming back into conversation, WindGod Esports. They did have a very good start, Necros, but eventually could not keep up with the pace.
Yeah, I feel like, again, the similar mistakes being coming in. They are starting off pretty well sometimes and can't just continue that same flow in the next later stages of the game. And I feel like this is a mistake which has been done for a longer period. It's not the first time we are seeing WindGod. They have such good players. You talk about Infinity, you talk about Sahil OP being in the lineup, having LeBron as one of the IGLs out there, who is one of the most experienced player in the entire team, but still not able to kind of put up the performance. Yeah. It's a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this time they were pretty much fighting against the circle, and there were points where we could see that friction between them and Genesis both dropping down, and still Genesis, one of those teams around at Camp Alpha Island, making it all the way inside the zone, almost about to win this game. But it's fine. I think WindGod really need to bounce back, and Miramar has to be this game.
Yeah, completely. Miramar, once again, the last Miramar we saw today earlier, it was a game for comebacks for a lot of teams who were not able to perform in the first Erangel. So, kind of keeping that things in mind, I feel like this Miramar once again can be something that we can look up to. But all the questions will be answered in this map right now.
As we charter through the skies, as the mystery unravels itself, it is going to be game 2 for round 4 teams from group 4. It's going to be Miramar, and it's going to be a very interesting flight path, folks. So we go all the way from the southern side around Partona towards El Pozo, quite skewed towards that western side. So all these teams heading over to those northeastern areas, they're going to be in for a lot of trouble.
I feel like we're going to see some early collisions that happened. I remember quite vividly what happened in the last map of Sanhok of Group 3. Genix FM, they went for a drop. They wanted to go for those vehicles and got smashed by the players out there. But I don't want those kind of things to happen because it kind of slows down the end game. Not a lot of teams to survive and we don't see that much fight. But I don't want to see any early collisions happening. I don't want to see those early players getting taken off without having a single gun. It's one of my opinions that I want to keep in, but I feel like there is a very good chance of that.
I hope we get to see some early fight. I really want. I might be ranting about it, but I feel like teams should understand why these new zones were introduced in the very first place. That is to make you somehow engage in those fights, clear some area around those second, third circles. But an interesting zone in front of us. It is around that Los Leones area, which is absolutely flooded with not just one, but I can see at least 3 teams in that big city.
I feel like this is going to be an interesting circle because once again, we talk about Los Leones, it's a very vast urban area where
Yeah.
at least 3 to 4 teams can be accumulated very easily. You will find proper loots for yourself. And again, if you want to be the good neighbors, you don't want to be the noisy ones. You want to just stay calm, get your loot, get the rotations done, and later on, if the fight comes in, it comes in. But for now, I think this is going to be a noisy urban circle for in terms of when it comes down to Los Leones, 3 teams as you mentioned earlier. And as it is inside the circle, so I feel like the teams will tend to take some early fights.
I don't get it, Necros. Have we soul swapped with each other? Because you want teams to take it slow and easy, whilst you're the younger one. You should have your blood boiling at this point. You should be screaming for teams to fight. Because for once, I would love for that to happen. All these teams get into some gory action, go after each other's throats, take them down, clear that space. You cannot just be holding it out. That little bit of that standstill really bothers me. I'm pretty sure for all the viewers as well. Where's the fun in that?
Fixes. There is a thing that,
Yeah.
we often tell that opposite poles always attract. And it kind
I
of
don't like the ring of where it's going, Necros. Trust me. You want to steer away from that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about that in a way that I'm a very calm and composed person. I don't want those early fights. I mean, I am a player who likes to play it slow, steady, get some loot, then at the end I want to take the fights.
I mean, the further I speak, I think we're gonna get flagged. So I'll just get on with
sure.
it. But yeah, Team Blitz Gaming. All right. So much of a buzz created around this team, and boy oh boy, they have delivered for sure. Now, sort of reminds you when you talk about Bro is Pro of Viper, who in the previous BGIS 23 or rather 24 was quite impressive. And did have a great run. They went inside the grand final, secured podium for themselves. And Blitz, it feels like they're walking on their footsteps. So if they can accomplish something like that, would be lovely. But for Wildfangs, feels like they heard me. They've gone towards the outskirts of the city, have taken the Chocolate Mountain. From there onwards, could start building something nice.
Wildfangs, they did had a good start, right? They had 5 total points in the previous map of Sanhok.
Yeah.
But I still didn't get that decision that they took going all deep inside the circle with that wild rotation, getting one by one the players got picked off by other teams. So, I mean, yeah, that did cause them out, but still, I would say a decent start, and this Miramar has to be better in terms of points, at least double-digit game is what I feel like they can pull off.
Honestly speaking, I wanted to discuss about that with you. Is there a seed implanted in Sensei's head where he realizes that he needs to get a chicken dinner? Because the Wildfangs that we saw in round 3 would have ideally gone for those pushes around those outskirt areas. And I liked that Wildfangs much more, especially when they were constantly getting into the midst of those fights, getting so many eliminations secured. But this time it felt like they wanted to play for the circle, and as a result of which, that really backfired. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I also felt the very same that the approach was a little bit different. The kind of thing that Sensei wanted to pull off was more likely looking like he wants to go for the chicken. He wants to get those 10 points for himself. But I feel like if they played the natural game, as you mentioned, what they did in round 3, Sensei popping off well in terms of finishes, he was stepping up. Scout was also coming up with some really good frags. So I feel like if that thing continues in this one, yeah, they will find results. But when we talk about the aggression, when we talk about a team game, 4 Miracle that comes on our screen, all the 4 players, they have been there together, and lately we know that Dragon, he's stepping up as the IGL.
Yeah.
The callouts have been a little bit here and there. Yes, it takes time for a player to evolve as an IGL, but I feel like they are in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, considering these changes they've made, I mean, benching Hesperos, that's a very tough call. He's been there with the squad and seems like maybe he's a little out of form, or maybe he's just under the weather. Whatever the case is, we love this team. Everybody does. As for Miracle Esports, still a decent start. And you talk about loving people. How can you also not love this device? The Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's launching on the 19th of March. And we have been talking about that GT Turbo mode. Once you're in the battlegrounds, you need to focus. And that enhances it. You do not face any lags, no hiccups, nothing whatsoever. All you can do is just bump cars, and that too with ease, with this device. It's launching soon. Check it out.
Right as of now, Fixer, I just saw Godix helping one of the Mirados getting pushed because it got stuck.
Yeah.
But another moment I just realized maybe it got stuck again. So that's why Godix again trying to push it off. That, oh man, you can't even drive. But keeping those things aside,
Yeah.
we have another team on the screen.
Yeah, for Team RES. But, I really wanted to have a little bit of a conversation even with the viewers of tuned in to the English broadcast. Have you checked the new update yet? If you haven't, there's a brand new map, Rondo, out released for all you guys to try and play. So let us know how your experience has been in the live comments. But for now, getting back to that old conversation we were actually having around Wildfangs. Now, this is where I want them to be a little bit more proactive. Try to, try and poke fights. And this is that perfect time, around stage 1, try to clear as many squads as possible, get a lot of area to themselves, because right now, they're looking quite comfortable, but I do not see a lot of loot done from Wildfang's side, because Sensei does not have a lot to work with.
Yeah, we do see that lack of utilities on them, but I mean, they might have taken an early decision to cut off some rotations out there, because once again, we know the circle is favoring Los Leones, keeping that in the center, and the kind of positionings that Wildfangs are holding, they are in a position to do some really nasty job out there. But the circle it has shifted towards the northwestern side. 4 Miracle will be really happy. Once again, you do also see the kind of split happening from the side of Wildfangs. 2 players in the urban compounds, 2 other players, 3 other players on the hill. But if I am wrong, I mean, I am right, Fixes.
Yeah.
I feel like this is going to be a very crucial urban circle at the end.
Yeah, it will be. And now look at the team that's right at the smack center. It is Team Dragon Esports. And let's not forget how we saw Fury's Fury in that game of Miramar, how he clutched that chicken out for his team. So would love to see another moment of that, if they can replicate it. Was that game of Miramar? And for now, I mean, all these teams are starting to get prepared for maybe some urban warfare. And that is where I really do not like Wildfang's chances. Do not have a lot of grenades to work with. As for Dragon Esports and for Miracle, both of these teams are actually trying to fight for a nice spot there. You've got that one tall god compound you can play around with. But look at Sensei, just around the silos. He's got Team Wind God right next to him. Sensei's got all that information. Ooh, he's also spotted out God. He wants to open up. Oh, a little too soon.
I guess it was not quite necessary for Sensei to take those shots.
Yeah.
He could have tucked in, waited for some, maybe a right moment to strike in, and it will cost him that position that he was holding. I mean, Sensei, that position, just imagine, if he didn't take those shots and Wind God, one of the players, he tried to just go out of that compound with that vehicle, he could have easily got one knock and finished that easily. But, well, that was something that could have happened. It didn't, so for now, Wind God will have a good compound to themselves. Wildfangs are also backing off from that particular spot itself. They will be repositioning. But they do have an idea that, yes, there is an entire team just holding on to these compounds. So we have to be a little bit cautious about it.
I mean, this is what kind of surprises me, because Wind God, they're paying no heed to Wildfangs. They're not even checking that direction. Just one player deployed. But look at this, Sahil OP. What is going on now? Wind God getting a little overzealous. Sahil OP should have really not given this position away, because this is a risky one. You are literally playing on knife's edge, holding this position, because the moment you get knocked out, there's no chance on earth you're getting back up. And with Team Triple H, their position, especially for Wind God, has been compromised. And it's just not Wind God giving their position away to Triple H. Even now, Wildfangs knows that there is somebody at the tallest compound there.
So many teams around the corner, and it seems like Los Leones, it is the real estate prices are going up high, and you do see a lot of settlements going out there. A lot of people trying to get at least one compound, one building to their name, and still a lot of teams out there who are very far. You look at the team on the western coast. There is from the Montenegro area. They're literally rotating, and they're so far away, tanking so much damage of blue zone.
And trust me, Necros, with the time passing by, all these teams being hesitant on engaging in these fights, they're just making things so much more difficult for them. Look at this. Still 16 teams, just barring what? A couple of teams, 2 or 3. Everybody's hunkered down to a spot. Now, once the circle takes that hard shift, that is where majority of the teams won't even have a chance to take or engage in fights. They'll just be wiped off just like that. As for Team LOC, another returning name inside of realme BGIS. Previous game were a tad bit unlucky, but this time want to ensure they have decent amount of finishes going in their favor.
Have to look forward how things are going to turn up in this particular map of Miramar, because Sanhok was a different terrain. We know how things turn up in the map of Sanhok. It's a different kind of play style that teams adapt to, but as of now, for Miracle, it seems like they are a little bit annoying the players of Blitz out there. One player got knocked and confirmed, and you do see ESG out there taking those shots. SWG, the players, the vehicle is completely compromised. He will be there out in the open, just a small cover to play along with. It's going to be a tough job, but eventually Dragon OP gets the first strike of the game.
Yeah, talk about the first strike coming literally after 10 to 12 minutes. So has been this lobby moving at a snail's pace. All these teams not realizing what lies ahead of them. I mean, look at Ujjwal. He's got no idea where he's putting himself, or rather where he's going. Because all these compounds have pretty much been taken. Everybody just trying to delay that inevitable to happen as Caesar. He gets wiped off. As for Fragis, did not have a good outing in the previous game. And this one at least, they've got the higher grounds. The big question is for how much longer.
Talking about high grounds, I feel like Sile OP has been annoying Triple H from a long period of time. So many knockouts being taken, and Triple H will be annoyed at their limits. Like, what the hell is going on at this moment? Because every time somebody wants to step, like, kind of get a peek, trying to get some information about the players, they are getting completely taken off. But right now, again, a small reminder to all you guys that Realme P3 Ultra 5G is launching on 19th of March. Go to Google and search Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can stand a chance to win some exclusive freebies.
Yeah, just in the next couple of days. We've been talking about this phone bringing in the more stable 90 FPS gameplay, and adding on to that the GT Turbo mode just ensures that you've got a seamless experience. All you gotta focus is on your gameplay, on your opponents, and just wipe them out. Just waiting for all these fights to break out. And this will be a blink it and a miss it moment very soon. All these teams just trying to delay as much as possible, trying to play around the circle as the circle takes a tad bit shift up towards those northern areas. As Bro is Pro, he finally finds a knock. As for even Wildfangs, they're getting the players of SWG down already, as Ayush, he's picking a separate fight all for himself and wins that 1v1 duel. He's got no issues whatsoever. As for Team Blitz, they decide to march in inside the circle. But look at this. For Ayush, it has got so much heated up. Still survives this. Gets that knock onto what's taken. As Raj, he wants to inch in closer. Ayush, he needs some help. He needs that fast. And now the push, the paw does inject, does come in. Ayush still surviving though. Couple of free fires, med left and right. And now the backup does arrive. But Rajor, before that, he gets a knock, gets that instant finish. As for Team Blitz, they're losing out on numbers heavily.
That was too late. The backup arrived way too late. Yes, indeed. The job will be done and dusted. Blitz Esports, they will live to fight another day, but Ayush could have been saved. I really feel bad for him. That man anchored the entire building all by himself, got 2 players down. The third one was almost in his grasp, but he did not have the HP. He wanted to tail it a little bit longer. Just in the case fixes, if just at least few seconds ago this backup arrived, that man would have been saved. Yeah, but still, 4 finishes backed up by Bliss Esports. And we look onto the circle. So northern side, again, being kind of captured by 4 Miracle. They are playing in the outskirt areas of Los Leones. You do see SBZ out there as well. ESG will be also holding on to the northeastern side. But nobody is willing to give up the urban compounds.
Yeah, at this point, everybody just anticipating that it is going to be ending inside of Los Leones. There's very less likely chances of it shifting up northwest. Where for Miracle Esports, they will have to find some time to squeeze in. As for Wingod, still holding on, hunker down at air compounds as well. Oh, nice shot. Codex does connect as Fury, the danger man, the star player, sort of wakes up in the games of Miramar when the stakes are high. He's been dealt with. So Wingod finally have a finish to their name, and they finally add a point to their tally.
The kind of angle that they're holding is really amazing for Wingod, but oh, Spray God, he has spotted Trace God up there. It's a battle between gods that we are seeing. But Trace God, he does have that height advantage, but his position has been kind of compromised, so it will be tough for him to come down, because eventually if he gets spotted, it will be Dragon Esports to might put an end to his run, and Trace God doesn't want an ending like that. He has all the visuals, he can pass all the intel to his teammates, those who are there around his surroundings. But right now, Wild Fangs, they're in the most southern side of the circle. So they need to move up north in order to find a better place, but they have so many teams to deal with.
I think one team that has fairly impressed me in this one has to be 4 Fraggers, but Trace God getting a little excited. Oh, there you have it. Silopi did take a massive chunk of damage just to eventually survive. Now Trace God showing no signs of mercy. Could also be the players of Neon. He's got so many players to fire. But in fact, when you look at Wild Fangs, they do not have the best of ammunitions on them. I mean, the match has just barely begun, and they are starting to deplete their resources. So somehow, Trace God and Co will have to ensure they make every bullet count. Oh, Sensei has a lot of it. 360. Just give something to Trace God.
Some to Scout as well. I mean, he has just 103 bullets left, but it seems like a lot of fights have already started. Genesis, they're also stepping up the show. They're looking forward to get some more finishes to their name, but eventually when you talk about the bigger picture, Neon X, they had a really huge rotation, but right as of now, I don't see them having a good spot. But Blitz, they're facing the backlashes. It's going to be LOC to chime in and mostly put an end to their run, because Bro is Pro is going to be the last survivor for their team.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, look at this. Wild Fangs just somehow injecting their fangs, and Wingod being on the receiving end. Godex has been taken down. Silopi, oh, he's also been spotted. Shots being fired. Trace God making lives hell for Wingod at this point, as they have to use in a lot of that resource to their avail. A lot of those smokes being deployed just to get that one man alive, as LeBron out in the open. Almost traced down by Trace God, but for Wingod, they're ensuring they watch out for those footsteps, but no. Trace God eventually shows no mercy, gets that finish secured.
Wingod have to be a little bit quicker at this time. They have a lot of teams to breach through, and one of them is going to be Wild Fangs. The terror is upon the sky. And for Wingod, if they want to go up front and maybe risk it a little bit, it's a very, very risky move from Silopi with that completely smoked off vehicle. But he manages to enter, and he is becoming that one who doesn't care about any sort of problems in his life at this moment. But Wild Fangs, they're not just going to let Wingod slip away like that.
Yeah, talk about living on the edge. And LeBron almost had my hearts out of my mouth at this point. The way Wingod, they're making their decisions, they have to be a little extra careful. As for Miracle Esports, they're holding on their own. The next rotation is going to be very important for this lineup, because so far they've ensured they've got the backlines cleared, but if the circle moves away from them, you've got so many teams that could hinder you from making inside the zone, and this is the moment of truth. Oh, the circle It's still 50-50. ESG, they feel quite happy about themselves, but now they need to reunite.
Look at Genesis Esports as well. In the southern side, you do see a lot of clusters happening. WinGod is there, Dragon Esports. So this is a kind of play field for the likes of Genesis to get ample amount of finishes, and they have to do it really properly. But look at this. For Miracle, they come up close. This can be that similar story what happened in the map of Sanhok. But LOC, they seem quite prepared. They are all prepped up with all those utils, cooking up those pre-nades. If one of them connects, it's gonna be a disaster for Miracle, because all the players that they're in the ground floor, and LOC 2 players up there, all prepped up with the nades. They're waiting for the right time to dump in, but one good nade, the one good opening can literally change the tides.
Yeah, 2 players from LOC isolated, alienated from their squad. As for Miracle Esports, they'll have to thread the needle. They will have to find that first blow, or else they will be delaying this. And it seems like they've got a sense of things happening around. The spider sense is tingling. As for Dragon, he's managed to secure that one finish. Now he knows for sure that LOC, they're isolated from each other. And look at Reaper's position. Alpha, he's got to really watch out.
This is the kind of position for Miracle. They don't want to give it up. This is going to be the western side, extreme western side of the circle. Shots being fired from a different direction. Dragon has a read, and he will be looking forward to get some trades out there. 15 teams remaining. This is stage 6. This is how the urban circles play along. But Dragon OP, he was not prepared for somebody to come up from behind. It's going to be none other than Shadow Blitz to come in the picture. This is a little bit problematic for the side of 4 Miracle. If LOC, they do have a read about it, this can be a little bit dicey for 4 Miracle to handle all the pressures, because as soon as the fight ends, fixes, either LOC or 4 Miracle will have to face the wrath of Shadow Blitz.
Oh, look at this. Complete chaos taking over, as somehow for Miracle Esports still in this. Dragon and Poco, both of them down on their knees, but will be brought back to life. A nice, well-executed fight comes in from for Miracle Esports. As for Team Blitz, they also march their way inside the circle, as now bodies are starting to fall. All these players just getting swatted down from the face of the earth, as even Wildfangs, one after the other, they're also getting wiped off. As of now, for Miracle Esports, they've made a really nice breach. They've made a really nice entry inside the circle, but still so difficult to say who comes out on top in this one.
Tough call for sure, but now the next circle is something that everybody is anticipating. Genesis, they know that they have Wildfangs just in their tail. It's going to be a very tough task for Wildfangs to move up, and they only have 2 finishes out of just being there in Los Leones for such a long time. Haven't been initiating fights lately. Yep, we did see Trace God coming up with some early knockouts and 1 or 2 finishes, but it was not enough. But Infinity, he gets taken down by Catalyst from afar. Now all the fights are just brewing up. WinGod, they're in a very comfortable position if you ask me, but the next circle shift, you do see it has gone to the western side, and 4 Miracle will be pretty happy. Shadow Blitz will be pretty happy, but this fight of ESG and 4F, it's really, really crucial, because now this will determine which team will be able to move forward without any commotion.
Look at this. I mean, AimGod, he's got such a nice vision, and he could make all the difference for ESG. He's kind of a little aloof from his squad, as Wildfangs, now they have to get inside the zone. And Scout, he does manage to find a knock though. Not enough done. AimGod, he needs to find that perfect opening. Now look at this, 4 fraggers, they're starting to get a little restless there. They want to initiate that push. As for Dronzer, shooting through, as Wildfangs also inching closer on the players of NRI. They've been having a little bit of an unspoken rivalry. Previous game also went up against each other, and this time as well, Seth just trying to squeeze himself some area. Gets in a little bit closer as Trace God. He's got a different angle. Seth needs to really watch out.
This is a position Wildfangs, it's a do-or-die moment. They have 2 teams right in front of them, but now Scout is confirming all those finishes that is left behind.
Nice.
And yes, Cyrax will be capitalized. Genesis loses 1. Trace God, he's getting all the information in the world for now. But one good jump, one good move can literally turn the tides for Wildfangs. And all the information's being relied. He's sitting intact in one spot. All the players are there. Dragon Esports, they don't have a clue about Trace God's position. I'm quite sure about it. Tuoro OP, Spray God, the nades are being exchanged. Spray God drops down, gets knocked out by Scout. That's a good opening. Trace God, he's looking for the right moment to strike in, and he will do so. Dragon Esports, that's going to be the end of their run as Wildfangs, they move to the next target. That's going to be NRI, and that one good nade will make the connection. Sarwar getting picked off.
Wildfangs absolutely clobbering down the opposition. Do not really care who's in front of them. Pummeling them down and sending them far across the galaxies. As for now, they're looking oh so sturdy. Quickly recovered, and if you believe in superstitions, there is one with Sensei. Every single game, Sensei gets taken down. Wildfangs, the chances of getting a chicken dinner comes alive as Ujwal. He's just been scouted out. Oh my god, Scout. One more good grenade. Ujwal doesn't even realize where is that coming from. Has no clue. But look at this, Scout. He's down to his last frag grenade. Shadow OG is still down on his knees. He's not been spotted out yet. So Scout's not taking those chances.
But at this moment, NRI are being thrashed from both the sides. 4 Miracle coming into the picture. They are being sandwiched. But Genesis, I just wonder how are they going to survive. They need to enter the circle 28 meters afar. Apollo, Shadow, 2 players carrying all the dreams of this match of Miramar for Genesis Esports on their shoulders. But right as of now, this is going to be an open land. They have to be really careful. And the fights are brewing in this entire southwestern quadrant of the map, of the circle. Genesis Esports Shadow gets spotted off. It's Coffin from behind. Oh my god, Genesis. This is not a great spot at all.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Down to their final man as Wildfangs. They are starting to feel themselves. Have started to overheat inside this lobby. As now going after the players of NRI. And there you have it for Miracle Esports. Take good advantage of that situation. As Scout, he decides to inch in a little closer. All that smoke deployed there will somehow keep the hopes of Wildfangs alive. But have Wingod spotted them out? That's a big question. It feels like Silopi knows exactly what's going on. As for NRI, they're well aware that Wildfangs, they're around these compounds. As Hitman, he gets ambitious. He wants to go charging in as Adonis. That grenade connects as Seth, down on his knees, will be wiped off, leaving Scout to be the only player alive, not any longer.
But right as of now, instantly comes up. Wingod from behind and the shots are being fired. Infinity gets Hitman down. And now the artillery strikes will be coming in from the side of Shadow Blitz, as well as 4 Miracle coming into the picture. The Dragons, the miraculous players, they were waiting for this moment to strike in. But NRI, just look at this moment. This is not the chance that they want to take, but Hitman has to go up front. But oh my god, Shadow Blitz, they're going to run down by the players of 4 Miracle. They go all in and they are hungry for the finishes and they will devour every single person that come in front of them.
Yeah, for Miracle Esports at this point, they are the ones being the harbingers of death and destruction. For Miracle Esports, 8 finishes strong already, and now Hitman pretty much out in the open. Just somehow trying to bait out his own finish, and there you go. Poco puts him to rest as they march ahead. As Shadow Blitz still holding on their numbers. Wingod down to Sahil OP. As Dronzer, how on earth is he still alive? Finally gets taken down. Sahil OP will annihilate him. But look at this. ESG still alive, and it's still the 9th circle. We had 7 freaking teams still alive. And now only the last 3 remain as the dust settles.
This has to be a biggest move. 4 Miracle coming up from behind. Gabru is all set. He wants to welcome them in his style. The shot's being fired, but his position was kind of compromised. Instantly, the trades will be coming in. Gabru, one last first aid on him. He has got 12 bandages, but not enough. This Molotov should do the job, but no, oh my god. All the utils being dumped on that one particular area. It's going to be a tough call. ESG also closing in. Beard Baba getting taken down. 4 Miracle, they lose 1. Reaper still surviving. It's a sandwich situation. Gabru wants to take at least 2 players down. He finds one. Might just get a second one. But Avery, he's just closing in. That one nade will be good enough to take him down. But Dragon gets taken down. Decimated. Avery as well as Kairos playing the big play. 4 Miracle. Again, the dreams might just crush down. Poco is all alone, left behind. And he has to pull off a great play. Instantly going for the revival. He knows that it's really crucial. The 1v2 for Poco. Can he get one? Tries to make that connection. Wants to be there. Wants to get one. He gets one. Gets the second. Might as well. Poco. He was almost there, but the dreams have been crushed. It's gonna be ESG to walk away with the chicken dinner.
Holy... Oh, I cannot speak anymore there. I mean, what did we just witness? Holy moly. Oh, what a game of Miramar it was, Necros. I mean, for a moment, I really felt like Poco did it. He pulled through. But it was ESG having that last laugh. Oh, what a game to witness. I mean, imagine, it's the 9th stage. You still had 7 teams alive. Everybody trying to get a piece of the pie. And it was ESG for a moment. It felt so good. It was for Miracle Esports who were all over the place. Just for ESG to come in those final moments and just steal it through. Get that chicken dinner. Wow.
I have to give credits to how ESG played Avery as well as Kairos. The way that kind of cover fire came into the picture, Avery stepping up front, getting the cover fire by Kairos. He handled not only Shadow Blades, but also, like when we did see Dragon stepping up, he got taken on eventually the trade. I really thought that a trade will be coming in, but Kairos was just too accurate at that point. He did not even give the players a chance that, okay, Avery can be picked off. But still, Poco kept the contention happening. He kept the hopes alive for 4 Miracle for a longer period of time. But I mean, in those kind of situations, Fixes, we do know that it's really tough to hold on to your calm.
Yeah, I mean, in those situations, it's all about how you rely on your instincts, to be honest. These are such scrambled fights, and you know, it's just trades happening left, right, and center. And for Miracle Esports, they did so much in this game, because when you talk about their journey, they were pretty much on the northwestern side. They had to somehow inject themselves through the compounds, whilst ESG, they were chilling. They had the outskirts to themselves. They were not making any unwanted movements. They were letting all these teams fight it out. And for the moment where the last player of Team Shadow Blitz got dealt with, I think that is where ESG knew this was their calling. All they had to do was just rush in, and yes, Poco brought it down to the wire, but he barely had any HP with himself. So as a result of which, that 1v1 he lost, but still commendable kudos to the boys from for Miracle Esports. But even for Wildfangs, they played really well in this one. They made the most out of the situation. Again, Wind God falling down like that, I did not like it.
This was a circle which tested the stability, the kind of synergy of all the teams, the gun power of all the teams, because we did see a lot of situations where it was all clustered. We did see that the entire southwestern side of the circle was clustered with so many teams. Yes, Shadow Blitz was there. Again, there were teams like SWG, NRI. I mean, NRI was there as well, kind of creating some nuisance for the side of Wildfangs. But I still feel like that Wildfangs, they have got a lot of finishes at the end when the circle was pushing the teams closer and closer, but they could have cleared the site a little bit longer if they wanted to, is what I feel.
You know, I think for Wildfangs, the biggest problem was when Trace God got taken down. So it all came down to Seth and Scout. They had no other avenues to somehow keep themselves alive, because Seth, while crossing over, he got taken down. Had he not been taken down from that position, their position would have still remained unchecked, and they could have built it up a little bit. But still, you know, given the situation, it was quite dire for Wildfangs. Let's be honest. I mean, Sensei already being taken down, Trace got already done his bidding there. They got a lot of finishes, so that is something that Wildfangs can work with, and this is them in their natural element, right? And this little rivalry between them and NRI Esports is getting things so much more riled up, because now Wildfangs never thought that they would, you know, face so much resistance from NRI, and it's 2 back-to-back games where they have been the ones causing so much trouble for them.
I feel like this is a big example for all the other teams that you can't underestimate any team in the lobby. You might be one of the most experienced team out there, but the other 15 teams, those who are in your group, have kind of competed through the stages and they have made it to this far. So yeah, I feel like it's really good for NRI Esports to kind of have that kind of resistance within themselves, but also to just put another highlight on the team, LOC. I mean, they were also popping off well in the early fights, but I didn't see them doing anything great when it came down to the end stages.
Yeah, you did not see them because so many fights happened at the very same time, and we could not catch up with what was happening with almost everybody in the lobby. And maybe some glimpses of it would be visible in the highlights that we have. I feel like Scout individually has definitely, stepped up. He did the most he could have done. Look at this. He was being fired from 2 different directions. But this moment, man, this was it. Sahil OP being that lonely straggler, he did whatever he possibly could. But Shadow Blitz, you were constantly talking about them having that central position all to themselves. And where for Miracle, I mean, could they have done better? Could they have gotten the chicken dinner? Sure. But something happened in Reaper and Dragon just fell down like that. And this is where Poco was completely out of options. Look at him, how he's just getting surrounded, swarmed by so many players, even if they're taken down still. But yes, Dragon gets to be the MVP. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, this man was again spitting fire from all his skill set. He was devouring every prey that was coming in front of him. So yeah, Dragon did a very good heavy lifting when it came down to the fragging department. Also kudos to Piat Baba stepping right beside him, having 3. For Miracle, they had a really decent game when it comes down to the second match. But all the other players, Arias Coffin having 3 for his name. Scout stepping up from the side of Wildfangs having 3. Avery from the side of ESG having 3. So more or less, a lot of players have stepped up individually. And when you talk about Scout, yup, that man was trying his best to keep his team alive, but it was a tough situation.
It certainly was a tough situation. And I mean, in that game towards the end, this was incoming. We all saw this from miles apart. But what we did not see was ESG staging such a big comeback here. 18 points. 10 for the chicken dinner, 8 for those finish points. They were clinical, they were smart, they were cunning. As for Miracle Esports, this time they've got a lot of points. 18 to them. As Shadow Blitz having that central position did help them a lot. As Wingod, they also recovered alongside Wildfang, so 8 for themselves as well. But Dragon Esports, I really thought that this team would be bringing in a little bit of that oomph inside this game. Same goes with Blitz game. It could not carry forward that momentum from game 1 to game 2.
It was a tough task. Both Dragon and I feel like Blitz, they lost their players one by one throughout the rotation and the kind of places that they were trying to hold off. A good split was there for Blitz, and it was a little bit of miscommunication that led to that position. But talking about the overall standings, we have 4 Miracle on top with 28 points, followed by Blitz with 25. 24 for ESG Esports. I mean, 4 Miracle only team without having chicken in, they're still on top after the performance that they have given in this last map of Miramar. Genesis is having 18 points, 13 for Wildfang. Shadow Blitz have 12. LOC have 11. Dragon Esports still in top 8 with 10 points on board.
Yeah, still pretty much out in the open. The competition still can't say anything. I mean, for Miracle Esports, they have been playing extremely well, at least consistent if you talk about those 2 games. Securing an average of 14, that's a good number. But for Wingod Esports, finally finding some respite here. 8 points. Before this, they had nothing to work with. But IC's favorite team, heads held high. Right now, they are going through some rough and tough times. They do not even have their heads barely above the water at this point. They really need to bounce back in. And for Raka SAS, sitting at just 8. And any other outliers, NRI Esports. I mean, they're always in the thick and thin of actions. But when you look at their overall points, not that too much. What's happening to those knocks?
Again, a lot of knocks got stolen away. I was following the finish feed out there. Yes, the knocks were coming in. We were constantly seeing them. Okay, yes, they're putting some pressure on team and they're pushing the limits of Wingod and all those stuff. But at the end, it's all about converting the finishes. We have seen one of the players out there having like 400 damage but having 7 finishes for himself. You have to be the thief in order to get the points because the finishes matter, the damage don't at one point. But overall, this was the second game of this group. We still have one more game that's going to be the map of Erangel, which will be the final map for today. But after that, again, 3 maps will be played tomorrow by this group. But before we hop on to this next map of Erangel, we're going to go for a very short break. See you on the other side.
बैड स्क्वाड तो बची नहीं, क्या हुआ? कमबैक नहीं हो रहा क्या?
प्रो स्क्वाड जो मैप खेले उसे मीरामार कहते हैं और उसी स्क्वाड को जो बिना स्कोप के निपटा दे उसे विक्टर कुमार कहते हैं। तेरे बैग में इतना एमो नहीं होगा जितना विक्टर कुमार एक स्प्रे में उड़ा देता है।
विक्टर, कहाँ है तू?
जिन हॉट ड्रॉप पे तुम जैसों के खोपड़े उड़ जाया करते हैं वहां पे हम अपने एक्स सूट सुखाया करते हैं।
विक्टर, बाहर आ!
ताजमहल की कसम, इस तंदूरी नाइट में एक चिकन डिनर तो बनता है। दीवान, कम टू माय मैदान।
बैडस बनने के लिए सिर्फ स्वैग नहीं, स्किल्स भी इंपॉर्टेंट है।
डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
Miramar is always one of the greatest maps, as what I feel like, and the kind of circle we did see happening in Los Leones was again a big picture that we just saw a few moments ago. But joining alongside me, it's going to be Icy this time. Icy Baby 1-2. We are back with another map. This time it's going to be the map of Erangel. What are your thoughts?
I think when it comes to Erangel, it is going to be a little bit more balanced. Just now, that map Los Leones was a little bit... I don't call it Miramar because that entire circle felt like a Los Leones fight. Was very difficult to play because Los Leones as well as Yasnaya is the only two cities that is very, very difficult to play compared to any other place, right? Just because you have to take into consideration that is multi-level kind of warfare rather than just, oh, straightforward, you know, compound to compound or maybe landed versus landed. It is a completely different map to actually play. I say map, not city, is because it's a complete different playstyle from what you're usually playing, to be honest.
Yeah, pretty much that sums up. But also we talk about a different device that is literally in front of us, the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is launching on 19th of March, which is not very far the date is because, you know, there's a couple of 2 to 3 days for the launching date. And again, this is one of the best phones that you can get in the segment, having really good designs, having a powerful chipset with a Dimensity of 8350. So I feel like if you are looking forward to upgrade, this is the best thing that you can get for yourself.
Exactly. It is going to be launching on the 19th of March, and you guys can search Realme P3 Ultra 5G on Google, stand a chance to win some amazing, amazing prizes. So be sure to check it out as well. And it also has the GT Boost, which is the most suitable optimization mode for gamers like you guys, like me, like him. Well, not so much him. He doesn't game too much. Well, he does.
I saw that coming, you know.
Yeah.
I really saw. I guess we can settle...
Because apparently somebody, you know, couldn't even drive a go-kart.
Okay, so...
It's an insider thing.
Yeah, that's an insider thing. I just didn't read the rules. That's it.
Okay.
That was my first time. Everybody in the first time get a second chance. Okay, the first time it's still under consideration, I feel like.
So, shots fired. And also to you guys who's competing as well, remember, read the rules. Do not break the rules. Read the rules. Follow it to the T. Read every single thing. And that's how you don't get disqualified. Anyways.
Oh my god!
Anyways, we're going to be moving on here because this upcoming match here is going to be Erangel. And we are going to see a little bit of reset coming in from some of the teams. I feel like Los Leones, to be honest, you guys were talking about Wildfangs having a little bit of trouble. I felt like Scout played the best in that map because he has those experience to understand that Los Leones is not a simple map. There were a lot of instances where he could have ego-picked, but he chose to save up those nades for those crucial moments. And him having those specific angles was able to keep tabs on multiple teams. And I think even Fixers was mentioning as well, Wildfangs and also MRI was able...
NRI, yeah.
Sorry, NRI was having a little bit of a run-in. They also have so much run-in with Wingard in 2 games in general. Like, this rivalry between these 3 teams has been just uncanny, to be honest. And I feel like this is something that Wildfangs eventually needs to overcome. But they are currently in the top 5. and being the only team that has relied solely on finish points to get there. They only had 1 placement points in 2 games.
Yeah, I feel like this is high time that they will go for the placement points as well. And yeah, I mean, the first 2 games for the teams, those who haven't had a great time, they will be looking forward to bounce back. This is going to be the default map from where you start playing BGMI. Everybody knows the roads, the dips, the ridges, even if you don't know your colony. But right as of now, this is going to be the final match of today's day, the final match for group number 4. Let's dive in it right now.
Well, we are going to be jumping into the final game for today here for the realme BGIS 2025 round 4 stages, day number 3. And this is Group 4's final game for today, game 3 for them. And it is going to be in the map of Erangel. The flight path starts off from Milta and then ending towards in between North and South Georgopol. So this is going to be a pretty balanced one, not favoring towards the teams heading towards military base. But aside from that, pretty even for all these teams.
I really want to see some early clashes maybe happening for the contention of vehicles, which happened in the first map of Sanhok. Sorry, the last map of Sanhok for Group 3. But also at this kind of moments, we do see a lot of teams traveling really close by. Wildfangs having the Milta split. You do see Shadow Blitz around the corner. Dragon Esports as well having a split around the Milta Power. Triple H will be there as well. So 3 to 4 teams around the areas of Milta. So mostly we're going to see some early clashes, maybe some early fights happening in that particular spot. But we do see a couple of players going for those vehicles around the bridge. So Shadow Blitz, they might have some contention out there.
I think this was a very good run coming from Shadow Blitz, right? They started the game in Sanhok a little bit sloppy, but Miramar, that performance coming from Gabru was just insane. Him inside that bin caused so much problems for teams like 4 Miracle. Everyone who tried to push into the warehouse through the garbage bin, I would say it's so awkward, but he has held the fort so well. Meanwhile, the circle is going to be shifting towards Georgopol's vicinity. Seems like a very western approach, but a lot of teams are in Georgopol. We do see Vanguard into his North George, ESG, thinking they should be going Georgopol, but seems like they are the only teams thus far on broadcast that has moved into Zarki out of round since the grind days until now, which is 4 groups in the grind, round 2, round 3, and every single round we've been is like 4 days of matches thus far. ESG is the only team that's picked Zarki so far.
That's an achievement for them. Okay, we've explored a new location in the map where you can just go, but oh, this is going to be problematic. Oh my god, the early clashes is happening. Hyper Ash, he just landed. He doesn't even have a pistol to walk out with. Tekken has a S12K, he has to do. Erangel has an AKM, gets Phantom down. This is going to be a fight which nobody wanted to happen. Tekken has to go forward. He needs to get the openings. He has an S12K, but Arca, he has to step up. He's got a DBS, but one of the players got taken down. But eventually, SWG x FF Esports will have the final laugh on their face. 4 finishes backed up. Ujjwal will be saved, but Ace... oh, this is not the kind of outcome that you would want for yourself.
Well, great start for SWG. Unfortunately for Ace, we will see them tomorrow. But as of yet, we are down towards the final 15 teams. SWG having 4 finishes means, well, they are going to be A-OK, right? Considering it's barely even 2 minutes a game. They got 4 finishes, 4 points in the bag. They've got a lot of space to rotate in. And guess what? They are inside the zone. So this is the perfect run here for SWG right from the get-go.
Yeah, they pretty much cleared off the western coast for themselves. A contender being completely swiped off. So all that area, all those compounds, all the entire loot of that place to themselves. So yeah, that's a good cheers that they're going to go. A W move, a W start for themselves. But talking about W moves, 4 Miracle, the kind of game that they had in the previous map of Miramar, again, they should be having a really big confidence boost within themselves that, okay guys, we have pulled off a really tough circle. This one is slightly a little bit easier because we do see them in the areas of Rozok. So from there, if they start a rotation attack but early, they might just find some really good spots inside, deep inside the circle.
Agreed. But as of now, on screen as well, the next gen of gens coming in, Genesis Esports. They had a great run into its Sanhok itself. They were able to get a top 2 finish. Miramar wasn't exactly in favor of them, but this time they had a little bit of a bounce back for them. But now on the screen, looks like military base is going to be occupied by Shadow Blitz. Again, Gabru going to be the ones that really set up the tempo here in that match. Yes, they may have not gotten the chicken dinner in Miramar, but Gabru was the reason why everybody was struggling to push into that warehouse. And that's something that I think we are going to be talking about it throughout this next few days if he performs a little bit better.
Yup. But when we talk about days, in the upcoming days of 19th March, we do see Realme P3 Ultra 5G launching. So if you want to get some freebies, go to the Google and then you search Realme P3 Ultra 5G and you may stand a chance to win those freebies all by yourself if your luck is good.
Agreed. But on screen, ESG, this is the team that I think proved to be a little bit of a nuisance they were in Miramar itself. Game 1, they had a little bit of an awkward start, but Game 2, for them to actually take the dub with the chicken dinner, tried to pan the last guy, which is a little bit ironic. I know, like I wasn't expecting them to have a little bit of fun, but guess what? Sometimes you gotta have a little bit of fun to calm the nerves. And in this case, calming themselves here is gonna be Wildfangs, because as of yet, they are the team that has been known for since grind stages, since the entire round itself. Yes, we know who Scout is, we know who Trace is, we know who Safe is, but their performance in the realme BGIS 2025 has nothing short but just full finishes and no chicken dinners. And even then, they have solely been relying on finishes to make their way and qualify for each stage. And currently, they are top 5, but teams are starting to adapt to their playstyle now.
They were read like a book in the previous match. I mean, yep, kind of considering the conditions, they played really well. But as you mentioned, yes, they are being read and they have to find up some new strategies to get some more points for their side, because as we mentioned, finishes are important, these kind of new meta circles, but I mean, you have to play aggressive to survive, we know that, but placement points are equally important as well, because that again balances your entire overall standings, which will again benefit you to have some better positioning, better standings, standing out of all the other 15 teams mostly. But when we talk about Wildfangs, I feel like they should go with the natural game rather than just going with the placement points for now.
You know, I like that you actually put it in that way, but now let's put it in a different question. Top 7 finish, or okay, never mind. Top 6 finish with 2 finishes, or 10 finishes with no placement. Which one is better?
Oh my god. I feel like the first one is actually better.
No, 10 finishes is better. Because on top 6, you get like, what, 2 points, and then you get 2 finishes, 4 points in total. 10 finishes give you 10 points.
Oh, sorry.
I put you in the spot, huh?
Every time I see.
I know, right? But all things considered, right now, Dragon Esports taking a very late approach there. They're one of the furthest away from this zone as of yet. They are all the way from Milta Power, and right in front is going to be Wildfangs. I'm not exactly sure why, but Wildfangs, they do tentatively play from Milta in general. They are gatekeeping Dragon Esports for some reason. They are rotating from Forest. I don't think it's advisable, considering how far the circle is, but we do see remnants coming from them. Seth is a little bit late from there, but eventually they need to go into the next phase of zone, which is currently still uncertain where stage 2 is going to be around as well. All we do know now is going to be a Georgia Post circle potentially. And currently Wingard is not inching away from it. Genesis is going to be split between the mountains, South George, and Hospital. That is a very greedy spread coming from Genesis. I hope they are going to be able to find a way to regroup from this, because that's a very greedy spread coming from Genesis in the middle of the zone.
Mac is on the Everest, Shadow is in the containers. So if any team kind of pushes on any one of the players, he is surely getting compromised. I don't see them surviving in that kind of situation. But yep, the circle again gives them the privileges. It's an eastern shift. So the teams rotating from the eastern side will be having the slower end. But SWG, they're in the fights. LOC, you do see them in the picture. 2 of the players knocked out. Zen, he's there out in the open, surviving, trying to survive through the smokes. But LOC, they're not going to let him slip away like that. They know, but the positionings, it was almost close by the shots being fired. Zen, he's trying to survive for his survival, but no, it's not going to happen. LOC, that's the final finish that they're going to get. And 4 finishes backed up without a single loss.
Nicely done coming from LOCX. DIE. Like, they have been very consistent in all 3 games. Every single time they hold the compound, if anybody tries to jeopardize them, they will somehow win the fight. And this has been very consistent. Meanwhile, Mac, as soon as I say this, he spread out from the team, he got picked off, he loses his vehicle, and he loses his life. So that's going to be NRI getting a pick off towards Genesis. They are going to be continuing their journey with 1 player, which, unfortunately to say, it's going to be tough, but considering how the circle is, it is going to be potentially Ruins or maybe even Mount Gatka, but it is still split between the river down north as well. So a lot of teams have to figure out where's the next best option. And NRI is going to make a gamble here and put all their eggs into his Ruins. Try and hold down the fort if the circle shifts there. So this is a little bit interesting coming from them. But NRI, like you said as well, they are the teams that is been the big nuisance coming from Fixers, as Fixers mentioned as well. Certain rivalries against Wildfangs.
I mean, I feel like this is a team, again, we have seen so many rivalries being built up. Altitude had one in their own group. This is another one that is brewing in this particular group itself. So these kind of rivalries do give us a lot of entertainment when it comes down in the audience perspective. But Wildfangs, they have started things off in a good way. Triple H, the players, those who were there rotating from the southern island, rotated through the entire military base bridge, and now they got taken down during the rotation. So I feel like Wildfangs, they had the entire setup planned up. They knew that, guess one team is going to come up and Trace God. He bans them out.
Well, they find 2 finishes, which is a good sign as well. But they are on the outskirts of the zone. For them to find a couple of picks like this, they have to restock those utilities. The question here is, when do they push into the zone? Because Sensei and Scout has pretty much pushed themselves in ahead, but Trace God and Seth is a little bit late to the party. Meanwhile, for those guys watching at home, remember to check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is going to be launching on the 19th of March, and you can stand a chance to walk away with some amazing prizes just by Googling realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. And of course, with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million, it is something that you have to watch out for. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of skirmish here. Blitz was able to get a couple picks themselves. Look at the circle.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The circle. The southern send completely. You do see Shadow Blitz out there in the extreme southern corners of Katka area, having some compounds to their name. But at Everest position, I see, will be such a valuable position for Genesis to grab so many finishes. You look at the entire cluster happening around the areas of Ruins. There is going to be 4 Miracle, Dragon Esports. You see 4 Fraggers, 2 to 3 teams out there. But as of now, Neon X, they're being pushed by the players of Blitz, and they know it, that this is the right moment to strike in. Bro is just going all in. Finds one, gets completely that. But Mahi is just too better in getting those collaterals, getting those trades in, and definitely they will be looking forward to backfire. Blitz loses 2.
Oh my goodness, this is not looking good for Neon. They've lost 2. They may have traded 1, but the question here is, can they get more? They're so split off. Mahi has the STFK, is holding the angles, but we know for a fact that Blitz needs to go in for the reset, but the pump comes in. Ayush with the spray, with the Badger, is able to get the knock. But guess what? From afar, he's going to get shot off as well. Yasha getting a bit of trade, and the pump comes through. Blitz Gaming is out. And that's going to be Neon somehow holding on with 4 finishes. But as soon as I say this, look at this. ESG, they're going to go for the push.
They came in late into the picture, but completely spoiled the game for Blitz Esports. But as of now, ESG, they have to deal with another big trouble. Yash, he has to pull off something. It's a tough job for him to survive, but it's a 1v4 situation, and he's not going to thrive. ESG, the team who took away the chicken dinner in the previous map of Miramar, they have been popping off well, having that 1 finish registered. A little bit of late rotation from the northeastern part of the map, and now, slowly and gradually, they will have the privilege to enter the circle. But the main fact is, I see, 4 Miracle might be waiting.
Agreed. Stage 3, very, very toxic. They do need to stock up a little bit more. And now their position is so hard to cross the river as well. The bridges on towards the north side of Ruins, still very, very toxic. Or in this case, very difficult to push their way through. Meanwhile, the circle seems to be maybe heading towards Mount George Pole or Mount Gatka or Mount Everest to a certain degree. Whereas from the side of Shadow Blitz, they do see remnants of Wildfangs on towards the compounds. And Wildfangs, they do have a very decent compound out in the open, but it is right at the edge. And most likely the circle is going to go in for the push. But Trace God, they get the opening. They might look for the push, and yes, they are. Seth manages to creep up, and they are going to go for the rush to get 1 knock in. and they are going to play the numbers game 4 versus 3 against Shadow Blitz.
Playing it slow and steady, the setup has been done, Seth's position has been compromised, a lot of utils will be exchanged from both the sides. Kabru, he deals a lot of damage, and now Riders now Scout, Trace God goes all up in, they have to be really closer. Liger, that one Molotov should do the damage, but Liger gets taken out eventually, Trace God falls as well. Scout is there in the behind, but Trace God, he will be compromised. Kabru barely survives, but the Molotov will do the job. Scout is playing it slow and steady, but Adonis, he's there outside waiting. Scout gets taken down. Sensei comes up from behind and the position has been compromised. Sensei has to do the job. Wildfangs seems to be a little bit struggling. It's going to be a 2v2. Oh my god, this is not an ideal situation for Wildfangs to be in. The support has to arrive. Sev, he was there, but I don't think that nade will let him live alive at that spot for a longer period of time. And eventually he falls down.
Oh my goodness, the confirmation goes through as well. And Don is able to find a couple picks. The nades has been problematic for Wildfangs. But now, from the side of Wildfangs, only Sensei remains, and he's gone out to run away from this fight. They have gotten a couple finishes, but it is going to be very, very unfortunate. Meanwhile, for Miracles, like I said early on, they gatekeep ESG. They find 1 picks on the roadblocks, but they have to rotate next as well. Dragon OP needs to be resetted. But for some reason, they are able to get through this weird circle. Stage 4 comes through. Seems like they managed to pick up Dragon OP, but he is going to bleed out to the zone once more. Stage 4, unpickable in this kind of phases as they reposition to the next fight. And Poco also getting picked by NRI.
Oh, once again, they are being the party spoilers for one team or the other. NRI, the resistance that they showed in the previous map of Miramar, this time they're showcasing some gun skills of themselves. Eventually, for Miracle, losing 2 players on a very quick instance, will be seeing themselves in a little bit of back foot position, having only 2 players to play along with it. It is going to be a tough task for them to get a lot more points from this map of Erangel, but when we talk about a tough task, it's going to be Wingod Esports in the southern side of the map. Still rotating from the western corners. Triple H, 1 player, he's just going to rotate. Sinister, he's going to get shots, but he barely survives. That's lucky for him.
Oh, Wingod now going to be in a very, very awkward spot. They've got the zone behind them. Triple H going to be scouted out in the open. Infinity sees Sinister. They're going to go for the spray, but they get the reset in. Rudy trying to drive away, but unfortunately gets sprayed down by Sahil OP. As they are going to be looking for those confirmations, but the finish was stolen away. As Wingod continues to pummel onto a Sinister. He's got 571, 556 bullets. A lot of numbers, but there's only so much Sinister he can do. He's last man standing. He's getting surrounded by everyone, and the nades, or in this case, they blew up the vehicle and take the finish, and that's going to be Raka SAS taking him down.
A good finish being registered. We do have 9 teams and 30 players remaining. Triple H, they get eliminated with having only maybe no placement points for themselves, a 0 point a game. But as soon as we talk about Infinity, that nade tossed up in the right position, it should do the damage. And but now they're just waiting slow and steady. Infinity has to be prepared, and he gets one of the players down. That's the opening that Wingod wanted. LOC, they were not prepped up for that situation, but if one good nade comes onto this direction of Infinity, he might just be in some real big trouble. But the nade being tossed up, Infinity wants to strike back. LOC, they're all prepped up for this fight, and this has to be the fight which will grant the entire Western Command to at least one of these teams.
Yeah, LOCX die. They have had experience on holding down the fort. They are very, very good at it. But the question here is, against another team like Wingod, can they hold on? But seems like they are going to reposition, knowing for a fact that they have decent amount of vehicles, 40 seconds left before this next stage, and they got to get out. We're down towards the final A team, LOC, still thinking if they should be pressuring their way through, as Wingod has got a decent amount of smokes used in this fight. That means a lot of utilities has been shut down, and look at the zone. It's going to shift towards the outskirts of the open fields. It is going to be complete open fields, and those vehicles that LOC has is going to be very, very important. And Wingod, they're going to make their move first.
You can see them rotating the vehicle, trying to make those kind of a little bit of distractions out there. Silopi was in very low HP. Hazard was all prepped up, and Godex, he has to come up close, otherwise Silopi will be compromised. Hazard changes the position. Godex, he's being dropped down to 50 HP as of now. LeBron Infinity still in the back, just trying to provide some support. It's going to be a tough task, but Silopi, he will be confirmed by Hazard at this moment. But now, oh, he has to go up front, take the battle, but Hazard completely bows down to Infinity's Orc Spray. The cover fire came in the right moment. Godix, he will be burning to crisp by his own Molotov. That's a not great sign. And even LeBron falls down. LOC having some really good control out there in this fight.
This is so unlucky for Wingard, but LOC once again, they hold down the fort. They've got 6 finishes, but they have to do this with 2 men. But little did they know, from afar, Raka SAS sent one guy to kind of snoop around, and they are going to be taking shots as well. The guy getting a couple shots in, Catalyst and Coffin gets a couple of jabs in onto Wingard. And guess what? Wingard only leaving 1 player left. He's running around, circling towards out in the open. He's so low. And Infinity is still stuck out in the open. And look at this. He's stuck. There's no way in. Raka, SAS, Esports, complete zone control in this southern approach in those compounds. Just making sure no one gets in. No snakes, no whatsoever. And little did they know, look at the mini feed as well. There's 1 player. It's going to be Adonis from the side of Shadow Blitz, who's actually proning their way through. Meanwhile, on top of the mountain,
oh, it's Beard Baba. He was just waiting for this moment. He did not anticipate that, okay, this is going to come this close. But as of now, LOC, they were rotating very close by. But the shots being fired, the position has been compromised. Genesis, who were there on the top, will have an idea that, yes, there is 1 team just below us. And they have to eradicate them from that particular spot. So for Miracle, they do have 3 finishes to walk out with. 2 players remaining, but they can't go way too outside. Genesis will have their radars all set on them. And with those smokes coming in, the position is always kind of compromised for the side of 4 Miracles, so it would be tough for them to go out from that place.
Oh my goodness, Genesis, they've used up so much ammunition to actually zone people out of this mountain. They only have 1 finishes, and all 3 of the players barely have 2 clips in the pocket. And they've been causing so much nuisance, but no points translated. And that conversion is going to be very, very important. Genesis, they have 10 seconds to make a play. Do they want to push down and get some resources, or do they want to go to the next phase of zone? But because the zone is about to push them down, for sure, unless it says otherwise. But guess what? They are going to be pushed down, and it is going to be in between 2 roads, or in this case, 2 different terrains separated by a road right in the middle.
There's just 1 compound to play along with. NRI will be looking forward to get it, but before that, they want to eradicate 4 fraggers. But Hitman got taken. Hitman's nade gets one of his players show him down, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but Hitman kind of sums it up, makes it even Steven by getting one of the knockouts. 4 fraggers, they will be looking forward to kind of backfire it, but it's going to be a tough job. The shot's being fired, and 1 player, he survives. The finishes will be confirmed. The revival has to be a little bit quicker because they know there is only 1 compound to play along, 1 place where you're going to get the hard covers from. And this place will be contested. One of the players of 4 fraggers, he has already acquired one of the buildings. But NRI having 10 finishes in their bag, they're looking pretty strong.
This is a big run from NRI. One of the undergods from the open qualifiers now making a statement against the veterans themselves. Consistent 3 games, being a nuisance for multiple teams. With this game coming into play, can they make the run for it? As you can see, they're down towards the final 6 teams. They are on right on the edge, but every single one is pretty much stuck outside the zone, and Beard Baba is pretty much stuck outside, being gatekept by the members coming in from Genesis. Cyrex, he needs those loots, but Beard Baba, what a shot! But he's so low. Oh, he's fine, he's fine. He's got 13 bandages. That's a little bit of a good sign, but oh, okay, never mind. Forget what I just said.
Cyrex was just too bad. He was waiting that, okay, he's gonna heal. I've given him damage as well, so he was waiting for him to just be the first one to pop off those meds. But eventually, when we talk about Genesis, they're penning down players left and right. But now, Raka X SAS Esports, they're looking forward to conquer the southern side. NRI will have some more contenders around the corner.
Yeah, Shadow OG, you know, he's shooting a couple of places here. He wasn't expecting a lot of people, but seems to me there's no one, and they need to find a way to stock up some ammunition. They're driving around. They are the only teams on this northern section. It is pretty open, and they need to find some sort of loot. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 teams are on the southern side of this circle. We've got Raka SAS with only 2 finishes. We've got a team NRI inside the compound just holding down the fort, while a potential, or in this case, a potential rat known as from the side of 4 fraggers that is going to be waiting for an opportunity to try and steal the chicken. And that player is going to be Sam Jod. But guess what, Shadow OG? He's getting scouted out. Hitman He's able to get the knock in. 11 finishes from side NRI.
Genesis still have 2 more players left, but NRI, they will be looking forward to convert it. So needs a quick revival. Yep, the smokes will be up. But for now, it's going to be a really important fight for NRI from here on. The shot's still being fired. Apollo wants to get those confirmations. Cyrex has got some little bit of room to come down. And maybe Shadow is in a position where he might just get the revival, because we do see another team. It's Araka x SAC Sports trying to chime into those compounds of NRI. So they have to deal with them first, then take a fight against Genesis, which will grant them the little bit of breather that they need to get this revival done. Smoke's being laid up. Apollo reaches the location, gets his IGL up. But Araka x SAC Sports, how are they going to plan this fight? Because they're still intact in that particular position.
This is so tough. This 4-way showdown is so disgusting. And guess what? The circle is going to shift into his Raka's favor. It's open grounds, but the problem is they are on the low ground advantage. So Raka SAS, they have to deal with Genesis first before they can do anything about this. But it seems like Genesis, they're making a move. They are going to go for a huge flank down towards the western approach, while NRI is going to be looking to get down for those compounds. But little did they know, like I said as well, that potential rat is still all the way on towards the far east here. 4 fraggers Sam. Last man standing. Still trying his best to actually survive to this. He sees NRI, but nope. Guess what? He got scouted out by Cyrex instead. So the potential spoiler for NRI completely taken out by Cyrex.
And unwillingly help coming up from the side of Genesis Esports. Definitely, if after NRI sees this, after finishing the match, they will be thanking Cyrex for that one. But right as now, Cyrex, smoke pile being laid up, they will be looking forward. But Cyrex is playing a little bit slow. He has just 27 bullets in his Scarrel, which is not sufficient enough to take at least one player down. I mean, it is, but sometimes we do know that these kind of circles test your spray skills. But NRI, they will wait for at least one knock to come under their way to get the further rotation completed. Hitman, Soham, still looking forward for that one opportunity, and even Chandan looking for those openings against Genesis.
Well, NRI, they have the high ground. They're looking to get a little bit more finishes to go, trying to topple the tables here, try and qualify. Remember, top 7 out of the overall standings qualify into the quarterfinals. And then the remaining top 16 of the leftovers will qualify into a wild card. You don't really want to be in those positions. Get as many points as you can. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Genesis, they do find an opening knock on towards NRI. Hitman getting knocked by Apollo. It's going to put them in a very, very comfortable position. This is the Genesis we've seen coming from Sanhok. Patience, disciplines, and also positioning. And this 3-way showdown, it all comes down to where the zone goes through. And guess what? It's still in between the roads, and Genesis has got so much time to work with.
Shadow is almost in the dead center of the circle, but again, he will be grabbing a lot more attention, so he has to be really quiet out there. We'll have to wait for RES as well as NRI to start their own fight, but both of the teams, they have their focus on Genesis, so it's going to be a little bit dicey. But Hitman once again gets taken on. Apollo is going personal with Hitman, not allowing him to show up his head at all.
They're stuck. They're so stuck on the edge of the zone as well. They know for a fact that Raka is right in front of them. They can't really get out. They want to reset the way through, but one wrong move, they will give it towards Genesis. And Shadow, he snuck up onto them. They are going to make sure that NRA doesn't have a good game. And Hitman once more, Apollo has the angle, and he's got the confirmation.
3 and 3. Apollo just doesn't know how to give up that position, but that's going to give the green signal to Raka x SAC Sports to go up front. Sean wants to go up close and personal. He was going in a different directions, but that's going to be a really good end to the likes of NRI. They did a fantabulous job throughout the match, but that's going to be the end line. Genesis versus RES. It all comes down to the final fight. It's a 4v3 situation. Genesis, they do have a really good split, a triangular split if you call it off, but Coffin doesn't have any idea where the players are right as of now. Genesis, they are just waiting for one mistake to be done by the players of RES.
They know that Shadow is very, very close, and they've got a very dirty angle. The only problem is they don't know that they are split off. But the nades comes through, looks good, but it's not going to get the knock. Raka SAS a little bit hesitant to push up, knowing that they are on the low grounds. They need to use those vehicles to try to push up. And Genesis has got a very, very good flank. One wrong move, they will even up into a 3 versus 3.
Patience is the key at this point, I see, and I feel like Genesis, they are focusing on that, but the entire squad of Raka XSS Esports, they're trying to rotate from the western side and want to get a better positioning.
This is smart coming from Raka. If they group up to push one angle, they might be able to win this, considering how spread off they are. It seems like they are going to be making the play here. The four-man rush comes through. Shadow scouts this up. He's going to try and regroup his team here. Try and provide a little bit more assistance. The flank comes through. They get one knock. And Coffin was able to take down Shadow OG. 2 versus 4. Or in this case, 2v3. Cyrex was able to find another one as well.
Oh my god! This is the positioning. This can be the game-changing point. RES, they know there is only one more player. Apollo, can he just pull off 7 finishes in the name of Genesis? The Molotov will be tossed in the right spot. It should do the damage. The Molotov should hit. And there goes. The player has to come up front, but the damage has been dealt. But the shotgun makes it connection. Nanu, he has been taken down. 2 players are down. It's going to be 1v1. Exploser, he is there. It's Apollo versus Exploser, the one to take away the chicken. And who is it going to be?
He sees him.
Exploser, he knows where the location is. And eventually the teammates are relying the information now. The nade literally popped off right in front of them. But eventually that nade, it did not make enough connection for him to go down. Cyrex is going up front. Shadow is giving all the information. Apollo, that was the last nade he's investing right as of now, and it's still giving so much damage.
He looks good. It looks good as well. Right at the edge. Oh, he just can't clip him. The reset comes through, but the zone is going to come in as well. They get one pick off, but the nade comes through. Apollo, they're going to be dropping a little bit of utils here. Apollo asking for a little bit of assistance. Cyrex gets confirmed, but Apollo now in a 2 versus 1 situation, but the zone is pushing Raka SAS. It is going to be very, very tough. They're dropping all the kinds of nades. They don't even have time to reset this way through. But Apollo is going to try and loot up himself. But no, the zone is taking so much damage and eventually gets picked off. Mistakes were made. And Raka SAS Esports takes the chicken dinner. What a close fight between them.
Oh, it's a really hard loss for Apollo, we have to say. It's so many nades invested right on the spot, but it just fell short. It just didn't reach the location where it was supposed to be to get those finishes.
Just a pixel off. Just a pixel off. Great game sense coming from Apollo, but a great run from Genesis indeed, because they definitely stood out in this match. Raka SAS Esports, we've seen them from the grind. A little bit inconsistent, but this is a big one for them, considering that it is been 3 games. They have struggled to find some sort of points, and now with the chicken dinner and some finish points, it is going to push them in towards the first 8 at least, to hopefully retain their spots in towards tomorrow's games.
Yeah, definitely. This game was something that they needed for a longer period of time, and as they've got it in this particular map of Erangel, the next 3 games seems a little bit easier as comparatively, we can say, because the kind of performances we are seeing from Shadow Blitz, I mean, they have been consistent, but the other teams are not getting that much of points of what I feel like Raka XSS Esports have accumulated in this match.
I think as of now, no one is safe.
Yeah.
Like, the safety cushion for the cutoff based on round 1 and round 2 was pretty somewhere around in between the mid-30s. Because like there was a game where there was 40 points as the top 7 and then 30 points on top 8 in general. So it's between the high 38s and the low 30s here for the bottom 16 to qualify for towards the wildcard stages. But ideally, you kind of want to have the 40 points and above to qualify for the top 7, which currently only one team has it. Whereas the rest of the world, well, they don't really have that.
I mean, it is a situation once again where we can just say that any team who wants to make a comeback has to do it better in the next 3 games, and everybody has a shot to it. But also, you guys have a shot to get this realme P3 Ultra 5G for yourself, which is launching on 19th of March, having a really beautiful and powerful chipset with a dimensity of 8350. So, make sure you check it out. Go to Google, search realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you can also stand a chance to win some exclusive freebies.
Agreed. It is the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming, so be sure to check it out as well, because it does have the segment's most stable 90 FPS gaming, and of course the most stable optimization mode for gamers with the GT Boost integration for the realme P3 Ultra 5G. And it's not just the performance, it also looks good because it does have the glow in the dark feature with the first of its kind's lunar design on it.
Yep, and again, it gives you another look. It gives you a premium feel when you just kind of hold it in your hand. So definitely go get it for yourself if you're looking forward to upgrade one of your devices. But again, coming back to the discussion towards the teams, ESG, they had a really great time. While Fangs, they had a great time. You talk about even 4 Miracle. They were sitting on top without having any chicken dinner to themselves, thanks to all the finishes that they accumulated. But this match, I would say for Miracle, they did not have one of the greatest of the matches.
Yeah, they still had some finish points, but again, the cutoff for the top 7 here is somewhere around 40 over points. For Miracle has pretty much has the safety cushion from in just 2 games. So in tomorrow's run, they are going to be A-okay for now. And I feel like, I think I had this conversation with Fix as well. The integration of not having Hesperos in For Miracle seems like was a questionable thing, but with this integration, as they got better, I think For Miracle has got a pretty solid lineup now, considering that now it is round 4 and the stakes are higher. Them in the safety cushion. I'm curious to see how they fare well against teams in the quarterfinals.
Oh, so we've already the prediction coming in that for Miracle, they are definitely going to head for the quarterfinals. I mean, they should be. But I'm really glad to see how Dragon has stepped up as an IGL. There were a lot of speculations. There were a lot of discussions that after Gokul leaving this lineup, this seems a little bit unstable. The kind of leadership is lacking for Miracle. But Dragon stepping up, he has been one of the crucial assaulters in the last BGIS that we saw. From there to this, the entire transition has been really great, and Dragon is doing a good job out there.
Agreed. Now, let me tell you how close the competition is towards the grand finals, right? This is round number 4. Any teams that qualify the next stage means they will advance to the quarterfinals. That's 1 round. And any team, if they qualify from the quarterfinals to the semifinals, there's 2 rounds. And if they make it the top 8 in the semifinals, 1, that means they're guaranteed in the grand final. So there's only 3 stages left for some of these teams, and it's that close. And as close as it gets to those grand finals, you know that every single team is going to be, I would say, top tier for a reason. It is going to be very, very difficult. That's why we saw a little bit of a tactical positions in all the games today in general in round 4 as well.
Yep, all the teams evolving through all the rounds. NRI also one of the teams, those who have evolved through the stages, and they are making their own mark in this realme BGIS 2025 for now. But quickly having a look on the highlights, it is how things have turned. NRI, they got so many finishes in this particular game, and I'm quite sure after this game, NRI will be maybe closing up to the top 3 spot as well.
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure there's going to be enough as well. Genesis with 2 very, very good runs here. One in Sanhok with top 2 finish, and Genesis now here a second top 2 finish. I would say it's still a commendable run for them, that they should be somewhere around the top 5. They do have a decent amount of finishes, not the high finish volumes here, which we kind of expect coming from NRI or maybe Wild Fangs or maybe 20 over finishers, right? So that's something that I'm curious to see as well. But the Blitz also bowing out a little bit early in this game is kind of surprising for me, knowing that they do have the mechanical skills to take on the world. So I want to see how it affects the overall lobby. But as of now, the MVP for this match here is going to be coming from Shadow Blitz, Adonis, with a total of 4 finishes.
He has contributed to the entire team's game. 4 finishes, 100% contribution. The other players couldn't step in. He was surviving for a long time, but eventually it's not that easy. But talking about the other players, alongside Adonis, it's going to be Cyrex from Genesis, Arwar OG from NRI, Hitman from NRI, Neonix from Neonix. It's going to be Yash OP as well. So a lot of players have their own single contribution coming in when you talk about NRI, Hitman, as well as Sarwar. They did a fantabulous job out there, getting so many finishes. 8 finishes were taken by these 2 players. But overall, in the next perspective, we do look forward that NRI, they're evolving, they're getting better with every match that they are playing. But quickly jumping on, it's going to be the point standings.
Well, Raka SAS Esports, they got the chicken dinner with 16 points, but followed with them is going to be NRE Esports because they have the most amount of finish points in this game. They do have 16 total points in total. Genesis Esports gets themselves 14 points, which is a decent amount. LOC X Die gets 7 points, 6 for Miracle. Shadow Blitz for 6 points as well. 4 Fraggers get 5 points because of that positioning coming in from Sam. And Wingard Esports gets 4 points as well. So a majority of points has been gathered by the top 3.
Exactly. On to the other side. Wild Fangs a little bit disappointed. 4 finishes, 4 total points that they've accumulated. Neonix again 4. SWGX FF Esports having 4. So we do see a 3-way draw. Dragon Esports Blitz not having a great one for 3 each for themselves. ESG having 1. Triple H having 0, Ace Official having 0, so nothing great for their side. But now this is the overall standings where For Miracle again will be sitting on top with 34 points, followed by Genesis Esports with 32. Both the teams, they don't have a chicken dinner.
Agreed. But all things considered, it is all about consistency. So they do have some sort of safety net, but again, we talk about the cutoffs, it is somewhere around 38 to 40 over points. So For Miracle and Genesis Esports is not out of it yet for tomorrow, so they need to get a little bit more points. But after today, they are going to have a little bit of a tensions released because of the fact that it is very, very much closer. Whereas the rest of the world, such as Wildfangs, which a majority of us has predicted, didn't exactly make it into the top 5, which is a little bit of a unfortunate news to Wildfangs fans.
Because they have 16 finishes, not only one single placement points. That's why we do see them lying there. But alongside Dragon Esports, 13 points, Wingard 12, 9 all for 4 Fraggers, SWGX FF Esports, 8 for Neon X, 4 for Ace Official. But Triple H, 3 matches, every match is 0 point again.
Yep, and it's a little bit of an unfortunate here for Triple H. But I want to see the caster's prediction here. Did any of us actually got our predictions correct? Because as of yet, seems like Wingard were out. Blitz kind of in the top 8. Wildfangs out. Wingard, Blitz out. So I would say only Blitz kind of made it to the top 8. The rest of the world is kind of in a shaky position now.
Yeah, the first game was really great by Blitz. Again, the next 2 matches, they couldn't stand up. The situations were a little bit tougher for themselves. So it's kind of fine that, okay, Blitz, as for day 1, they are in a stable position. 3 more maps to go, 3 more matches. Again, they can come up with some different outputs. And yeah, tomorrow the first 3 games will be played by this group itself.
Well, this is why you don't trust the caster's predictions, because sometimes our caster's curves are pretty good. And this time, my prediction has been kind of off for these past 4 days now, especially in round number 4, and also, well, round 3 was pretty good for me. But round 4, ever since Fixers joined the English test, my prediction has been completely thrown into the garbage bin.
Oh, I thought I was the problem, but but never mind with that.
You are the problem with rules. You gotta read the rules. Be a law-abiding citizen.
Yep. I agree, my mistake, but yeah, you gotta read the rules, man. But on the other perspective, I feel like the prediction game is somewhat we do on the basis of performance, on what we feel like, okay, this team can do just better. And not only us, but a lot of other fans has also mentioned that, yeah, Wildfangs will be looking forward to do something better.
Agreed. You know, we all are making predictions based on the stats we've given as well, the track record on their performance for the past few rounds here. But slowly and surely, as the competition goes through, they are going to be facing with a lot of obstacles as well. And I like how consistency is the key when you're competing here in the realme BGIS.
Exactly. You have to be consistent. At least 7 to 8 points average is what in the minimal you need to be there in the top 7 and qualify for the quarterfinals, because you don't want to be there in the bottom 16 and go to wildcards and follow a lot of big process for yourself.
Exactly. And now, all things considered here, we hope you guys had a little bit of a good time here, because it has been 6 matches in total. We've seen 3 coming from Group 3 and also 3 coming from Group 4, but their journey will continue for tomorrow. But once again, my name is ICBB12, he's Necros. We'll see you guys tomorrow.